noon till midnight, according to Colin in the YouTube chat, or as Chris Thomas, our founder and CEO of MultiGP, stated, well, the course was designed by SFPV, so we're going to launch at 7:08 Pacific time. No, we are starting in about 55 seconds from right now. It is the world's largest, longest, and only team endurance race. This is the 8th edition. We're live to you from Carrollton, Texas, and we are 40 seconds away from starting the round, which will run for 12 hours. There's 7 teams featured here at Mayhem Crazy number 8. We have one team going for a their second Mayhem victory. We got another team that's going for a three-peat. Lots of things to follow, the storylines that we'll get to as we have 12 hours ago. 15 seconds, pilots. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. My math is wrong. We are less than 30 seconds from going green. We will race nonstop with those flying pit changes. One quad lands, the next one takes off on our 7 teams, and we're about to go green. Pilots, arm your quads. Mayhem Crazy 8's going live on the tone in less than 5. Go tone up and at her, pitter patter, we're getting at her. And we are under green. Hello and welcome once again. Exciting times as that sunshine joins us. 61 degrees Fahrenheit. A little bit of wind right now. About 15 to 20 mile an hour winds. Going to gust up to 39 as we're going to be looking at 18-second lap times. That's what we saw in practice. Caution, caution, caution called. Caution called. Finish up the lap that you're on. Caution called. And our first caution here called by Wrecked. So finish up the lap that you're on. What a great start. We rehearsed that start earlier. Our pilots were set to go green at 7:08 this morning. It's crazy number 8, so we went 7:08 was our kickoff time. That was our plan, as it were. And caution here called by Wrecked to start things off. In that first start, we called a caution. It was part of our April Fools to start things off. It was our plan. We actually did have a power up on it, but because we didn't have our live stream on, and our live stream is uber important, we did allow everything to happen as it should. And so I'm going to adjust those lap totals on the screen as minimum lap time has something going on here. So we are going to adjust. And so during this first caution, everyone's down. I'm about to start the 5-minute clock. If anyone does need to retrieve a quad, the 5-minute retrieval clock is about to start now. 5 minutes to retrieve drones. Yeah, we do have a review going on here, a video complaint.
All pilots are finished.
Wish all the hashtags, likes, and tweets would find a way to get lost. Yeah, and when I pull up to the scene, I wonder what the hell is the cost. And yeah, oh no, you never seen nothing like this before.
Minute and a half in, 3.5 minutes to go before the course is clear. All right, the 5 minutes has expired. What a spectacular start here to the morning. So we are going to give Rect the caution back that they were called. Can confirm that there were video issues. We had video complaints on Wildcard, Rect, and Flight Club. We, when everyone was powered off, we looked at the spectrum on the RF Explorer. We don't see anything that's blasting through there, so all signs pointing to a quad, and so we are going to relaunch them here after just a wee bit of flight time, and this will be our next session. No cautions award. Caution will go to admin. We'll take that one, and so we'll be set to go green. Our plan here is hopefully we can avoid the 3 quads that were in the air. And so we got 2 laps for White Goat, 2 for Bay Area Racing. Wildcard, HD0, Mamba, and Flight Club all got 1. And Rect, unfortunately, did not get a lap in that first session. They were the ones getting stomped on. They launched, I think, 3 pilots all crashing into something. And it's early. It is early. Still another 11 hours, 50 seconds on the clock. So, going to give you a 20 seconds, and we're going green. 20 seconds. And resetting that 20 seconds, Reaper, we have you coming up on race band 8. Reaper keeps going to race band 8. All right. 10 seconds. I got full video. Pilots, arm your quads. We go live on the tone in less than 5. Underway, session number 2. So right now on the same lap, White Goat and Bay Area Racing. White Goats, they have been on our podium. In fact, I think 4 times on our podium here at Mayhem over the 7 years into 2024. Back in 2021, they were second runners-up, third on our podium. Last year, they're our reserve champions, but they, just like Heart of America, are a 2-time Mayhem Team Race champion back in 2022 and 2020 as
HD
well.
0937.4.
And they are your leaders by
White Goat
2.2 seconds over
28.3.
Bay Area Racing.
Wildcard
Bay Area
1003.1.
Racing, formerly
Rec
known as
27.4.
Velocitron. They've hit a couple
Flight Club
podiums here.
28.6.
As Velocitron
Bay Area
back
Racing
in 2019, they
33.7.
were third overall. In 2021, they were second overall. Last year, the new rebrand is Bay Area Racing. They were second runners-up, third on our podiums. And they are your gunners. White Goat in the lead,
28
7
flat.
seconds ahead of Bay Area
Mamba
Racing.
39.4.
White Goat going on to lap number 6.
Rec
Bay Area
27.5.
Racing about to
Flight
get
Club
on to
27.7.
lap number 6. There they go on
HD
to lap 6,
036.2.
separated by 8.2 seconds.
Bay Area Racing
We
28.5.
are underway.
Wildcard 36.7.
We say a hello and welcome to our remote officials helping us as well throughout the 12 hours of Mayhem, watching each and every one of our 7 teams' channels, making sure that every gate is passed, flag is passed as well, gates traversed, flags passed, and all those reviews that come in from our team captains and other things called by race administration. Lead Girl is running our DVR system, playing back the tape remotely. We say a hello and welcome to them here this morning. Big pit stop there for HD0. Watch them come in crystal clear HD0. Right now running in the number 4 spot on lap number 6, while their leaders, White Goat, working on lap number 8. And again, if you're just joining us here this morning, you see up in the top center of your screen, 707 minutes still to go. That's 11 hours, 47 minutes on the clock. I'm going to have to, during a break, kind of take a look and see what our official kickoff time here was. I know we went live at about 7:24 Central, and our first break was called about a minute in, if I remember correctly. We did have an earlier start, which we won't talk about over the rest of the day. That one was for fun. Now, White Goat, leaders by 1 lap. Looked like they were into pit there a little bit. Now they're back out. They're on lap number 10, just a lap ahead. Bay Area Racing and Flight Club now are 1 lap back maybe a little bit of a battle for second, third. And so your top three from Mayhem 2023 are your top three right now after our first just under 10 laps in 2024. And now White Goat, Bay Area Racing, and Flight Club are all on lap number 10. White Goat going on to 11. Looks like might have had another pit there. So taking a look back here, 2023 Flight Club, your winners, looking to go into the Mayhem history books as another team with 2 Mayhem victories. HOA has 2, White Goat has 2 over the 7 years. Last year they did 1,446 laps. They did that in 11 hours, 59 minutes, 51 seconds because their pilot... When we said, hey, that's the 12 hours, and Flight Club wins, they didn't do their last lap. It would have been 1,447 for Mayhem number 7, but they left that extra lap on the clock, and maybe they're trying to use it here in 2023. Now a little bit of a story change. White Goat still your leaders, but Bay Area Racing on that lead lap with them, 9.8 seconds back. And now Flight Club onto lap number 14 as well. Your top 3 pilots or top 3 teams from a year ago are all on lap number 14, still chasing down the Goats as they're holding them off. Only about 10 seconds here separating first to second, second to third, and now a change. Bay Area Racing up onto the 1 spot as Flight Club and White Goat are now on top of each other in a battle for second, third. Your top 3 teams after 14 laps recorded are only separated by under 6 seconds. He said, what is going on here? Are we going to have a nail biter? It has been a while since we've seen the pressure on and the position changes as we are chasing Bay Area Racing. Now Flight Club taking a turn up at the front. It's Flight Club just ahead of Bay Area Racing by 1.5 seconds. Flight Club looks like they've just come into pits, and so that puts Bay Area Racing back up into the number 1 spot. Launching Tamate there for Flight Club. See if they can reclaim that number 1 spot. So we've had 3 teams lead this thing and are really only 17 minutes of competition. Bay Area Racing, now your leaders. Flight Club running second. White Goat down to third. And Flight Club and White Goat now only separated by about a second. They're trading places for second, third within about 15 seconds of our leaders. And those position changes happening in spades here at Mayhem Crazy 8, the 2024 edition. I want to thank those that made this event possible. Of course, our friends at Team Black Sheep, never missing a Mayhem. Also, Superior One Roofing here in Dallas, Texas. Why have just a regular roof when you can have a superior one? Our friends at Fox here are with us, professional drone racing parts supplier, renowned for their antennas and much, much more. Also, Drones in School, we'll be visiting with them over the course of the day. Gem Fan is with us. The second generation of Gem Fan is with us as well, as Mike and his daughter hanging out with us, representing the Gem Fan brand here in Mayhem Crazy 8. Also, Beta FPV HD0, feel the HD resolution with near zero latency. Radio Master, that's going to be my next radio. We are due. Thank you to Radio Master for all that you do for FPV. HQ Props is with us. You need those props to race 1,500 laps in 12 hours. T-Motor, the safer propulsion system. Thank you, T-Motor, for your continued support. iFlight, dedicated to creating enjoyable and immersive flights. And our local hosts, Dallas Drone Racing, a Tier 1 chapter, MultiGP. Thank you to Jay. And also, is it Cool Jay? Joe Cool? Was it Joe Cool who hasn't missed a Mayhem on the setup since we moved from Louisiana here to the great state of Texas? I always know that Mayhem is close to starting because Joe Cool is helping us set up. Bay Area Racing, holding them off by 3 seconds. Flight Club trying to reel in our leaders to get back into the number 1 spot. White Goat is about 12 seconds back from them. So 15.1 seconds separating our top 3 teams. And Wrecked has done some work after that shaky first section. They are within a lap and a quarter of our leaders as well. Will we see them up in the number 1 spot for a little bit? Well, Bay Area Racing just went on to lap number 22. There's White Goat on to lap number 22. As I say that, Bay Area Racing, White Goat, Flight Club, and Wrecked were all on the same lap. That's how close it was. 30.4 seconds, 4th through 1st, chasing Bay Area Racing. Looks like Red 1 up in the air here for our leaders. That's Red 5 squad. Michael D on the sticks for Bay Area Racing. Along with the entire Bay Area Racing team. JFK, the captain. Ferry. Me Whoa FPV. SFPV. Din. Morbid FPV. And Big Raymond. A whole lot of California with the side of Mexico. As we now have a position change, White Goat back up in the number 1 spot. It looks like they came into pit. So making these big moves at a subtle pace. White Goat gets up, they lead, then they come into pit. Now it looks like a little bit of a longer pit for them. Haven't seen them. Now Bay Area Racing back in the number 1 spot. It looks like Wrecked is about to slide up into 2nd. White Goat is back up into the air. Looks like we got Dreams in the air for White Goat as they try and hold that lead. But we go into lap number 25 now with Bay Area Racing. Wrecked up into the number 2 spot, 2.6 seconds back from the lead. There's White Goat in 3rd. And so now at the back of the caboose, we have Bay Area Racing as Flight Club drops down to 4th. But they are so close. Still under a lap away from the lead. Back into the lead. They're 19 seconds off of our leaders. There's HD0 running 5th overall, working on lap number 22. So they are 3.5 laps back. Mamba currently working on lap number 18. They're 6 laps back. And our wildcard team trying to get something together. And they're on lap number 12, 13 laps back. Sounds like a bunch, but last year, what were those digits? 1,446 laps to win Mayhem. That was a big win, too. We're talking 207 laps over second at Mayhem Lucky 7 with Flight Club, and they're still in the number 4 spot, 25.9 seconds back off of our leaders. As Bay Area Racing now leading for the last 5 or 6 laps, 4 seconds ahead of Wrecked as they start to claw their way up to the front of the pack. And the Goats running 3rd. They're only 6 seconds back off of our leaders. There's Wrecked now, your leaders for the first time in Mayhem Crazy 8. Barrier Racing onto that lead lap as well. Lap number 28, 7 seconds off of our leaders. And White Goat on that lead lap as well. 3 seconds out a second, 10 seconds off of our leaders. And Flight Club running fourth. And they are 25 seconds off of our leaders, working on lap number 28. As Wrecked now on to lap number 29. The master of mayhem himself, Shannon Broussard, says, I don't think we've had racing this close. We have when it was 2 teams. Let's think back to the swamp in Louisiana. 2 teams, Heart of America and Don't Mess with Texas, kept that pressure on for a ton of the race. But the caveat to that is we have never seen 4 teams on the same lap for 5 or 6 laps like we've seen so far. This is close racing, maybe a precursor to our day. Great stack of teams. And we saw the team profiles posted to the MultiGP Facebook group in our community. And every time one of those team profiles was released, someone in the community says, stack team, stack team. So they're kind of right. Many stack teams. And we are seeing 4 teams all on the same lap. So Rec just went on to 31. Bay Area Racing, White Goat, and Flight Club working on 30. But still 29.9 seconds off of our leader. So just under a lap difference. We're still chasing Wrecked. Fastest lap on the track so far here today, 25.395. That was by Wrecked. That was when they went from 4th into 3rd about 19 laps ago. And they are running hot. They are in the lead right now, with Proximo on the sticks for Wrecked, your leaders. Proximo hitting our podium at the 2023 MultiGP Championship. Having a great season. He was top 25 the year before, top 3 the year that just ended. That was after being ranked globally 13th on the GQ leaderboard last year. Definitely making it work here for Wrecked, as we are now going to launch J-Box up for Wrecked next. Also doing pretty good last season. Top 10 in the MultiGP Championship when it was all said and done at the No Quarter Ranch in Citrus Springs, Florida. 3 times he's been top 12 at the MultiGP Championship. So he's trying to push that, keep that pressure on. And, well, between Proximo and J-Box, Wrecked now leading by 32 seconds. Are they pulling away? We'll have to see. We say a good morning to Carl Zoo of HD0. Says, Mayhem Team Racing is my favorite event. Well, Carl, print the screenshot off of the live stream off, and anytime any of those other events approach you for sponsorship, just send them this. Say, are you doing Mayhem? Are you doing team racing? It's my favorite event. Say hello and welcome to all of those watching on the MultiGP YouTube channel. We had a little bit of a delayed start. That was mostly for you, so you can be a part of our action. But we certainly appreciate you being here with us, and you definitely make the day go by. So I say a good morning to Bagzilla, Jen Hype, Asylum FPV, Paco watching from Canada, just JFPV watching from Canada, AA, Custom FPV, 901 FPV, NZM FPV. And we also want to say good morning to Gran Maximo from Ohio, rooting for Proximo. Yeah, he's on the sticks right now, Gran Maximo. That's Missy Coiner. So I've heard the term drone dad. We got a drone grandma on Team Proximo, Gran Maximo. That might be one of the most creative ones I've seen yet. Jen Hype, talking about the hype, says, the adrenaline rush is nonstop with this. Normally you get a break between heats to calm down, but it's like her heart is going to explode from these nonstop nerves. 10-4. And we do have some breaks. Each and every one of our teams is allowed to call 3. And when we do that, that's when we start a 5-minute timer when everyone's down. We retrieve some drones, we reset and regroup, and I guess there's still an adrenaline rush when that happens because they have to clear the field within the 5 minutes or there's penalties. And so far here today, haven't seen many penalties, if any. We also want to say good morning to Proximom. Jen Hype with us. Grand Maximo and Proximom, who's a drone mom. I like it. It works. We are 30 minutes in. 11 hours, 30 minutes still to go. 689 minutes of non-stop racing here at Mayhem Crazy 8. At the 30-minute mark, your leaders are still wrecked. They're leading by 2 laps now. They're on lap 43. White Goat and Flight Club, second, third, working on lap number 41. Bay Area Racing just got on to lap 41 as well. So White Goat, Flight Club, and Bay Area Racing trading places, and Flight Club and Bay Area Racing closest together right now. You want to watch those battles. Flight Club in third, Bay Area Racing in fourth. Then we drop 5 laps back to HD0 in the number 5 spot. Then we drop 8 laps back to Mamba in the number 6 spot. Then we drop 8 laps back to Wildcard. Wildcard having some downtime, I see, a few laps ago. When they come into pit, takes them about 60 seconds to get that next lap. So you scrub a lap. That's looking like 25 to 30 second pit times for them. A little bit longer, but when they're flying, they're posting 30s, 32s, and that's within the range. Fastest lap on the track here this morning. Proximom and Grand Proximo stoked about their boy. He hit a 24.6 not too long ago. That's the fastest lap for Wrecked. Fastest lap on the track here this morning. Now, we did see an 18 or 2 in practice last night. Little windier today, but also we're trying to conserve batteries, and it's also not like individual racing. It's the most amount of laps accumulated. So that's where the pace dies down a little bit. You don't want to push it because it's risk and reward. You go push it too hard, chance of crashing, and if they crash 3/4 of the way around, the next pilot takes off, it's going to take them the 3/4 lap to make up that time. So you're adding 20 plus seconds to your lap time. And so you're seeing a little caution and care to get our teams there. And now Flight Club and White Club moving up second, third as they crossed over together. Dubicki up in the air for Flight Club. And looks like Dreams in the air for White Goat. Dubicki versus White Goat right now for a solid second here in the first 30 minutes of this race. They were separated by 0.4 of a second. Pretty sure Dubicki now going to push that gap a little ahead. Nope, I'm wrong. White Goat now ahead. So Dreams making a statement here for White Goat. That's going to put them about 4.5 seconds ahead of Flight Club. Well, the Master of Mayhem still living the dream right now. 3 teams on the same lap, second, third, and fourth. White Goat Flight Club Bay Area Racing. Heads up FPV, your pilot in the air for Team White Goat. First ever 3-time MultiGP champion as an individual racer. He's been on a team that has won this event twice as well, Team Heart of America, back in the day. Back in 2021, 2019. Now gonna see if he can help the Goats become the first ever 3-time Mayhem champion.
Wish all the hashtags, likes, and tweets would find a way to get lost. Yeah, and when I pull up to the scene, I wonder what the hell is the cost. And yet, oh no, you never seen nothing like this before. Yeah, but this is different.
Non-stop team racing, Mayhem Crazy 8. We've been under green for 36 minutes and 32 seconds. One pilot flies, does 2 or 3 laps, lands. The next one takes off. Enduro style racing. Just JFPV, the YouTube chat says, why does everyone say that analog video looks like a VHS tape? Now, for many of us in drone racing, we understand the reference, but for just JFPV, that's my son Marshall. He's 13 years old. He has never seen a VHS tape. So before there was Netflix and streaming, Disney Plus, there were Blu-rays. A disc that you would go to Blockbuster or your local convenience store, Jolly's in our town, and you would rent it. Before there were Blu-rays, there were DVDs. Looks like a Blu-ray, but not as good quality, but still 1080p. You're watching high-definition video on your DVD, a disc that you would rent and borrow. Prior to the DVD, there was the VHS tape, and that was a cassette tape that was about the size of a Nintendo Switch, and you'd have to rewind it, and then you'd hit play. You could pause it, and it would look kind of like analog video. That's a VHS tape. Paco says VHS, very high speed. No, that's not. I think it was Video Home System, I think was the VHS tape what it stood for. Prior to the VHS tape, there was a larger cassette tape that was not the size of a Nintendo Switch. It was about the size of almost an Xbox. And that was a beta cassette tape that you used to go to your store and rent. And you could record on it as well, your favorite TV program. And prior to that, there was film. Still used at the movie theaters, but that was home systems. And that is the history of the VHS. Today's history of the VHS is brought to you by HD Zero. Feel the HD resolution with near zero latency. You can see the difference in the HD Zero feeds to the analog feeds, which was reference to the question. Top left-hand side is analog. That ground station on our end is kind of hurting a little bit. But you can see that static breakup, and the video quality behind it is actually 480p standard definition. The videos you usually skip on YouTube, whereas Team HD Zero, they're on seat number 4, top right-hand side of your feed. You can see that's actually a 1080p, so HD feed. You can see less breakup. Now, what's exciting with HD Zero is it uses similar technology to the analog so that there's less latency. When there is digital, there's a digital handshake. And so when it doesn't have a pure signal, it creates lag and stutter. But HD Zero uses an analog carrier. And so when it doesn't have all the information it needs, it shows you that pixelation so you can still fly through it. So it's kind of like a hybrid analog approach, but the video is HD when it comes in. And you can see the difference, that HD resolution with near zero latency. You see it not only on Team HD Zero, but looks like Wildcard in the air right now, middle of your screen, running HD Zero. Bay Area Racing, pilot just landed, was running HD Zero. They just took off. They have HD Zero. Flight Club, they are running 4th right now. They're running HD Zero here, this pilot. You can see some of those pilots. Mamba, top center of your screen, they're running HD Zero as well. You can see the difference. So you look up to Heads Up FPV, our MultiGP 3-time champion, rocking the old analog, and you can see the difference. And you can also see why VHS doesn't mean very high speed. Well, in this case, it does, as we're flying analog with Heads Up FPV in a very high speed, as he's trying to do some damage there for White Goat. White Goat still running 2nd. They're about 2.5 laps back off of our leader. They also have Bay Area Racing and Flight Club on the same lap as them. Now White Goat goes on to lap number 65. Bay Area Racing about to go on to lap number 65. And so they are 10 seconds back off of White Goat. Bay Area Racing running 3rd to White Goat 2nd. And we also got Flight Club. They're about to go on to lap 65. There they go on to that lap. That's the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. White Goat still about 10 seconds now, probably about 12 seconds. "43 minutes in to the 2024 and 8th edition Mayhem Crazy 8. "43.5 minutes in. We've been under green for 42 minutes. Absolutely incredible. White Goat on to lap number 69. They're 2 laps back off of our leaders. Wrecked, just wrecking it right now. There's Shames of Team HOA. 2-time Mayhem Team Race champions. Says if White Goat was on HD, they would be leading. Is there an advantage? They did lead for a bit. They're only 75 seconds or a lap and 3/4 back off of our leaders wrecked. We may see a couple lead changes. We still have another 11 hours and 14 minutes. That's 674 minutes still on the master race clock. Lots of time. Lots of things to happen. We're just warming up. And talking about warming up, we've climbed 1 degree, 62 degrees Fahrenheit. The winds are steady, still at 15 miles an hour, gusting to 39 over the course of the day. Not the worst. It's going to go up to 77 in the sunshine. Yes, Guy. That is, for my Australian and Canadian friends, it's going up to 25 degrees Celsius a little bit later on today. Many of us left the snow to work our way down to Carrollton, Texas for the 8th edition of Mayhem. One of our pilots on Wrecked canceled his flight before the airline did and decided to do the 26-hour drive from Vermont down. Made it, picked up a buddy along the way. All part of the story and the journey to make it to Mayhem. And when you're sitting number 1, you can start to look back on that trip, be like, it was worth it. Question coming in from Proximum. Are you allowed to come with as many quads as you want? I believe there's no limit per quads per pilot. I believe the only limit is the number of pilots on a team. I think it has to be 10, yeah. White Goat has 10 pilots on their team. Mamba has 9. HD0 has 9. Bay Area Racing has 9. Wildcard has 9. Wrecked has 9. And Flight Club has 8. You are allowed support staff. We do have support staff in play. And some of these pilots listed sometimes don't even get to fly. They're just a backup. Someone needs a break or quads aren't running 100%. They'll get tagged in. I've seen a few just do their 1 lap, get their 1 lap. They get tagged in just to say that they did a lap. Seen that happen in the past. It is a marathon, though, to go the distance, and it can be tiring. We all know Chief, Alex FPV, part of that 2-time HOA Mayhem winning team. Always bringing the hype and the energy to the flight line. Even he didn't have that hype and energy after that first HOA win. Sure, he was the loudest for that podium. He wasn't the fastest moving out there. It wears on you. It tears on you. 12 hours really separates. Those that can, those that try. And pressure remains on. White Goat and Flight Club in a battle for second. They're separated by 2 seconds right now. Mr. Chaw is up in the sticks there for White Goat, making the trip from Knoxville, Tennessee. He's been at the game a while, last 2 years, top 50 on the global leaderboard, GQ list. GQ is starting this weekend, I believe. We're going to start globally ranking pilots around the globe to qualify for the MultiGP Championship. Say a hello and welcome to Jay McKibben with us here this morning. Believe he's watching from home. Of course, the captain and president of the Dallas Drone Racing chapter, a great friend of ours. Spent a lot of time with Jay. The MultiGP regional finals. I think the first year it was the Texas finals. I made my trip to Carrollton. We were across the street behind this backdrop behind me. Then we had the regional final there. And then I believe 3 years ago, transitioning here for Mayhem. Jay and his team helping us with the course build, everything else that we need to get things underway. And he, along with Joe Cool, also Chase. Didn't see Chase this year. Chase must have been busy, but him, also Rob Emery in years before as well. Couldn't be done without their contribution, their support. A look there, pit row. There's a look at our course. You can see our HD0 flag is not going too crazy. We're down to that 15-mile-an-hour wind. It was supposed to be a fair bit more, but we'll see some see them move, those flags move around a little bit more over the course of the day. What a day it'll be. We have been racing under green, no breaks. Last time I checked, it was 42 minutes. Now it's 50 minutes non-stop since our last break. 5-0, almost an hour. Say hello to Silva, Raw FPV, helping us out as a remote official, hanging out with us. And of course, Mayhem remotely. Wow, White Goat and Mamba on top of each other there for track position, but White Goat on lap number 84, Mamba on lap number 59. White Goat and Flight Club, the ones to watch right now. White Goat running second, Flight Club third, and Flight Club just came into pits, launching a new pilot. We're going to put Dubicki out for Flight Club. Making the trip down from Michigan, top 20 in our pro division last year. Qualified 60th on the list, finished 17th in the world in 2023. And on the reigning Mayhem Team Race Champion team, Flight Club here this morning. 8:17 local. Looks like Bay Area Racing has made a move in the last little bit as well. So essentially, we're still looking at that three-way battle for second, third, and fourth. There's Bay Area Racing making a move past Flight Club into third. They're on the same lap and on top of each other. Bay Area Racing ahead of Flight Club. Flight Club now down into fourth. Bay Area Racing doing that dive gate, so Bay Area Racing now with a two-gate lead over Flight Club. The race for third, and they're half a lap back from second. There's wrecked on to lap number 91. 90 laps recorded for them with a 4-lap lead over the rest of the field. With Proximo flying for wrecked right now. 11 hours and 5 minutes still to go. Always a great day for a drone race. A year ago, 1,446 laps. That was like 207 more than everyone else. Flight Club are our winners. White Goat were our reserve champions. Bay Area Racing in that third spot. Second runner-up, third on our podium. 2022, White Goat with the win. Heart of America were our reserve champs. Quad Force won third on our podium that year. And our first move to Texas, White Goat was third, Velocidrone was second. HOA got their second championship, their second Mayhem win. Another year in Florida, Quad Rivals was third, Wolfpack was second. White Goat got their first win. They would win again 2 years later. Back in Louisiana, Baton Rouge, Velocidrone was third. Don't Mess with Texas. The Heart of America got their first win. That was the year that Chief was one of the quietest we've seen. They wore him out. Where was 2019? Oh. I get my Louisiana messed up. That was in Baton Rouge. That was in New Orleans when HOA got their first win. Then over to the Acadiana chapter, 2018, Pyro Drone won it. And the first Mayhem team race, Sela won it. Southeast Louisiana Racing, I believe. Sela FPV. They were our first ever winners. So twice, White Goat has got the win. They're trying to get a win here in 2024 to get the first ever three-peat. Flight Club looking for a win. That would put them in the history books. Tied with White Goat and Heart of America with 2 Mayhem wins apiece. Well, the rest of our fields looking for their first Mayhem win. Looks like in the chat, the live odds are live. 19 votes recorded so far. Who is going to win? Let's see what the poll says. When it's all said and done, let's see what the checkered says in 11 hours and 2 minutes from now. We're on lap number 100 for your leaders, wrecked. No surprises there. Proximo, your pilot and the sticks. That dive gate coming over towards our corner. And on to lap 101. 100 laps recorded for wrecked since we went green 58 minutes ago. Their fastest lap came a while ago at a 20.1. Now, that was recorded for a review, and it looks like another team has logged that on our official forms. See if it has been verified. And I am not seeing... Oh, here we go. I'm seeing the notes now. That time was not correct. So there is a lap change. It was flagged by administration and by another team. And so my first adjustment's underway. A shout out to Lead Girl. So we saw a lap trigger there for Wrecked a while ago. We're talking like an hour ago. Maybe. It was a while ago. And it was a 20.1 second lap time. Would have been the fastest on the track. And so I flagged it for review. Another team submitted it for a review 6 minutes after I did, so I get the win. Lap time was not correct. The Lead Girl timed the lap officially. She said lap was actually a 29:21. The lap triggered early, I see, because I did increase the sensitivity on that. So her quick math was correct as I made the adjustment in the timing system. It was a 29-second lap time, so that adjustment has been made. All of our team captains have access to a form to lodge official things to verify. And so all is good. Looks like we just have one missed lap to verify that is being reviewed. By the way, and we are underway. What a great day. Great day for a drone race. Wind has changed direction, though. Not sure. In Texas, that's usually not the best sign. Could be a sign of the times. As we're just past an hour in, we've been under green for an hour and 27 seconds, give or take, under green. And we officially started an hour and 2 minutes ago. Wrecked your leaders working on lap 109. Then we dropped 5 laps back. White Goat in second. And Flight Club in third. They're working on lap 104, but White Goat is just about a lap ahead of Flight Club in second. They're about 19 seconds separated right now, working on lap 104. Now Bay Area Racing gets on to lap 104 as well, so there was a little bit of gap in separation not too long ago, but as we look to just past the 1 hour mark, Flight Club, White Goat, Bay Area Racing are all within a lap of each other for that second and third place positions on our podium, and within striking distance, about 5.5 laps back off of our leaders. HD0 working on lap number 92 in the number 5 spot. Mamba on 72 in the number 6 spot. Wildcard in 7th on lap number 59. Still looking at some of those longer pit stop times. I think it's when they come in, looking at minute 24. That includes a lap, but so you're looking at about 50-second lap times, I think, is what we're looking at just at the last couple there. Wildcard trying to find their gear and climb up our leaderboard just a little bit. 10 hours, 56 minutes still to go until we wave a checkered flag and crown our 2024 Mayhem Crazy 8 champions as we continue chasing Wrecked. We say hello or an hola to Jose Ignacio Olea. Says greetings to Tomate, Latina American champion from Chile. Yeah, the LATAM Championship. I had that on the calendar, I guess, to watch. Kind of missed it. We had a snowstorm, but congratulations to Tomate. He is with us in a big way. Right now, sitting second with his team Flight Club. 5.5 laps back off of our leader. HOA asking in the chat, is the timing gate placement causing issues? Do not think so. Denied. Timer is actually above the start-finish gate facing down. We had a, I didn't do the DVR review on that one misread. We've only had one misread that we know of. And we have one being verified on a missed read. So I think the right mixture of settings are on it. They could be tweaked. Right now, I believe it's a little more sensitive than it normally would be, but in this situation, we want to catch the laps. If we get an extra, like we did in that one instance. We corrected it, so we'd rather have the data than not have the data. So right now, I mean, we've been racing an hour. I don't want to jinx it, but I think the placement and the settings are right. We probably just went a little wide on that lap and triggered early because we do have the flag and the hurdle with that timing gate, and so catch on the hurdle. Yeah, we're pretty happy with it. We'll see. We're always open to adjustments. It shifted, right? It shifted. Yes, guy. My favorite DJ just walked by. Cheese Music, SFPV. Follow him on YouTube. Didn't know that my good buddy Colby Curtola was a DJ. We were talking about some ones and twos and vinyls mixes. And so I think in the very near future, we're going to work with Cheese Music to put together our sound beds, our background music on our live stream, royalty-free music, all mixed by SFPV Cheese Music. You want to check out his sets, maybe put it on in the background. Cheese Music comes up. It's a little difficult to find. Just search Cheese Music Flow on YouTube. You can see some of the parties he's doing, see his setup as well. He just walked by. I guess he was taking a little break. We saw him in the air not too long ago on Team Bay Area Racing. This year could be their year. 2019 third, 2021 second. A year ago, third. That elusive ace, that Mayhem ace, that win. Will Mayhem Crazy 8 be their year? I'm seeing some corrections there in the chat. Tamante FPV from Flight Club. Yes. The Tamante FPV fans know it. I have a lot of information in front of me, so I was probably looking at something while I was trying to finish my thoughts, so my apologies. You knew my heart was in the right place. There are so many laps to count. Wrecked on lap 122. Then we drop 6 laps back to Flight Club on 116. Then we drop a lap back to White Goat and Bay Area Racing on 115. That's 6 laps off of our leader. And now a lap and a half behind Flight Club in second. Seeing a little bit of a separation now. Flight Club doing a little bit of damage, climbing up that ladder. So they are 6 laps off of our leader, but 1 lap ahead of third and fourth as White Goat and Bay Area Racing are trading places just under a lap apart, 19.7 seconds apart for that battle for third and fourth right now. Double A is excited to hear the Cheese Music jams. Yeah, we're going to put together the official MultiGP drone racing playlist. I may even collab. Back in the day, used to be a DJ in the clubs. Used to be able to do a beat mix and hit the crossfader with my elbow while I'm holding my headphones. So good. So good. But with my years of events, my forte are the drops, like the sound effects, more the sound effect drops. So I'm going to work with Cheese Music. I follow a whole bunch of DJs on Instagram, and I love the drops, the setup drops. There was one I saw. This is something that we should talk about for our Sharjah event. Put a note in the production notes. One of the coolest things I've seen the last month for a live DJ set. All the screens are doing, the music loops, the 3D animations to go inside with the music. Then all of a sudden they all go blue screen, Windows death as the music dies. And then they start to boot up, and then it slowly works its way into all the Windows startup tones from like XP to Windows 10, 11 onward, and then into the drop. But it was pretty exciting to see all those screens go in the middle of a DJ set to blue screen. So maybe we work something that into it. King of the Drops, collabing, your buddy Scully with Cheese Music. So you want to see a battle. White Goat still holding solid in third. Bay Area Racing in fourth. Let's see if they can catch up. Look like we may have had a pit there on the White Goat side. Opening the door a little bit to Bay Area Racing, but there is a gap of about half a lap right now. And White Goat with a little offense to their defense with heads-up FPV flying for White Goat. And Big Ramon on the sticks for Bay Area Racing. Say hello to Bumper, watching from the Mountain State, Colorado. What is up, Bumper? He says he needs to change his poll response. We got that poll going on the MultiGP YouTube channel. How do I see the poll? There we go. Well, right now the poll is pretty split. Wrecked and White Goat. Currently, Wrecked has 40% of the vote. Oh, it looks like it's complete. Our admin shut down the poll. I guess that was the poll at the 40-minute mark. Wrecked 40% of the vote. White Goat 37% of the vote. That's a difference of 3%. Flight Club 18% of the vote. Bay Area Racing 2% of the vote. And so the poll is slightly off where we sit right now after 73 minutes. The under right now is on Flight Club. If we can use these numbers, I'd put some money in on this action because they got Flight Club at 18%. They're running second. Well, White Goat 37%. They're in fourth, but obviously White Goat knows the strategy. This is not their first Mayhem, and they're trying to become the first ever 3-time Mayhem Team Race champions. We've seen them work their way up and down that ladder. In fact, their first win, they were like fourth out of 4 teams. Remember that in Florida? And last year, I saw them drop all the way down to 5th at one point. And we weren't counting them out, but it was looking a little rough, and they were able to redeem themselves 2 years ago when they won in 2022. But your odds-on favorite right now, 40% of the vote with Wrecked. 10 hours, 44 minutes. Still to go. 10 hours, 44 minutes. Well, to the best of my knowledge here, taking a look at our protest forms, results are official up to this point. We had one team believing they missed a lap around 95, and after review, our review official watched laps 91 through 96 and no missed laps. Saw the time popped. There is a little bit of a delay on the on when those times pop up on the screen, but our review official believes that no laps were missed, and everything that we see in the sheets here are up to date. And the battle reigns on as we continue. Can't wait until we bring in the entire team as statisticians here. This might be the longest that we have run without taking a break. An hour and 17 minutes, 34 seconds under green. And just like in football, we do have the timeouts, but they come with a strategy when they're called, and where your pilot is, where the team that you may be grinding against on the lap count is. That comes into play. Every team only gets 3, and when we get into the final 15 minutes, it's sudden death, where there are no breaks called. So far, officially today, only one flagged, and that one was due to a confirmed video issue, so no teams called. We could have minimum 21 breaks. Working on lap number 148. There's a look at wrecked right now. J-Box on the sticks for the team. He's your local pilot here from Dallas, Texas. 3 times in our top 15 in pro at the MultiGP Championship. And finished top 10 this year that just ended. A big look on the left-hand side of your screen. Your team captain of Wrecked. That's Screecher. Twice in the top 20 at pro, and of course hitting our podium at the 2023 MultiGP International Open, the World Cup. Along with Proximo, we've been bragging on him. He hit our podium, top 3 in the world in 2023. Also on the team, we have Fly Away FPV. That's Callie Bell making the trip down from the Northeast. Going to be seeing Flyaway FPV in a couple weeks at the Collegiate Championship. Catapult, another Texan on the team. 2 years ago was top 30 in sport. Here he is on the team that leads Mayhem. We also got Cool Whip with us, making the trip down from Ohio. Was top 15 in sport 2 years ago as well, and he too on this leading team. Speaking of sport, we also got Jord Ill, top 12 in sport in 2023. And Taxu, top 25 in sport. And finally, Static on the team as well. Top 50 in pro in 2023. And we saw him 2 years ago. Almost hit our podium in sport. There's an advancement. 2022, top 7 in sport. 2023, top 50 in pro. And here on our leading team Wrecked on lap 152, they are 8 laps ahead of the field. Mondo FPV asking, what does Proximo's OSD say? Not too sure what that hint is. Well, their first 2-lap penalty coming in for Mamba, landing in the wrong pit. A year ago, I think their pit was the landing zone for everyone. And so they're getting their retribution here a year later. Their first 2-lap penalty for landing in the wrong pit. Penalty has been applied on the screen. Caution, caution, caution. Finish up the lap that you're on, caution. Wrecked, you're done. Finish up the lap that you're on. White Goat, you're done. Bay Area Racing done. Flight Club done. Bay Area Racing done. HD0 done. Finish up the lap that you're on. We are under caution. It looks like one to land. There's Jimmy Proton. Everyone down. Let's retrieve some quads, and your 5-minute caution clock starts now. And so here under caution, all the teams roll out. They have 5 minutes to retrieve all their quads. If a team member is not off the track at the 5-minute mark, it will result in a penalty. There is a little bit of teamwork, not only on the retrieval, but also on the communication, as all of our speakers are pointing towards the pits and not on the field. And I run the official timer here, and so when we get to that final minute, we'll be looking to our team members to communicate with those that can't hear the speakers to bring it in. We're very fair with our penalties. If I get distracted, as I often do, and I miss the clock, I wouldn't penalize, but we will definitely maintain our clock. We're a minute in, 4 minutes still to go here under caution. Once we get to the 5 minutes, our goal is to launch on the end of the 5 minutes. So I will do the countdown to going green. Now for safety, sometimes during these cautions, we will also do track repair. So sometimes we'll do a delayed start, but everything seems to be surviving the conditions. And so looking to go green again in 3 minutes, 20 seconds. And first official caution called here
All
for...
pilots are finished.
I don't know why Lifetime just decided to do that. Did you hear that? It just said all pilots are finished. That's interesting. Maybe because I didn't hit the caution button? I don't know. Just for safety, I'll take a screenshot. Screenshot taken. We're safe. Yeah, we're going to have to tap it. So we're at the midway point, 2.5 minutes in, 2.5 minutes still to go. And so first team caution called. 1 of 3 for Flight Club.
It's not our team, but another team is stuck in the... Oh, maybe they got it. Yeah. Looks like they got it. I was going to say, I don't know if that's like we give them extra time to go stuck in the game.
And still 62 degrees. That forecast says it's going to go up to 77. We're waiting for it. Wind is, I mean, it's strong, but we're not seeing those gusts that we are looking, that we're seeing on the forecast. 2 minutes to go. 3 minutes in, 2 minutes still to go. Reluctantly this morning did not pack in my hoodie. Didn't think it was needed. But we are going to try our absolute best to get through this. 156 laps recorded, 90 seconds until we're green, 90 seconds. 156 laps recorded so far for Wrecked. Fastest lap on the track happened 2 laps ago. A 23.704 for Wrecked. I'm going to take a guess that that was Proximo. 23.7. Coming up on a minute. 63, 62, 61. 1 minute to go, pilots. 1 minute. Thirty seconds. $20 seconds. Course is clear. We're starting for real. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Live on the tone in less than 5. I have the nicest monitors, the highest resolution, and my mouse is so tiny. we're gonna persevere. First world problems. So first break called to the day officially. Of course, we did have a one for a video issue. That one wasn't charged to anyone else, and so one of our potential 21 breaks called over the day. Of course, that was awarded to Flight Club, and so our last call was about 6 minutes ago. Yeah, 6 minutes, 4 seconds ago. Just testing some stuff here behind the scenes. So we did have a bit of a delayed start. We wanted to start at 7:08 here, Mayhem Crazy 8. It was a little bit later than that. I'm still going to look up the official start time. I want to say it was about 7:24. It was, well, it was an hour and 31 minutes ago. You can do the math. About 7:24 we went green. And part of the reason we were working through some pain with our live stream, we do want to give you a heads up over the day that the quality of our live stream will go up and down. As anyone knows, it is going to be a busy time, well, predominantly across the East Coast, as Monday is going to be a solar eclipse. So hopefully you have your glasses. Pilots, if you haven't got your glasses, White Goat stocked up on them. I think they thought they were ordering pit vipers, and they got the Eclipse glasses. We have a bunch of them available here inside of Race Control, inside the trailer. If you didn't get your Eclipse glasses and you're in sight, actually, I think there's a guy named Mike in the chat. He's not even a pilot. He was just watching the live stream. He's on his way to be here in person. If you don't have your Eclipse glasses, Mike, we have them. Anyone who's anyone here, if you don't have your Eclipse glasses, I believe White Goat hooked us up with a bundle. Monday is the big eclipse, and SFPV was telling me that closer to Austin is where it's the perfect eclipse point, where the moon and the sun will overlap. I guess they've calculated that Austin is the spot of all the spots, even though the line of watching the eclipse goes, well, from right where we sit here in Texas all the way up through them eastern states, New England, and across. I mean, the sun is going to be blacked out by the moon. You're going to be able to see that, but I guess the key spot. So what does that mean? Why are you talking about the eclipse or drone racing? Again, the quality of our live stream will go up and down over the day, because where we are just outside of Dallas, it's near Austin, all the flights are like sold out. There's record amount of people. Like there could be a race at the Dallas-Fort Worth Speedway. Not as many people in town as there is for this eclipse. Hotel rooms overbooked, flights overbooked, and there's only so many cell phone towers. And so our primary live stream is on a cell phone tower, and the traffic is a little nuts. So that was part of our delay, trying to get a good link with our connection on the T-Mobile network. And so we are. That's how we're bringing you our broadcast. We do have our remote officials that are on Starlink. Everyone's like, well, instead of using cell phones, why not Starlink? Problem with Starlink is it's similar to cell phones in the way that there's only so many cell phone towers, only so many satellites, and those satellites, as they pass over the Earth, they have a grid, like all this grid section, so they only allow so many people to be in the grid, and then they traffic. If you live in the grid, you have priority over people that roam into the grid. And so our Starlink is providing our judges feed, and all of our other screens, or all screens, they are eventually screens. All the other connections are via that. And so we're running those in duplicate. In years past, it only took the T-Mobile, but there's just so much network traffic here. And so we do have failovers happening behind the scenes. Our boys in the truck, Doug Kling, Diver Down, and Adrian Schwartzman, A. Schwartzman FPV. They're working behind the scenes, and we're going to do our absolute best to bring you this live stream over the next 10 hours, 24 minutes. But again, it is going to go up and down. We also talked about the delay in the overlays because we have to split the traffic. Our scoring computer is on Starlink. It goes up in the cloud to the live time scoring servers, which then comes down via T-Mobile to our streaming computer, which then is processed and broadcast back up. So we're using a lot of networks. And so even though there's some real-time connections, there is a little bit of latency just due to all the connectivity, all the things going on, all the traffic in the areas. It's an exciting time of year, not only near that perfect point to view the solar eclipse, but also because we have the world's largest, longest, and only team endurance race in the world happening here, the Mayhem team race. And we've been racing for 96 minutes. We have 10 hours, 23 minutes still to go. And the story of this one, well, has been wrecked, leading now for the last almost 60 laps, over 60 laps. I remember when they crossed over on lap 100 not too long ago. Then Flight Club, White Goat, and Bay Area Racing, they've been trading places. Second, third, fourth, second, third, and fourth. Flight Club now currently holding second, White Goat in third. The Bay Area Racing dropping back a few. They're now 9 laps out of the top 3. Not sure what happened there. It looks like since the break, we're seeing some longer lap times, 44s, 35s. Whereas you're looking at third right now, White Goat holding off Bay Area Racing. Let's look at the last 5 laps, 29, 32, 31, 29, 32. Consistent lap times. They had a pit stop in there, and prior to that, 28, 27. So, you know, it's going to take those sub-30s for a podium position. Second place, Flight Club, our reigning Mayhem Team Race champions. Just posted a 27. Tomate FPV up in the air for Flight Club right now. There he is with another 28. So he's got a 28-27. Prior to that, we had a pit stop and then a 27, 26, 26, 29, 26, 26, 25. Those mid-range 20s is what it's taking right now to hold second. Flight Club holding second over White Goat by just a lap, 26 seconds, 1 lap. That's not a lap 26. That's 26 seconds or a lap right now. The difference between second and third, Flight Club and White Goat. Now they cross over almost together, but they're a lap apart. So that 26 seconds is exactly a lap as they are trading places here now. Look like Flight Club comes in for a pit. Is that an opportunity here for White Goat? See, Mr. Choss did not come into pit. He has got a gear, but we are cranking the Milkman up in the skies now for Flight Club. You can see he's trying to crank as fast as Mr. Chouse. Flight Club holding him off. Going to grind it out here for the next 10 hours, 20 minutes. Now, Flight Club looking for that second Mayhem Team Race title. They're 7 laps back. Taking a look at our protest form right now. I believe results are official to this point. We're all caught up. Thank you to our remote officials. On the bottom center of your screen, there's a look at White Goat running third. They've gained a second. They're about a second, and they're now 15 seconds out of second behind Flight Club. Heads up FPV in the air for him. We had a shot of him. Now you got Mr. Chow's. Got some royalty making their way into the house here this morning. The 2017 MultiGP champion, multi-DRL champion, Captain Vanover is with us. I'm sure we'll get a chance to visit with him on the live stream, but he's walking down pit road to say hello to all his buddies. He's been doing some big things with drones. If you haven't seen the movie Ambulance, Netflix and try to chill. You can't chill to that. Action-packed movie. The FPV scenes flown by Captain Vanover, our 2017 champion, and Jet, our 2016 reserve champion, I believe. Also flying full scale, competing in acrobatics. With MultiGP, we have a sport class and a pro class, and he just won the equivalent of sport class acrobatics. I remember in 2018, he was just beginning to get the final ratings of his to go solo. Now he's competing in acrobatics. Excited to visit with him over the course of the day. A look at our wild card team right now, bottom center of our screen in the pits. Chilling. It's not a race, it's a marathon. You see the strategy. You also see the khakis. We have a lot of military personnel, part of our wild card team. The wild card team, they all got kind of mixed together. Some of them meeting for the very first time here at Mayhem. Those that stay together, fly together. Wildcard about to do their 100th lap. They're working on 99. Now on the bottom, taking a look at our leaders. Team Wrecked, leading by 7 laps now. They found another lap or two in the last minute or two. And back to Team White Goat. Heads up FPV flying. You see his feed, top left-hand side. You see him right behind our founder and CEO, Chris Thomas, walking down the flight line, making sure all our cast and crew are sufficiently nourished. Great day for shorts, eventually. Say hello to Elio. He says the teams are a lot closer this year. Yeah. If you're just joining us, why don't you scrub back to about 5 minutes into the race. We had 4 teams all on the same lap, and that was going strong for quite a while. They're all in the same lap for probably about 8 to 10 laps. And as we worked our way to the first 100 laps, your top 4 teams are only separated by 5 laps total. This is off the top of my head. It's already been a blur. The teams are super close. Speaking about close, White Goat and Flight Club are flying almost on top of each other. They're a lap apart. White Goat on 179, Flight Club on 178. So almost together for track position. And they're getting closer to the lead. 6.5 laps back. They've made up a lap here in the last little bit. Bay Area Racing in fourth. They're one of the 4 teams that are all in the same lap there. Laps, what, 5 through 25? Something happened before the last break. They've now dropped a bit. They're 13 laps off of our top 3. But they, too, we have seen, climb up that leaderboard, come back from some sort of an issue, hit our podium here in 2024, looking for that big win. We say good morning and welcome to Inside the Mind of Matt. Changed his YouTube handle. That's it, Mom. Says, wish I was suffering shorts weather. We're just hanging out with Inside the Mind of Matt about 2.5, 3 weeks ago up at the We Bleed Northeast Tiny Whoop Championships. Was a lot of fun. They're talking about the shorts weather. I don't believe it's shorts weather yet. It will be. It's going to be a warm one, they say, up to 77. Right now it's 64 degrees. And for the first time today, I will say in the sunshine, as that sun is now just broken from behind the clouds. Warming up for that Monday eclipse. Warming up for our hot racing here at Mayhem. Wrecked working on lap 191. Then we drop 5 laps back to White Goat in second, working on 186. Flight Club is 2 laps back from them. It's really just over a lap in a bit. 35 seconds back in third, working on lap 185. Then we drop 14 laps back, now 13 laps back to Bay Area Racing. In the number 4 spot, HD0 is 16 laps back from them. In the number 5 spot, Bomba is 30 laps back from them. The number 6 spot and Wildcard working on lap 105. They got the 100 laps in. Now working on lap 105. Your leaders wrecked on to lap number 193. Looks like they've come in for a pit change. And up they go. Well, last year was a big year as we saw Flight Club win their first Mayhem team race. Here's a look at your team members of Flight Club. Right now, Amari is in the air for them. Remember, way back 2018, Amari was our North Central Region champion. Finished top 40 at Champs. The next year finished top 10 back in 2019. Of course, you follow the Sims, was the DRL Sim Racing pilot. We're going to be featuring him about 2 weeks' time in Sharjah, the MultiGP Champions race. So he's doing his thing, pounding some nice laps there for Flight Club out of 30. Now we're going to bring up the Milkman. Was our first ever sport class champion back in the day, back in, I believe, 2018. Moved up to pro in 2019. And had a good run. Top 15 in 2021. Top 20 in 2022. And when we just finished up in Florida last fall, top 10 finish. As he's your next one flying here for Flight Club. Let's see what he's going to post for them. About to hit our timing gate. There's a 26.2 for TBRC, the Milkman. Also on Flight Club, we have Brent Wilson, Myopic FPV. Along with Ethan FPV, making the trip down from New Hampshire. Dubicki, who's been posting maybe the fastest laps for the team. Dubicki has been out there a bunch. He finished top 20 in pro a year ago. AK Drones is with us. Looks like 5 times in the top 50 in pro. First year of sport class was top 40. He's on Flight Club there right now, just a lap and a half back from second. There are reigning Mayhem Team Racing champions. Also a lot of Tomate fans with us here today. Tomate finishing top 30 in pro this year, top 20 a year ago. All the way from Chile. And team captain on the left-hand side, Craven FPV. I think they'll let him fly a lap or two. Last year, I don't think he flew, but he had the battery charging on lock and was probably the most sweating pilot or pit person I saw all event long. They made him work, and he, along with his team members a year ago, getting the Mayhem Lucky 7 championship. Now they're looking for a Crazy 8 championship. They are 3 minutes, 36 seconds off of our leaders. That is about 6 laps right now by our quick calculations. That's a look at Flight Club. Question in the chat, where's MCK? Where's MCK? Well, there's only so many races that MCK can attend. And also in this one, I believe MCK wasn't a big fan of the spec edition. This year, at Mayhem, there is the RPM limit put in play, creating an overall spec. And MCK didn't want to play that away. Also has a bunch of other races. We're going to see him, I believe, 2 weeks. Well, we are in Sharjah, the United Emirates. We'll be talking about that over the course of the day. And there is a look at Flight Club, currently sitting third. Rafflecopter says, stream only showing Flight Club. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Thanks, Rafflecopter, being a part of it. We are going to spend the day featuring some of the teams, some of the stories. You'll see some single teams, maybe see some battles as well. And that review of that introduction there, Team Flight Club, that was a request of the chat. Even though we've, Rafflecopter's judging. Okay, there. That's why Rafflecopter. What's going on? That's why we're trying to give you 2 streams, Rafflecopter. Yeah, the judges one, which will show you all 8 all day, and our live stream one that's going to show you some other cool stuff. Thank you for your service as a remote official. We certainly love it. A shout out from the chat to our boys in the truck. That's Beep Tube, says, oh nice. 1440 stream really helps the FPV feed look good. Well, that's a shout out to Doug Kling, Diver Down, one of our boys in the truck, producing our live stream, along with Adrian Schwartzman in the truck, supporting in many ways with all of our tech and setup. Earlier I was talking about our multitude of connections. I believe we have 3. We have the T-Mobile box, which has been baller the last 2 Mayhems here just outside of Dallas, and it's kind of hurting. We got the Starlink, which I believe is Judge's Stream and all the other computers. And then we also have on AT&T a hardwired iPhone. And so they are doing their absolute best. Obviously, if something isn't right, we appreciate it. We are monitoring the chat, so we appreciate the feedback as we go. And so we're going to do our best to try and maintain that 1440 stream. Made a big change there in the fall. I believe right ahead of Champs. All of our live streams, when we have the ability to do it, are in 2K. And it does help. The analog feeds and the digital feeds look a little sharper. Higher frame rate, too. I believe it's a 60 frame rate live stream. And next weekend, we're going to be broadcasting the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. And I'm just going to hazard a guess. Get ready for a 1080-30 stream. But it's going to be great. It's not about the quality, it's the content. As we are set to work our way to Purdue University. You're going to see a few of these pilots here today featured at that event. 2024 Collegiate Drone Race Championship at Purdue. Going back to Purdue where it all started. And as we said that year, and maybe this year, where it all ends as well. It starts and ends in Purdue as we get set to crown a champion. Well, Wrecked is now 4 laps ahead of White Goats. That's that part of the story. But now we got some drama llama. White Goat and Flight Club are now on the same lap, 2:04. Mr. Chow's back on the sticks for White Goat. And Dubicki on the sticks for Flight Club. Dubicki is fast. 26 seconds the last time around. Mr. Chouse fast as well. 26 seconds the last time around. So if they're able to maintain that momentum, they're just going to be passing the torch. Now taking a look at Bay Area Racing. They have found a gear. Got a couple 28s and 31s in the mix. They're 14 laps back. Yeah, maybe something. Maybe something, yeah. Maybe another monster. And we're at a big marker. We started at 7:24, and there are 10 hours more. We are 2 hours in, 10 hours remaining. That's 599 minutes and 56 seconds on that master race clock. We're just warming up. Yes, sir. White Goat and Flight Club. Now going to see if we have a little bit of a change. And they're on top of each other right there. White Goat still ahead of Flight Club. Flight Club was leading on this lap as we are side by side in our live stream here. All the action going on. Will Flight Club get by White Goat and retake second? They do as we continue with this matchup. We got Grower on the sticks for White Goat. And now the Milkman up for Flight Club. So there was a pit change in there. So even with the pit change, they're just as fast in the pits. So we're over that hurdles section with White Goat. Now in that hurdles section with Flight Club. They're gapped just a little bit. There's White Goat on to lap 209. Here's Flight Club on to lap 209. 6.3 seconds separating them. This is the battle for second. White Goat, 2 years ago, they won their second Mayhem Championship. Flight Club last year won their first. They're only 4 laps back off of our leaders, but we love to feature blade-to-blade racing, and there was a look at it right there. They're separated by 4.7 seconds right now. That's the Milkman gaining 2 seconds for Flight Club at a 26.7 last time around on lap 209, working on lap 210. New pilot in the skies for White Goat. Now you got Heads Up FPV in the air. And he posts maybe a 28. Now we're back up with Mr. Chouse. Yeah, Mr. Chouse has got a gear. Yeah, I remember looking up Mr. Chouse. Now, there was a name that I know I've seen at races and butchered because I'm sure at some point I called him Mr. Claus. Like, who is this guy? Has not been featured at a MultiGP championship, but he's been vying behind the scenes. 2022 global qualifying list. That global ranking, 46th in the world. 2023, a year later and a year ago, 46th in the world. Mr. Chouse is now putting the miles in the car. Here he's at Mayhem. He's on Team White Goat, and he's one of their fastest pilots. Slamming those laps. He's at that dive, coming up on a little bit of lap traffic. But it's not who he's fighting with his Flight Club. It was who he's fighting with Flight Club. They're now 0.7 of a second apart. White Goat and Flight Club are now in a two-way battle here for second. Got Dreams up in the air for White Goat. And Tomate FPV in the air for Flight Club. Both of them working on lap number 213. So I was a little confused by that lap traffic. And that was Flight Club getting by White Goat, as it were, right now. White Goat gets on to lap number 214. And now we go on to lap 214. Caution, caution, caution. Finish up the lap you're on. We're under caution. Bay Area Racing, you're done. HD0 done. Mamba done. We're under caution. We are under caution. Finish up the lap that you're on. We're under caution. White Goat done. Wildcard done. Flight Club done. Wrecked done. And looks like everybody's down, and your 5-minute countdown is about to commence. 5 minutes on the clock. That caution called by Wrecked. 9:29 in the morning. After about 2 hours and 5 minutes of racing. It's our third caution of the day. We started, our first caution was about a minute into the race at 7:25 a.m. local. Then Flight Club about 40 minutes ago called one at 8:49 a.m. local. And then Wrecked, our leaders, just called one there. An interesting timing of the calling. Not that we're trying to coach from afar here, but normally when a team calls a caution, it's their person had just crossed over and everyone ends. But when I heard the caution called, I didn't see any near passes close to it before it or after it. A minute 15 in, 3 minutes 44 seconds remaining on the clock. A hammer? Yeah, there is a hammer. Knock on the door, maybe. Yeah, our last caution was 41 minutes 43 seconds ago. Which is not bad. I think we went, over an hour? Yeah, we went an hour and 24 minutes to our first caution. 41 minutes to our second. There's a look at our pilots going out to the field. And as Prox and Mom said in the YouTube chat, says it's like an Easter egg hunt for drone racing pilots. That's exactly what it is right there. Pick up all the drone parts. There's a lot of truth to that. 2 minutes 45 seconds still to go. Of course, that is how my son, just JFPV, got into drone racing. The old drone part retrieval. We're at the midway point, 2.5 minutes in, 2.5 minutes still to go under caution. Trying to go green right at the 5-minute mark of our caution call. My son Marshall, just JFPV, went with me on the trip to the 2023 MultiGP International Open. Actually spent a lot of time picking up drone parts. Someone said, "Hey kid, what do you got there?" And he showed him all his collection of motors and props and lipos. And they said, "You know what, kid? You almost got enough to build a whole drone." He's like, "What am I missing?" A little bit later on at another track, my son, just Jay, noticed that a lot of the parts were sitting on the top of the garbage can. At least that's what he told me. 99 seconds to go. And he was basically dumpster diving for parts at International Open to help himself build this first quad. Of course, Heads Up FPV noticed this and said, "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" He's like, "Hey, looking for drone parts. I'm trying to build a drone." Heads Up FPV says, "Do you have one?" He says, "No." So Heads Up FPV says, you do now. Boom. Gave him, I think, one of his spec racing drones. Still have it. 4 minutes in, 1 minute still to go. Of course, International Open is a marathon of its own kind. 5 days of fun in Muncie, Indiana, going back this June in 2025. And that journey of that drone pilot continued at I.O. for just JFPV. Met a friend of his, became a friend of his, Seg FPV, who's represented here as well on Team Mamba. Seg helping my son build that Franken quad of parts. Still flies, actually flies better than Heads Up FPV's quad. A lot of lipos flowing up in Canada. Now, we made a drone racer at I.O. 15 seconds left, pilots. 15 seconds. And course is clear. We're going green in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots live on the tone in less than 5. Off to the races we go. Issues for your top two. Wrecked and White Goat crashing right there. Does that really hurt Wrecked? Not really. They got 3 laps to the good and everyone just restarted on the tone. But that opened the door for Flight Club. They just slid up to second. They're on the same lap, but once they come around here onto lap number 216, White Goat is now going to be playing a little catch-up for the first time in a wee while. There's Wrecked onto 219, Flight Club onto 216. And White Goat Get these digits, 6.666 back. There's 4 sixes there, not the worst sign for the GOAT. But there's 6.666 seconds back out of that second place position that they pretty much had for the last 40 minutes. Now we're going to get to watch another great, great battle for second as Mr. Chouse of White Goat is trying to catch up with AK of Flight Club and reclaim that second place position. Lots of time to do it though. 9 hours, 48 minutes of racing remaining. Now we launch the Milkman up for Flight Club. Mr. Chouse still on the sticks for White Goat. 27-3 for Mr. Chouse the last time around. Is it defense? Well, we had a pit stop there for Flight Club of some sort. White Goat holding second now. They're back into second. Flight Club losing a little bit of ground. They are now 31 seconds back. So just like that, the positions change in a big way. They're in second. White Goat now back ahead of Flight Club again. Remember, White Goat was back by 6 seconds, 1 lap ahead. They're ahead by 15 or 9 seconds. That's a gain of just under 16 seconds. Something rough definitely happening there. Now Flight Club going to try and find a gear. They just had a 26.5. Good enough? Not really. White Goat just had a 26. And so we may see some things happening. Not at the moment, but in the near future for sure. Got static up in the air for your leader's wrecked. Love to look at his journey. 2 years ago, top 10 in sport. A year ago, top 50 in pro. And here he is on your leading team of the 2024 Mayhem Crazy 8. Now, we don't like to pick favorites. We just like to take a look at what is just what's interesting. I'm just going to say it. We just look for what's interesting to talk about it. Here's what's interesting. Wrecked, they were leading by like 7 laps or something at one point, right? Let me go back. I took a screenshot when I thought I hit a wrong button. Never happens. Let me zoom in. Yeah, 8 laps. 90 minutes in, they were leading by 8 laps over the rest of the field. We're talking about White Goat and Flight Club trading places, second, third. I was talking about those 26-second lap times. But White Goat and Flight Club have now narrowed that deficit to just 3 laps back off of our leaders. So Wrecked has been flying away with it. White Goat and Flight Club are now starting to yank it back. Random Moon FPV says, hope you're wearing your rodeo buckle today, Joe. Well, couldn't be a more appropriate place to wear the silver and gold belt buckle than in Dallas, Texas, the great state of Texas. One of my favorite of the 50. But of course, the champ is here, buddy. Yes, sir. How else would I be able to open my Bud Light oranges? You need your belt buckle. Serves a purpose. 93 seconds, 2.5 laps, Wrecked over White Goat and Flight Club. Say good morning and welcome to Props Off. Asking how we're doing. We're doing swell. We get to do this. Looking at that sun coming out from behind the berm behind us, starting to heat up. The wind remains constant, so not the worst. I mean, you get to hang out at a drone race. A drone race that never ends. It's like the Hotel California of drone racing. You can check out. You can never leave. No, sir. At least not for the next 9 hours, 43 minutes. Hey, there's Big Poppy. He says, I want to go fast. Haven't seen Big Poppy in a little wee while. Good to see you. Kilo Zebra says, great racing this morning. Yeah, we got some great battles. We're talking about all the teams as best we can. Got still a 3-lap lead wrecked over the field. We got an excellent battle. White Goat, 2-time Mayhem champions, and Flight Club, the reigning Mayhem champions, on the same lap, trading places a bunch of times. Just 3 laps ago, we saw Flight Club leading White Goat for a lap and a half, and then White Goat reclaiming that number 2 spot. Now Wrecked and White Goat are battling it out for track position, even though they're 3 laps back. And now Flight Club has dropped 1 lap back behind White Goat. Separation of a lap, 31 seconds, but it is close. Now looking to see some catch-up from Bay Area Racing. They were about 16 laps behind about 50 laps ago. They've kind of narrowed that down to 15 right now. That's the number. Not a big gain. Well, by request, we got a little look at HD0. We're going to launch a new pilot for the team. That's FPV Sim Jiao Wang from Mountain View, California, competing at his first FPV racing major. I believe he spends a lot of time in the old sim, FPV Sim. Right now, HD0 is the number 5 spot, and looking to break that top 4, not too far behind. Going to be about 23 laps back off of our field. On the left-hand side of the screen, you got Joe Mama, team captain. He rolled into town. Rolled into town on, what's that, Spider? Got the viral video welcoming everyone into Mayhem, making the trip up from Houston, Texas. It's Team HD0, so of course you got Cube. Cube is with us from Granville, Michigan. Top 50 in pro. There's a guy talk about the journey. Top 25 in sport 3 years ago, 2 years ago as well. Top 50 in pro. Here he is on the HD0 team. They're top 5 in Mayhem so far. You also got Wild Type on the team. Top 12 in pro a year ago. Johnny Fly is back with a vengeance on Team HD0, Team AKA Team Michigan as well. Great to see him. He's been in the top 12 in pro a couple of times. Top 3, the World Cup and International Open as well. Also got TK FPV, 1 of 2 Texans on Team HK0. Telly Lama making the trip over from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Also ADK, Houston. Wild Type, Chandler, Arizona, top 12 at Champs last year. And that is a look at Team HD0 by request by Joe Mama's mama. So over the course of the day, we do want to feature all of our teams. I am keeping track of everything. The number of breaks called, the number of laps recorded, and the number of times that we show the team captains on there. Little check marks. Very official. Very official stuff. I was going to go in channel order as we get to a point where we can just feature the team and the pilot card, but we started with our leaders at the time, Wrecked, and then in the chat, they're like, who's on Flight Club this year? So we went with that. Then Joe Mama's Mama said, I haven't heard about you on the stream, so that was for Joe Mama's Mama. And if you haven't seen yourself or heard about your team, we will eventually get there. With peace and love. Peace and love. Question about the wind. How bad's the wind going to get? Well, let's see if it's changed. Wouldn't it be nice if the forecast changed? Forecast right now is for blade to blade Electricon racing for the next 9.5 hours, give or take. It's going to go up to 77. Right now, the wind is from the south, 16 miles an hour, pretty consistent. It's going to gust to 37. Haven't really seen it, but right now it's a pretty solid 16 mile an hour. And 65 degrees going to 77.
R6 is getting blown out all day. Oh. That's different. That is
A little separation now as we look at things. Wrecked 4 laps ahead. Remember it was 3 when I was talking about the last time? Now 4 laps ahead of the field. White Goat in second. They're 1 lap ahead of Flight Club in third. Bay Area Racing now 16 laps back in fourth. HD0 still in fifth. They're about 13 and a half laps back from them. Mamba in sixth. 42 laps back from fifth. And Wildcard getting a lap in. On to lap number 135, we take them. We had a complaint about a video issue there on a team. It was Wildcard, and we were watching it. And we firmly believe it was a quad issue, as once they turned off the video transmitter of the quad, they were not able to get a video link on. Launched a new one. It was mint. Different connections, so all signs pointing to a quad on that one. Want to wish each and every one of you a happy New Year's Eve. New Beer's Eve. As we celebrate the end of Prohibition. The anniversary today. New Beer's Eve to each and every one of you. I'm going to await that celebration until a little bit later on tonight, but I will definitely use this as a reason to raise a glass to celebrate all things no longer prohibition. Ironically, on the exact same day, in New Year's Eve, it's also Drowsy Driver Awareness Day. This is the day to make sure that you have, some 5-hour energies, maybe some Visine, and if you do feel a little tired, pull over. So a quick note to all of our pilot captains, your race vision isn't updating. You're going to have to reconnect. We apologize. Not sure what happened, but your race vision is going to have to reconnect. Timing computer, lost and found? Yeah, thank you. The timing computer has no issues that we're aware of, knock wood, peace and love, but you may need to reconnect your race vision. We're already starting the new Frankenquad build over here. The lost and found is continuing. I have a 6S R-Line 1550 version 3 120C LiPo has been found. It's not labeled. An event like this, when it's a yard sale of quad parts, or like an Easter egg hunt for drone pilots out there, you may want to label things that may be ejected. We have been lost and found over here. Quad Doc in the chat says, I have fallen asleep while driving before. I wonder if anyone has fallen asleep while flying a quad. That is a good question. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate it. Fallen asleep while flying a quad. Maybe in like a floater drone, right? Like a Mavic or something. I could see you falling asleep, but a racing quad. Well, maybe it's something like Mayhem in the final hour where you'll see sometimes a team, depending on their strategy, they may just have their best pilot flying back to back to back. Like it is drone flies, lands, next one takes off. We've seen teams just keep restocking the same pilot. There is advantages and disadvantages to there. So it could happen falling asleep under the goggles flying FPV. Could happen. Haven't heard. I know people lose focus, and that's why Drowsy Driver Day is an important day to really think about it. Like, you may still be conscious, but you're not entirely focused, right? Like, you sometimes fall asleep with your eyes open. You're like, whoa, what just happened? It could be a blur. I could kind of see that, especially like this track is a little complex, but after you fly 300 laps on it, you think you might have it dialed in. I could kind of see where it kind of tips. You could get a little tipsy there. I do a lot of driving event to event, get a little aggressive with the booking of the schedule, and so sometimes I'll do a night show and then end the night show, drive as far as I can, sleep in the vehicle, finish the drive, do the next show, crash and repeat. I do that usually all across New York and Pennsylvania in the summer. A little scary. But yeah, as soon as I start to feel a head nod, I pull over. But my trick for people that do the long haul driving, especially when you have a deadline, like you're not just out for a cruise, you have someplace to go, you're doing that. I fall asleep. Like I pull over to the rest area, lock the doors, turn all the lights off. I fall asleep with my hands on the wheel. And it's really hard to do as you pass out, your hands get tired, but you grip that wheel until you fall asleep. And then eventually you're going to get your sleep and you're going to get your cat nap. And then all of a sudden your body is going to realize that you're holding the steering wheel while you're in the driver's seat, and you are going to wake up like you are on fire. And I've done it numerous times. It's my roadside nap trick. And you scream, and you can usually drive another 8 hours because you are freaked out. Again, rest area, doors locked, lights off before you do that maneuver, not while driving. And that's why we like to celebrate this Drowsy Driving Awareness Day, also on New Year's Eve. 2.5 hours in, 9 hours, 30 minutes still to go. Running order remains the same. Starting to see a little bit of separation. Wrecked still 3 laps ahead of White Goat. White Goat 3 laps ahead of Flank Club. Bay Area Racing still 14 laps back in 4th. HD0 still running 5th. Mamba in 6th. Wild Card in 7th. And that is literally the same positions and the same separations from about 5 minutes ago. You're going to see that as there is close racing. Those 2-3 lap differences. Better pits one time, worse pits another time, maybe a couple crashes, and it takes a long time to recover from a crash, right? You crash 3/4 of the way through, the next pilot has to do 3/4 of a lap. That's over 20 seconds just to pick up where you left off to finish your lap. And so that's where those numbers, I say, oh man, they're separated by 3 laps, right? 3 laps first to second, 3 laps second to third. It's not a lot, especially our leaders ranked working on lap 267 out of potentially 1,446. At least that's what we did a year ago. Right now, we're on pace to do a lot more than that. So many batteries, so many lipos. We have to wait until we hire all those statisticians, but 1 year, I think the year that we're in New Orleans, it was Mayhem dawn till dusk, 12 hours. But the 12 hours was when we went green. Every time we took a break, that was not in the 12 hours. We went at like 14, 15 hours that year. It was a doozy. Yeah. That was Chris Thomas's favorite year. He loves drone racing. It's like we get to keep doing this. More drone racing. It was so good. You know, a lot of people, they lay their heads down on the pillow at night and they can still hear quads going. Even you're not sleeping on site at I/O when they're flying at 3 in the morning. You're off after that many hours of racing. I mean, it was so prevalent that Chris Thomas was able to close his eyes and see the drones flying while he was going to sleep. Like getting on a cruise ship and the ground's still moving, yeah, on those excursions. For me, my excursions are all the same. I just walk like that all the time. Wherever there is an all-inclusive, we're about it. Want to thank our friends at Team Black Sheep. Thank you, Trappy. Mike Chin, Wayne Ho, the coolest O I know. Great friends of ours, supporters since the very first MultiGP drone race, the very beginning. They've had teams here in the past, and they are supporting from afar. When it comes to that analog video, industry leader, name that leads the game, brand dominant. that Unify Race Pro. Right now, me and Just Jay FPV working on a lot of micro drones, tiny whoops, tiny trainers, and more. Using the micro races, I don't even know. We are just dropping so much money right now at tinywhoop.com. And Just Jay says, what brands are we getting? I'm like, well, if there's a TBS one, you go with that. You know where it came from. You know it's going to work. And it is choice. Many pilots in the analog world. Thank you, Team Black Sheep, for your long-time continued support of the Mayhem team race and MultiGP. We also want to thank Fox here, the leading professional drone parts supplier trusted by thousands of FPV pilots with their high-quality parts, professional. Caution, caution, caution. Bay Area Racing done. White Goat done. Bay Area Racing, a White Goat done. Caution called. HD0 done. Flight Club done. Mamba done. And it looks like everyone's done. And the 5 minutes is about to start now. 5 minutes, caution clock. Drone pilot Easter hunt underway. That wasn't Mayhem. That was Wild Card. That was, oh. And that caution called by Wild Card. Really? Well, Quad Doc says this is a really cool track, more technical than you'd expect for a Mayhem track. The dive gate section is really fun on the sim. Thank you, Quad Doc. Of course, this track is available on the official sim, a MultiGP. That's Velocidrone. Look for 2024 Mayhem track, and you can fly it along with our pilots here. Fastest lap on the track today, I believe, is a 20.410. Lap 244. Let's just take a little look here. Last 20 that we had, we removed. 90 seconds in, 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Lap 244. It's a lot of scrolling. A lot of scrolling. Yeah, I don't know if that one's right either. Lap 244. I have a 31, a 20, and a 31. Don't think that's right. I guess I will fill out the form. Yeah. If that helps. Thank you. Oh, dang. Here we go. We're at the midway point, 2.5 minutes in, 2.5 minutes still to go. So we do have our remote officials on it. Lead Girl rocking the DVR at home. Going to take a look at lap number 244 for wrecked. I have a 20.410. It's just highlighted here on my screen as a fastest lap of the day. And we don't think it's legit. We had a 31 before it and a 31 after it. So that 20, there's something janky in there. So we're just going to review it. Before I hit any buttons, you know what? I'm going to hit the button because I am almost certain. Because I can always unhit the button, right? Right? So if yeah, that makes more sense. So if I delete that 20, that gives us a 31, a 25, and a 25. All right. I'm sure I've made the change. I got to make a note of that. I made change. Now what am I looking at? 23,704, lap 155. That is the fastest lap on the day. Rect actually came by and said, I think a 23.7 is the fastest lap if I looked, blah, blah, blah. So confirming what I thought, and so I've made the change here behind the scenes. 35 seconds. I see someone off to the far left. Are they with us? 25 seconds. Are those your team members running off the field? 20 seconds. Thank you, Chris Thomas. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots live on the tone in less than 5. Well, excited to be back into it right here. We've had a few official breaks called to the total of 3. One that race administration took away because of video issue. I, of course, had just stepped away for a wee bit to conduct a few little things. Excited to be back. Holding down the old air chair here was the master of mayhem himself, Shannon Broussard. Sent me a nice message there earlier in the week. Something like, hey, Scully, thank you for coming to your 5th mayhem. He's the master of mayhem, knows the account, the number of mayhems that everyone has been a part. Thankful to have his good buddies come down and help him, hang out with him. We're always excited to do mayhem with the master of mayhem himself. There's David Barfield. Spends a lot of time talking with Shannon. David Barfield is one of our chapter organizers in the Alabama, Georgia area. And he says, let's go, Shannon. Thank you for all your contributions over the years to MultiGP. Connection there is Barfield is one of our Tier 1 chapter organizers. And Shannon is our chapter. Caution, caution, caution. Caution, caution, caution. Finish up the lap that you're on. Finish up the lap that you're on. Finish up the lap that you're on. We're under caution. We're going to look at a few things. We're going to do a few things here. Everyone's down. Regardless of how long it takes before we go green, course must be clear. In the next 5 minutes, your 5 minutes starts. Bay Area is 5. Nope. Okay, now it is.
You can see it. It was SFTV first and then Ferry after both that video. SFTV slowed down because it was almost unflyable, and Ferry took off and it was totally unflyable.
Yeah. Two and a half minutes in, 2.5 minutes still to go. 3 minutes in, 2 minutes to go. We had a caution call due to video issue, and we're just playing it back over here. And gonna make a decision here. Still want to try and start right on the 5-minute mark. They can watch in the live stream. No one is here to make this call. I'm just gonna make it. "70 seconds. So here's what we're going to do. I may need someone to fill out the form on my end. So that last caution was called by Bay Area Racing, and they said video issue. They had a video issue. So anyway, during that caution, I reviewed it, and it's Ferry and SFPV. Last time we saw them before the caution, SFPV on the ground stations had good video. I did not see anything that was even remotely rough. And then Ferry seemed to hit the ground. And then the video went to garbage. That's what I saw. So right now, I'm tentatively denying the video complaint. We are going to, Shannon will fill out the form for me. We are going to send that to our remote officials to play it back again. They can go in there a little granularly. But right now, we are going to charge that caution to Bay Area Racing. That's our first of 3. So now we've had 4 cautions called, 1 for Bay Area Racing, 1 for Wildcard, 1 for Wrecked, 1 for Flight Club.
The DVR judges.
But it's on neighbors.
Huh?
It was on neighbors. Like,
I didn't see it on the
I
ground
know
station.
the ground station is way over here behind the trailer, right? If we can fly from here, sure.
Fuck. I don't know. Just say 8:59.
We're going to start this next race in 1 minute.
But because the guy beside you.
It was unflyable to go, right? We're watching that.
Hey, Chris.
We're going to reset that 1 minute. I'll tell you when we're going to go ahead. So we're going to start in about 90 seconds, but I'll give you a full minute countdown when we're ready, okay? Just stand by. So I did say this race is going to start in about 90 seconds. 90 seconds for real, or less. So our remote officials are going to play that back. Bay Area Racing saying it was on their goggles in their pits that they weren't able to see. All we can look at is the ground stations. Right now it's an asterisk. We can review this. It is being reviewed off-site, and the call is not final, but it's a tentative video complaint deny. That's tentative, still under review. And so right now, asterisk beside to 1, caution for Bay Area Racing. Race is going to start, I'm feeling 30 seconds. Let's do it. 30 seconds. Oh, during this 30 seconds, we do have a penalty that's going to be coming in for Wrecked. They took off from their pit during their last takeoff. Because I want to go green in 15 seconds, I'll explain after we go green, but that penalty will be applied here in a second. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. So we are underway. This is now section number 6 of the day. On the caution, that's not my mouse. But I hit the button on a I see what you have. My mouse was on it, and then I took it off it, but it didn't come off on yours. No, my mouse was over whiteboard and hit the caution count. Yeah, I took my mouse off it, but it didn't update on yours. But maybe it just needs a refresh. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it was my mouse. Can you write rect one lap penalty for taking off in the pit? And so that change has now been applied there for wrecked. They are now 2 laps ahead of the field. The penalty coming in for not taking off from the table. So we had a little bit of a discussion there behind the scenes. After the previous break to this one that we just took, they launched from their pit, and the rulebook specifically states that they must launch from the hold on one sec. Shannon, can you fill that out? Shannon? Yeah, so in the rulebook it specifically states you must take off from the table. And so Rec taking off from their pits after the restart 2 breaks ago. And so it's a 1 lap penalty. Now you could say there isn't a penalty defined in the rulebook. However, just common sense, that first lap won't count because they didn't take off from the launch stand. Just, it's like missing a gate. So that now has inched the rest of the field 1 lap closer, but is it the worst? Not hardly when you're talking about 1,700 laps on the day. And now 1.75 laps to the good over the rest of the field. Rex are your leaders. Which one? No, I did not. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I see it. I don't know. No, just so if you fill it out, because I'm hitting all these other things, and then it's there. Then I can write if I applied it. Yeah. No, I see you. You're like, I don't know. Flight Club landing in another pit. Well, I was hitting penalties and doing all kinds of fun stuff, and I missed it. I know everyone watching at home didn't. We have new leaders. White Goat into the number 1 spot on lap 300. They're now working on lap 302. Looks like issues for Wrecked. I'm seeing static across the board here. Not sure if they've taken a knee or what issue they've had. But lap 300, they come down. They go back up after a long wait. And remember that 2 to 3 lap lead? Well, it was a 3 lap lead. Then they got the 1 lap penalty and a 2 lap lead. Now White Goat is enjoying a 2 lap lead over the rest of the field. Your new leaders leading not for the first time in this race, but the Goats are up into the number 1 spot. Mr. Chouse, one of their fastest pilots on the sticks right now, putting 25s and 26s down consistently all day. And 2 laps ago and 3 laps ago, some good laps there. You notice his video kind of deteriorated, as did his lap times there. He lost about 4 seconds. Not sure if he hit something as I looked away. They are 2-time Mayhem champions 2020 and 2022 with Mr. Chouse flying for us right now. He hasn't been to a MultiGP major, but twice on that global leaderboard in the top 50. And here he is leading Mayhem along with White Goat. Who's White Goat? Well, obviously that guy on the left, our good buddy Lundy. Finished in the top 75 in our pro class in 2021, 2022, 2023, and not only is that an accolade, 2 Mayhem championships, an accolade, Lundy, FPV, the team captain of the Goats, has been to all 7, now 8 Mayhem team races. Can't stop them. And in 2020, 2022, they tried and they couldn't. Also got Dave O, also of Tennessee, like Lundy, Fire Serpent from Minnesota. Good to see him in a couple weeks again up at the Ice Storm. Fire Serpent inside the top 40 for the last 3 years in a row in the MultiGP Championship. Also from Missouri, Mr. 911 himself, Yawesome, is with us here on the Goats back in Mayhem. We've seen a lot of Dreams up on race band 1. Dreams from Arkansas, the Goats. We also got Chet Mack, our local pilot from just down the road in Arlington, Texas. Lehman, also from Texas. And NM Grower of Magnolia, Texas. They got 10 pilots on the team, including the one that's in the skies right now. 3-time MultiGP champion from Maryville, Tennessee. Heads Up FPV is with us here today. Why? Probably because of the solar eclipse. There's no NASCAR races, Super Bowl games, or World Series games for him to fly drones for, Beverly Hills Aerial. So you got the weekend off thanks to the eclipse. And here he is with your leading White Goat. Now, they just crossed over with Wrecked. Wrecked is right with them, but they're 2 laps back. Wrecked trying to clean things up. And, of course, with Wrecked, we got Proximo back on the sticks. He's got the fastest lap for Wrecked at a 23.7. He's also got the fastest lap on the track today, that 23.704. Finished last year, number 3 spot in the world, the MultiGP Championship. Talking about a lot of pilots getting their start in that sport class division, not Proximo. No. Sport class was not for him. He didn't feel that. 2021, his rookie year. Global leaderboard. How about top 100? Actually, 103rd. Finished 56th in pro his rookie year. The next year, top 25 in pro. That's his sophomore year, and 3 years in, top 3 in the world. White Goat and Wrecked featured on our live stream side by side. Still 2 laps apart or 56 seconds. J-Box on the right, and Team Wrecked, and Mr. Chouse top left for the Goats. Note came in there, saw a notification. Mr. Chouse was actually our 2021 Sport Class champion. Same year, the guy who just replaced him won the Pro Championship. Heads up FPV back in the skies. And there is third on our podium for Wrecked. The 2023 MultiGP Championship, Proximo. Proximo and Heads Up FPV. Team racing, there's no I in team, but there is in Proximo. There is if you spell his name wrong in Evan. And there is in Win right here. Little side-by-side action. They're separated by about a quarter of the course right now. Wreck just went on to lap number 315. And the Goats are working on 317. About halfway through it. Let's see if we can keep that pressure on. Caution, caution, caution. I think that was Flight Club just, you're done. Wrecked, you're done. White Goat, done. Bay Area Racing, I think I saw done. And so finish up the lap that you're on. Flight Club done. Wildcard done. Wrecked done. Mamba done. This is going to be a longer caution, guys. HD0 done. Bay Area done. So I'm going to put it on yellow. 5 minutes start. 5 minute retrieval clock is underway. I'm not sure if we're going to be starting right at the 5 minutes. Here's a few things. We have a video issue. A video issue that we know for sure. But we are now going to have to go to our remote officials. As a caution was called, and I want to say 4 teams. Caution was called, they finished their lap and did another. Now, maybe I'm looking at it cross-eyed, but the caution count is going to be fully under review. Don't think there's a penalty for doing that extra lap, and in fact, my advice as a coach would probably be, if you're not sure, take the extra lap. But I'm a little disappointed. Caution was called. You finish up the lap that you're on. We'll be playing back the tape. Luckily not me. And if it's an obvious, you're halfway through and you did another one after it, come on, man. But we are going to play that back off-site. So there may be some adjustments to those lap totals. And we also have another video complaint that we're going to review. So 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going to do a review. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to clear the track. And we're going 90 seconds to clear the course. And again, I'll give you a minute warning before we're starting. We're not starting right away. I see some running. It's 75 seconds to clear the course, but we will not be starting the race in 75 seconds. I'll give you a minute when we're ready for the minute countdown. "25 seconds to clear the course." We're also doing a course repair. So again, we are not going to be starting in the 15 seconds that the course must be clear. And so we'll go into a slight holding pattern for a course repair. And course is clear. 5 minutes is complete. And just stand by as we sort a few things out. And I'll give you a 1 minute countdown when we're ready. But you can all see off to your far left-hand side, we're under a course repair. Use your time accordingly. I'm going to try and start this in less than 2 minutes. I'm starting a timer for 2 minutes. All right, we're going to start this in 40 seconds. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. Appreciate your patience. 15 seconds. 10. Whoa. And we're in a holding pattern. I don't know why. We're going to go a holding pattern. We were just assessing a quad. Technically, I guess we would need to do that for safety. That was for safety. So that last caution, I'm tentatively going to assign it to us. All right. 10. Where are you going? You're swapping quads? Can I say 10 now? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots live on the tone in less than 5. Great look at our launch stand. Take off our launch table. And we are underway. This is section number 7 of the day. Saw a comment in the chat there. Callie Ames says no audio. Yeah, we were just in a bug in or deer in the headlight situation there, trying to assess a situation, a couple of situations that happened, and so trying to figure those out. Appreciate you being with us. Appreciate your patience. Our live stream crew said, well, your DVR's in the stream if you want to talk through it. I didn't really. Appreciate them being on the prompt and punctual. We'll try and do a few more reviews of the cool stuff as we go on, but we're trying to source a video issue without shutting everything down, as is the Mayhem tradition, and continue racing. So I haven't got an update, so we're going to use the lap counts on the screen as they are. No changes made as of yet. White Goat led the entire last section. They were on the same lap as Rex there not too long ago, but looks like we are now gapped a little bit. Almost a lap. 22 seconds separating White Goat ahead of Wrecked. White Goat, two-time champs. Wrecked going for their first Mayhem Championship. Thanks to Pie Fly helping those out in the chat. Spending the weekend at school. I love all the school time updates of people's in the dorm. All the parties going on in the dorm. Probably got the Bose noise-canceling headphones on, watching some drone racing and updating those questions in the chat that we're kind of distracted to. We try to get to everything as best we can, and of course our drone community helping everyone out. The question was, how does this race work, I guess? I can do a quick top to bottom, as we're 3.5 hours in, 8.5 hours still to go. So it is the Mayhem team drone race. It's the 8th edition, Mayhem Crazy 8. We run 7 teams at a time, and we run for 12 hours from dawn until dusk. We went green at 7:24 a.m. local. We're in Central Time Zone here in Dallas, Texas. When we go green, pilot takes off from that table. That's our launch stand. Does a lap, gets that lap counted, then keeps doing laps. Lap 1, lap 2, lap 3. Once their lipo is done or they're feeling a little exhausted or think that's a best effort, they come in to land in our pit row. Now, pit row is immediately after the start-finish gate, give or take. There's a turn or two, but they come into pit, the next pilot takes off, or in some instances, they'll fly the same pilot back-to-back. They'll take off with their second drone, and they'll finish up that lap, including the pit lap, and now we're on lap 4, 5, 6, 7. We do this from 7:24 a.m. to 7:24 p.m. At 7:24 p.m., that is when the checkered flag will fly. It'll be last laps to end the race. Now, we were shut down for a little bit. We're not loading heat. It's one big heat. It is a 12-hour main. Every one of the teams is allowed to call 3 breaks. It's a word that starts with C, but we don't like to say it on the PA until we mean it. It's kind of like the little boy who cried wolf. Every team can call 3 breaks. When the break is called, and all the quads, when the break is called, then everyone finishes their lap. When the break is called, then they come in and land. Once everyone's down, 5 minutes go on the clock to retrieve their drones. At the end of the 5 minutes, everyone must be off the field. In an ideal world, at the end of the 5 minutes, that's when we're green. We come out of the break and into the next section until the next team calls a break. Now, race administration, we can call breaks as well. Some of these breaks have been called due to video issues, and one of them, I believe we've confirmed, was a video issue, so that team wasn't charged one of their breaks. It's kind of like a video review in hockey. They have the rights to do that. I guess like even in the NFL, you can call one and you can get it back. You get X amount of timeouts over the course of the game. Obviously, I'm a huge football fan. I only watch the Super Bowl. But you get the idea. 12 hours, nonstop racing. Fly the drone, land the drone, launch the next one. The magic, as you see in the bottom center of the screen, is what happens in the pits. You have these quads going out, flying for about 90 seconds, 3 laps. You're looking at about 25 seconds a lap, 30 seconds, probably the overall average, 32 seconds on the whole average. And so, obviously, once that quad flies, you need a new lipo. the charging is continuous, and you got to make sure that every pilot's lipos are charged. You're limited to so many amps on the line, so charging is a big part of it. Also, if a drone hits a gate, needs a new arm, you got to fix one. Now, a lot of pilots come with 5, 6 drones, but just because you have 5 or 6 doesn't mean that's fine. So constantly building, fixing, charging. Some of these teams have pilots. Some of them have support staff. Some are hybrid. Some are just going to sit there and charge all day. Maybe a little bit later on to give some of their pilots a break. They'll get a lap, especially if they're in good position. The team captains often are doing a lot of strategy, trying to play their best pilots. Sometimes like a back-to-back. You don't want to tire out your pilot, which can happen. It's the same course. The teams are doing so many laps. You look at last year's champions, Flight Club, 1,446 laps over the course of the entire event. That is a lot of laps. So you don't want to fly the same pilot over and over and over again. Also, you don't want to fly the slowest pilot over and over again. You do want your most consistent laps. Ideally, you would fly your most consistent pilot over and over again. See where you're ranking. Maybe you're fast one, maybe you're slow one. Try and spread the load. It's not just the pilot energy, pilot focus, but it's also the lipos and the quad parts. There's a lot that goes into it. Now, the coolest strategy that we have seen put in play, especially here at Mayhem, you're going to see it at some major events. The MultiGP production team, when we go to Sharjah, United Emirates in 2 weeks, we're doing the same thing. There is one person on each team. Their sole job is to use a whiteboard or a piece of paper that has a track layout. And anytime a drone goes down, they put an X where it is. So when the break is called and you have your 5 minutes to go and retrieve drones, as Proximum says, the Easter hunt for drone pilots, you know where to go to retrieve the drones. Because just like lipos are a commodity, the drones are a commodity. Over the 5, this is now my 5th Mayhem team race, we've seen so many different things come into play. We have seen teams, they may not be winning, but, top 4 finish is good. Top 5 finish is good. Not last is good. Finishing the race is good. Every team knows early into the throw what their goal should be. I've seen teams just take a knee. Done. They'll just sit out for like an hour. I remember that in Baton Rouge. Or not Baton Rouge. New Orleans. They didn't have any quads left. That was it. They were rebuilding. They got some rebuilt. And they just kept sitting there because they're just having fun chilling. They weren't going to be competitive anymore, but they'd run out of quads. Obviously, that's devastating. You're looking at what we have going on here. It is a lap count. Earlier in the first 50 races, 4 teams were on the same lap, around lap 50, and they held that for like 20 laps. Right now, as we look in the present, White Goat's still leading. That's now their 3rd section that they've led in. But Wrecked, who's also took a turn leading, is just under a lap behind him. Now, imagine your best pilot runs out of drones. You don't want your best pilot flying a borrowed drone. You'd think it'd be right, but with rates, tuning, maybe a different radio, they're not at their peak. You got to keep everyone, whether it's your best pilot, your most consistent pilot, or even just your slow and steady wins the race pilot, got to make sure they have the lipos, the drones to go the distance, because every second matters. We talked about some of those longer pit times. When I look at a pit time, we don't have the technology set up. We've done it in years past. Right now, we come at this thing, let's just get the basics done, make sure the timer is working. We've had pit timing. It's kind of unreliable to give you full pit times. What I look at is the long lap and the lap after it. So I actually look at the short lap and the long lap. What that means is lap comes in at a 30. They come into pit. The next pilot goes off. They do the long lap, and then they do another lap. So if you look at the 30 and the long lap, and subtract. I got it backwards. I'm looking at the screen backwards. Take the long lap and the next lap. The long lap and the next lap. So it gives you an idea what the pit time is. So the long lap, they come in and they just did a 30. They come in and pit. Now you're looking at a minute 26. They do another lap and they have a 30. And so you look at, well, what was the lap time? Well, you subtract the 30, give them another 30. That means they did about a 26-second pit time. That would be long. I see them when they're longer. They're red on my screen. So the long lap, the short lap, double the short lap, that's roughly what your pit time is what I'm trying to say. Dougie, if we can fix this up in post, in the recap, I think that's a perfect description of estimating pit times. What I spit out at the end after I chewed through it. Well, as I look away, I look back. New leaders again. Wrecked has now jumped to number 1. They're 9.8 seconds to the good over White Goat. White Goat just came into pit. That 9 seconds is what we're dealing with right now on that lead change. White Goat's now come out fresh. Now it's on Wrecked to come in for a pit here momentarily, knowing that we're looking for somewhere around that 9-second pit stop or faster. Because if the pace remains the same, and it kind of looks like it is, Wreck's leading, but once they pit, White Goat will take the lead. There's the Wrecked pit. Wrecked is in. They're up. 9 seconds, forget about it. That was like lesson 2. Now, that's just the on-off power time. You also have, there is an extra turn to get into pit row. You're still under 5 seconds on that pit time. So White Goat is yet to pit, but White Goat is about to cross over first before Wrecked. I think Wrecked just had a fast enough pit time. Let's see. Here comes, yeah, there's White Goat's crossover. Yeah, Wrecked was faster. They gained 3 seconds, but now White Goat with a pilot change, they're going to launch Heads Up FPV. He's going to be trying to catch up to J-Box. They're 12.6 seconds apart. Wrecked leading on the right-hand side. That's J-Box on the sticks and Heads Up FPV. Wow. Knife edging. That's gaining ground right there. There's White Goat. Now they're 16 seconds back. But that time's going to change here as we put Wrecked onto their next lap. Okay, so Wrecked now on lap 355. White Goat about to get onto lap 355. There's the announcer, Jinx, a little flag. Heads Up FPV, no stranger to that. Great recovery. As he gets on to 355, you lost a second. So what does that mean? If you're Wrecked, you're giving J-Box a high five after this pit stop right here. He was able to hold off Heads Up FPV and gain a second for his team. Caution, caution, caution. Caution called to finish up the lap that you're on. Who? White Goat, you're done. Bay Area Racing, you're done. Finish up the lap that you're on. Flight Club done. Bay Area Racing done. Wrecked done. Flight Club done. Just 2 to finish up. Mamba and HD0. There's Mamba done. Thank you. And HD0 done. Caution underway. 5-minute clock commences. And who called it? Who called it? You said it, but it went in and out. Quad force. Second caution called by Wild Card. And we were green for 16 minutes, 14 seconds. as we celebrate the Easter hunt for drone pilots. 1 minute in, 4 minutes still to go. Gonna catch up. Let's see. Well, we're under a drone retrieval. We got just under 4 minutes to go. We're going to be back after a few words from our Mayhem Crazy 8 partners. We're about 90 seconds. I may extend it to 30, but we're 90 seconds out. "45 seconds. All right. I'm going to reset this 30 seconds, and it is going to be, we're going to make it 35 seconds. I got to hit a button. All right, 30 seconds starting now. We're at 20. All right, thanks, Michelle. Perfect. I just wanted to double check. Thanks. And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. Shout out again to all of our remote officials making things happen. So a little bit of an update there during that last break. We were able to go back a break ago, and the question was, when I said the C word, when I called for the break, did everyone finish up the lap that they were on, or did they do an extra? We leave the scoring up as, and I try and keep an eye on it, but I definitely was like, I think like 4 teams did an extra lap. And after review of the tape, 2 teams did an extra lap when that second to last break was called. And so that resulted in 1 lap being removed. And that's just a legit, that's not a penalty. So that is a lap correction. 1 lap less for HD0 and 1 lap less for Wrecked. And so I made that change right after we went green, and that meant that Wrecked and White Goat were on the same lap when we went green. And I'm not sure what happened 2 laps ago, but White Goat has now reclaimed the number 1 spot. There's White Goat on to lap 351. They've done 350. And we're about to get onto that same lap. There we go. Onto that lead lap with Wrecked. They're 11.6 seconds back on the same lap here after just about 4 hours of racing, just over 8 hours still to go. Flight Club, they've had a turn at the lead. They've had a turn on our podium as well. They are now 9 laps back from second and first. Bay Area Racing still trying to claw their way up. Their deficit was 16 last time I looked. Now it's 13. So something is happening to the good for Bay Area Racing. Maybe a little calming down, a little shuffle up. But now within 12 and a half laps now. In the number 4 spot behind the number 3, Flight Club. HD0 on to lap 291. 10 to go to 300. Join the 300 club. Mamba on to lap 234. And Wildcard working on lap 192. White Goat and Wrecked, your leaders on lap 353. After almost 4 hours, this continues to be one of the tightest Mayhem team races in the history of Mayhem here, this Mayhem Crazy 8. For those watching closely on the live stream, that is a Monster Orange. It's not a Bud Light Orange. Still before noon here in Carrollton, Texas. Another great day for a drone race. Mr. Rick James wondering who created the track this year. Mr. SFPV, Colby Curtola, designer extraordinaire in the Velocidrone. He's designed a number of our IRL tracks, a couple of Champs tracks, a couple Mayhem tracks, a couple International Open tracks. Hosts online sim tournaments. There's feedback there from Christopher Rowe. Says there's a setting for showing the flags during the breaks. Yeah, and it's working. We have rewired. It's just a little user thing. So when I do the make the official call, I'm trying to see who made it. If I hear who made it, I'm making a note of it right away so we're not tracking down after it, because when the call is made, the officials usually start walking in the other direction, and sometimes they forget. It takes us a little bit to figure down, so I try and hit that button over there. And then once everyone, and then I'm watching everyone down, then I start the 5-minute timer over here, and then I try and remember to hit that button. So I will try and do that a little bit more often. It's cool. We should be using it. I understand. I have a slight fear that it won't count laps when I do it. So we're going to test the next time. I'm on Team Rowie. We got 15 seconds. Christopher Rowie says, are you in control of live time? This event, yes. Maybe during one of our breaks, we can show you the online madness. We go to an event like Ice Storm, MultiGP Championship. We have someone controlling live time off the table. Here, we have just me, which is okay. It's not the worst, because there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. So all the team pilots or the team captains have a form that they fill out, and our remote officials have a form that they fill out, and we in-house have a form we fill out. It's a Google form. We fill that out. It logs into a sheet, which is over to my far right here. I see it. Something needs to be reviewed. It needs to be reviewed. Lead Girl, who's in Citrus Springs, Florida, far throw from where we sit here in Dallas, then reviews it. If it's something I can do here, maybe I'll make a note that I'll review it, etc. After the review and the decision is made, I take note of it, and then I manually put it into the live time. There's a lot of moving pieces. And here in this one especially, you could have someone running the scoring computer, doing the updates, but we have found, it's not that I'm a control freak, but one person, so that when there is a penalty for landing in the wrong pit, powering up on a channel, that it's reviewed, and then it's applied, and then confirmed to be applied, so we're not double penaltying. Whereas when we get to Ice Storm in 2 weeks, we'll have someone else running the scoring computer for about 90% of it. A lot of the reviews are in-house. We'll do some off-site. But on my setup, I have control. I can take control, so I'm seeing live time in real time, and I have my own DVR, which may or may not be used for calls into the live stream. A lot of things going on. A lot of moving parts. But it's fun. I enjoy it. And it's also not fun being on the other end of live time and hitting buttons when you shouldn't. Things get heated. We're just under 2 minutes away from the 4-hour mark. Our founder and CEO of MultiGP, Chris Thomas, and I have been talking all morning long about that 8 hours. And that 8-hour work day is about to begin. Went green at 7:24 a.m. It's about to be 11:24 a.m. We had a practice launch at 7:08. imagine? I'm just gonna reset the clock on the computer. Robert Rittenhouse, I wonder if there's any relation, wants to know, are we taking predictions on how many laps the winner will be at when this is over? Put it up in the chat. Go ahead and do it. Why don't you roll in the chat? How many laps do you think the winning team is going to do? Last year, the number was 1,446, and that could have been 1,447 as they didn't finish their last lap. They just pitted, started the celebration early. Love to see your guesses. Master of Mayhem, Shannon Broussard says, no, they were celebrating way earlier than that. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, they won by 207 laps over the field. Should have been 208, though, I swear. Caution, caution, caution. Everybody caution. Caution, caution, caution. HD0, you're done. Flight Club done. Bay Area Racing done. Wreck done. Mamba done. White Goat done. And that caution number 2 going to Wrecked. Wild card done. That means everybody's done. No. Oh. And we're green for 5 minutes. 5-minute retrieval time. I got the giggles. Oh. Here we are, 4 hours in, 7 hours, 56 minutes left, and Chris Thomas is now clocked in for his 8-hour workday. He's already been working the overtime. He does that overtime first, get it out of the way. Then it's smooth sailing from there. We have these headsets. So uncomfortable to wear, but so worth it at the end of the day. Gives us a hotline communication. So in my ear, I'm able to talk to Doug Kling and Adrian Schwartzman, our production team in the trailer. I'm able to talk to the Master of Mayhem himself, Shannon Broussard, and of course my best friend, our founder and CEO of MultiGP Drone Racing League, Mr. Sir Christopher Thomas. And it's a open line. It's not like a walkie-talkie. There's no break over. It's just like they're sitting beside you. And it was one of the first investments of the 2018 season, I believe. 2018, 2017, we were producing the Sebring drone race, the very first one around the plane with all the netting in Sebring, Florida. And we had these ClearComm systems. And during that race, we're running 8 at a time. It was pure madness, racing the sun, etc. And we were on headset, and then it was our first race on headset. Chris Thomas decided to play a fun game, and that would be to try and make me giggle when I was trying to be serious. We're trying to race against the sunlight, get the race done. We're making some pretty tough calls, Group A, Group B, and so forth. And so throughout the race, just out of nowhere, Chris would be whispering in my ear. I'd say something like, "Hey, my good friend Chris Thomas," and he would go, "Best friend, best friend, best friend." Get me on the giggles. And here, of course, that was our first investment after Sebring. We need some of them. So now we use these headsets, and definitely makes our day quite enjoyable. Being able to hang out with your buddies, watch drone racing for 12 plus hours. We're just past the midway point. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining on our retrieval clock until we go green. Seeing some of those guesses coming in. Double A says 1577 will be the total lap count. And he's throwing that to White Goat. Lucky says 1467. Right, the number that they should have done last year. Flight Club brought it in 1 lap early. We'll see if they do it this year. Shane says 1358. Thinks we're going to be going a little lower. Hyper says, guys, there's literally a pace on the screen. Okay, Hyper, you bet the pace. I'm going to bet... I'm going to go with Lucky. I'm going to bet Lucky. My number is 1467. I'm going to double Lucky. 1467. And Hyper says the pace is literally on the screen. So White Goat is paced right now at 1112. That's Hyper. 1467 is Scully / Lucky. And what is our bet? Price is Right rules, too. Got to be under. Got to be under. And I went big. This is not the worst bet for Hyper, but here's why it was a bad bet. That pace is factoring in the cautions. 40 seconds, pilots, 40 seconds. And we've only done a quarter of the cautions. But Price is Right rules, that's going to give Hyper an advantage. It's a great shot of a plane full of people getting the heck out of Texas before that eclipse. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. What's the bet, Hyper? What are we betting on? I'll do a sandwich. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. So in that last break, I was able to verify that when I push the button and the flag goes on that says we're in the break, it still collects the lap. So it was a slight fear not realized. And so for the sake of our review process, I'm going to need some tape, Shannon. Shannon. And so I think if I change my order of everything I press, it's going to help us with the reviews because it should show. Well, the problem with the showing is there's the lag spike. But it's going to help. I'm going to hit that button first. Thank you, Christopher Rowe, for the live time tip. We love live time tips here on the MultiGP YouTube channel. Keep them coming. Laws FPV says 1738. David Barfield says 1523. So David Barfield thinks a little bit more than last year. Laws, a bunch more than last year. I think you're safer with last year for real. That's why I was like, Price is Right rules. Remember, I made the rules with the hyper bet. Oh, Hyper may want to reassess. He's saying a third of the drone race, but only a quarter of the breaks. Well, I don't know if I'm 100% on that. How many have we got? We got 1, 3, 5, 6. So 6 of a potential 21 breaks. We are a third there. So Hyper, I will allow you to reassess. Because remember, when we went green, I'm the worst gambler ever. Like, I'm totally going to beat Hyper if he uses that pace thing. Because before the break, it was 1112 for your leader's white goat. Now it's 1090. So that is 22 laps less, factoring in that break. This is where it gets confusing. I just wanted to bet Hyper a dinner next time we're hanging out. He stands. I think it's pretty safe. Just because this is my 5th Mayhem, I know that sometimes things happen, those breaks go longer, and that's where, I like it. Are we shaking on dinner, Hyper? Just let me know. Matt Griffin is posting for Zombies, says 1337. Yeah, I think we've kind of done this before, right? We kind of bet against that pace, and I don't know if that pace sometimes is under, sometimes is over. I can't, because I think it's under right now. We'll see. It'll be interesting. Now that we're a quarter of the way through the race, we'll see. We can reassess at the midway point. Gem Fan Hobby in-house and on the YouTube chat says, what up, nerds? Gem Fan, big supporter of Mayhem here in 2024, providing all of the teams with their props. So it is a spec with a prop limit, RPM limit, and Gem Fan props. The teams got to select their colors. Helps with drone retrievals over the course. Laws FPV is now really making us go to the archives. We really got to hire a statistician. His question is, what's the average time of this track compared to last year's? Oh, that one's easy. I thought he was going to say years before. I'm like, I don't know if we have time to do a deep dive. Let me just do a little homework, and then we'll do a deep dive. Okay, so White Goat just went on to lap 386, or 2 laps ahead of Wrecked in second. We're on lap 384. At the moment, Flight Club is 10 laps back in third, now 9 laps back in third. Not the worst, especially at this quarter-way point. Bay Area Racing, what's their number? 15 laps behind third right now, so they gained a little ground in that last section. Now they're back a lap. Nowhere to go but up. HD0 working on lap number 317. Now 318. The number 5 spot. Mamba is on lap 256. And Wildcard is on lap 214. Last time we saw them on the screen there, they were having a wild time. Hyper, the annual pre-IO Applebee's. You are on, Hyper. I will take that bet all day long. Hyper's already looked up the stat for me. Thank you, Hyper. Fast lap last year was a high 18 from MCK. And we're 5 seconds off that. Yes. Average with breaks last year for Flight Club was 29 seconds. Thank you, Hyper. Whether I win or lose, worth the dinner right there.
Okay. Yes. Spend a lot of time together.
Well, it's an exciting time in our drone families. I recently became a drone dad. I told a story a while ago about taking my son Marshall to International Open. He was Scully's kid, the start of IO, and he was just JFPV at the end. And that has been a journey. That has been a wild journey for sure. Lot of reflection. A lot of reflection takes me back to Joe Knoll back in 2017. My best friend in the world, my reason for waking up every day. Chris Thomas and I went to Joe Knoll for the week. Had a great time. Drone racing by day, Waffle House at night, karaoke in the twilight hours. Great times. And it was there we met a young, freckled little boy and his dad in the flight line competing in their very first race at a fun fly at Joe Knoll. Dad was helping young son get his drone up in the air, asking all kinds of questions. It was a first drone race for both father and son. That was 2016. 1 year later, that little freckled kid was top 10 at our championship. A year later, he won that year and the year to follow, back-to-back championships, and another one after that, Heads Up FPV. From 2017 to the present, three-time champion, Quad Doc, Quad Dad. Believe Quad Doc sponsoring our lunch today. Another drone dad as well. Jake Hammer's dad, Don. A lot of memories with him. He's always helping behind the scenes, running races, flight line directing at International Open, always helping when things could use a little boost. Our good buddy Rand, Drobot Racer's dad, always spotting for his son. Really exciting moment to see that drone dad with his drone son when Drobot hit our podium, reserve champion, the 2023 MultiGP Championship. Fortunate enough to spend a lot of time in Australia. We all know BMS Thomas. He's been to America a few times. Top 5 of the MultiGP Championship and two-time winner of the International Open World Cup as well. Lots of drone dads. I'm one of them. And I learned at my son's second drone race. His first was the We Bleed Tiny Whoop Northeast Championship 3 weeks ago. And then 2 weeks ago, we were at the Canadian Whoop Championship. I realized I was the worst drone dad ever, as I was the drone dad walking over to scoring, just walking up and hitting buttons. I want to know, what were the lap times? What were this? What was that? All those drone dad questions that I've got, it finally came full circle. Mr. Rick James says, what about Flyboy and his dad? Yeah, they are actually competing together here today. Flyboy 2009 and Underdog, Steven Steckenrider. Another drone dad, of course. There's so many. But I forgot some of the ones that should have been top of mind. And it took drone daughter to say, hey, Scully, what are you talking about? Shames and Callie, of course. Of course. Where was it? It was Ice Storm, 2023 Ice Storm, where Callie was competing, not in her first major, but in a major, and she, like, rocked her brackets. I mean, rocked her brackets. She didn't come out of nowhere. We watched this gradual progression, but it was her race of her lifetime with her dad spotting and his dad getting choked up. And then I looked over at Chris Thomas, who's always smiling and enjoying the camaraderie. And then Chris Thomas is choked up. And heck, I don't even think there was a dry eye in race control at that moment. Shout out to the drone dads. Let's see some of those drone dads right here as we bring up another team introduction. This one's got a drone dad, couple of dads, and a mom. Mom 2, a chapter. Caution, caution, caution. Caution, caution, caution. Caution called. Wow. White goat, you're done. Caution called. White goat done. Wrecked, done. Pull it and come back in the caution. Mamba, done. Oh. Flight Club, done. Bay Area Racing, done. The whole race? Looks like one to finish up. Wild card. And then everyone will be done. We'll start the 5 minutes. And everyone's down. 5 minute commences. Who called the caution? It was HD0. I saw Joe call it, but I thought he was maybe parlaying the message. And so caution applied to HD0. That's their first. 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining during the caution. And while we do that, let's take a look at Team Mamba, who is with us here. I think this is their third Mayhem team race. On the left-hand side, you have Two Dog RC, the captain. I've been corrected. It is their fourth Mayhem team race as Mamba. Team captain, Two Dog RC from Fayetteville, North Carolina, who is also our event manager with MultiGP. Looks after a lot of logistics and quarterbacks a lot of the track design. Has a lot of experience as a pilot. Finished top 30 in 2023 in the sport class. Has those skills, has some good feedback, but definitely knows how to manage those course designers and the rest of our team with logistics. From Reading, Pennsylvania, the Keystone State also brings us Reaper FPV. He's been in the game a while, finishing back 2018, top 10 in his region. Also finished top 5 2 seasons later in the sport class. We also got Seg FPV. We're talking about him a while ago. He helped my son build Frankenquad at International Open. I haven't got the chance to talk to Seg much here at this event, but he is on the FaceTime supporting Just J FPV on his builds and rebuilds all the time. I believe he works for Boeing, right? And also has been on BattleBots. Seg FPV, part of Team Mamba. We also got Jimmy Proton, the man with the plane, flying full scale and FPV as well. His rookie season was top 100 on the list. He's been top 20 in sport a few times as well. We also got Loft from Louisiana. We also have from Magungie, Pennsylvania, Smitty. And I said the mom. We're talking about the drone dads. We got a drone mom. She is, of course, the mom of her safety third chapter. Rue is with us. And the father-son combination, Flyboy 2009. 3 years ago, top 12 in sport. 2 years ago, top 50 in sport. And last year, 57th overall in the world standings of MultiGP drone racing. 3 minutes in, 2 minutes to go in the caution. 2 minutes to go. He's known as Flyboy 2009. Of course, his dad, Drone Dad, is on the team this year. Steven Steckenrider. Last night, I was cross-referencing the MultiGP database, and Dad doesn't have a MultiGP handle, so I went with Underdog, which I think was Flyboy's first handle. And so until I am corrected, it'll be Steven Underdog Steckenrider. Drone Dad to Caden Flyboy 2009 Steckenrider. From the Prairie State, I believe, of Illinois. 90 seconds remaining. Doing my attendance. We'll just have one more team. So look at pit row. Landing strips to the left-hand side. Pilot chairs to the right. I walked down the line last night. I don't know if the teams appreciated those lights that were hung so gingerly with care. That's because your buddy Scully was there. I put up all those lights in the dark so that you weren't here in the dark this morning. And walking down the line, I thought I saw goggle cables. 40 seconds until we're green. But one of the team is actually stretching LiPo charging cables down the line. They got XT60s hanging. That's, I talked earlier, charging is a big, important part of the game. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone in less than 5. We are underway. Got a generator really working behind the scenes here. We may just want to double check. It keeps revving up and down. I would just double check. Beside the spectator tent. So 3 laps, the story of laps 100 through 404. White Goat leading by those 3 this time. They haven't led the whole time, but they are having a good time. Leading by 3 laps, and they are trying to win their 3rd Mayhem team race. Lucky number 3. Well, it could be a short 3 for Wrecked. They have led at least 3 times in this race. See if they can catch up. Still running 2nd. Then we drop 8 laps back for Flight Club in 3rd. Bay Area Racing. Their number has been 15 and 16. They're back to 15 laps. Now 14 and 3/4. Yep. Behind Flight Club in 4th. HD0 still running 5th on lap 333. Mamba is on 267. Wildcard is now on 228. 405 laps recorded. The first 4.5 hours of our day. A question coming in here from NZM FPV. What happens when you crash here? Well, you wait until the next break and you go retrieve them. Hopefully you have an idea of where your drones are. Hopefully you have more than one drone. The question that came in there, I got a little distracted. We're just looking at a couple of things there. KZM says, what happens? How do you recover them? You wait until you are down. You wait until we take a break. And so every team's allowed to call 3. There may be another one called at some point by race management for safety issues or course repair, etc. And then once that is called, then you have 5 minutes to go and retrieve as many parts as possible, bring them over and do what you need to do and get underway. Obviously, you want more than one drone to be working if you are in sequence of pilots. Some of these teams, well, most of the teams have 9 pilots on the team. One team has 10. Some are flying all 10. Some are just flying a core group. It's good to have a good team behind you, making sure that your next batteries are ready to fly. One thing that I've seen in this format, Mayhem, we also did team racing at Sebring. We've done team racing in the past at International Open, is that one pilot lands, next one takes off. There's the powering off of the video transmitter. That used to be a whole thing. I mean, the very first team race we ever did was the F3 Expo, the Thunder drone, where it was an oval race inside the Atlanta Dome. You have to physically disconnect the XT60s. When we did the team race at Sebring, Heart of America designed their own chip, their own board that you could control it with a radio. Then now there's pit mode built into all these video transmitters where you can just turn off your video transmitter because your quad can be armed technically and fly a second one, the different radio, different pilot, but it's that video transmitter that's a problem. So then now we got the pit switches. It's pretty easy to turn off your video transmitter so the next pilot can see and fly. And so it's power off, launch, power off, launch. But what would often happen is the next quad would have an issue. It's a drone race. That's why we spend so much time on our formats, to get around the bad luck in drone racing. There's just so many things that can go wrong technically with the craft. Things in your control, out of your control, bad just racing kind of. So what you'd see at a lot of team races is their problem with the next drone, and then they would be scrambling to get the next pilot and drone ready to go, and you'd lose so much time. Remember, we talked about a 9-second deficit, White Goat and Wrecked. And Wrecked was able to do less than 3 seconds on their turnaround compared to White Goat's 9. So gain of 6 seconds. That pit is, you can't, is 1 in the pits. Like if you're sitting there trying to get your drone up, you're not collecting laps. You can be fast, but looking at our fast laps, we've got 23s, 24s. Everyone's running fast. It's in the pit. So now what you're seeing is the next craft or the next pilot with craft, not only are they ready, but a lot of them have a second. So the first one doesn't go, the second, they fly their second craft. And so it cuts down on that delay, the lag, the stutter back in the pits. And so back in the day of team racing, we said, really we need pits and mics in every single pit. Cameras and mics in there, because there's so much yelling and screaming. Situations like that, you're actually seeing at the bottom center of your screen, pretty relaxed. At International Open, it was a 23 or 24 minute race. Here, it's 12 hours. So obviously you can't keep that up the whole time, but a lot of advances in the technology, strategy, things learned watching this race, being a part of this race, really changed the game. And so it is truly endurance. We're doing those lap counts. You can look at previous years, but there's factors in there. There's a lot of factors in there. Sure, last year's champions won by 207 laps. They also made some of those mistakes, like not having a backup to your backup on the on-deck pilot. I learned a lot of Korean last year. Mookie says, Ayo, the goats, when did they lead? They've been leading for about 30, 40 laps. When I hit save.
No, but like during the race, that's a live update. We said Team 1 left for 40 laps, Team 2 left 15 laps. I'm gonna make this good.
I wonder if I can. I got the hiccups. setting here or an option, but I don't know if it's buck setting. Yeah, you want me to hit that one? You want me to see what it does? That would be the time. It's early. I say hello and welcome to my good buddy Timmytron, watching from the land down under. My good buddy, get to spend some time with him, some drone racing. I brag on his skills as well. When I refer to him in conversation off mic, I'm like, well, he's a Joe Scully of Australia, but he's way more than that. He's the commentator, race director. He's a chapter organizer. His CMRC chapter in Canberra, spelled Canberra, Canberra Multi-Rotor Club, just became a Tier 3 chapter. He hosts all the Australian Drone Nationals, produces the military races, a race director, organizer, logistics, design, live stream production. Really raised the bar on the overlays, the coding, the king of the stream deck. Also, on top of all that, at the exact same event, other than the military event, is he served his country in different ways. Other than the military event, but at the Nationals, also a competing pilot, like top 30 in their pro class division. And I think if he wasn't live stream producing and everything else, would have been top 16 at the last race we were at. Excited to have him with us. And with us as well, talk about those teams. The elusive podium. Is this the year for Bay Area Racing? Last year, they were second runners-up. 3 years ago, they were reserve champions. They've been on our podium 3 times. Bay Area Racing with us here at the 2024 Mayhem Crazy 8. The left-hand side of your screen, team captain JFK. Top 60 in pro. 2 seasons ago. Along with Ferry. The entire team here making the trip from California. Ferry was our first ever over 40 champion, I believe. If he wasn't our first, he was our second. The next year, he was our over 40 pilot champion at International Open. Same year, he won the chapter organizer race as well. He was unstoppable. Continues to be. Along with them on the team, another pilot from the Golden State, Miwo FPV. A legend, the talent, on the scenes, 2018, won the Southwest region, was top 5 at champs that year. Top 6 again the year to follow. Top 20 3 years ago, top 16 2 years ago, top 20 again last year as well. Along with Din at his first champs. Qualified 56th on the list. It was 59th at champs, but he was in a division which was sport class before it was sport class. Got his first challenge coin. A year later, comes back in pro, was top 3 in the next 40. Another challenge coin. Comes back a year later, another challenge coin, second in the next 40 champs in the pro division. Another year, third in the next 40. Next year, third in the next 40. Last year had fun, was 9th in the next 40 at champs. Along with Z Stone, all of our Bay Area racing pilots. Z Stone, another one of our staples. Attending champs all the way back 2018. Red 5, back with us again. Been hitting those big races in the Southwest. Now trying to help carry the distance. Not his first Mayhem. Gonna try and help the team climb higher on the box. We have a new pilot to the team here at Bay Area Racing, Morbid FPV. One of his first majors. But he's been able to grind his way up the list. He's been going to those GQs for the last number of years. And right on the top of sport, bottom of pro the last 4 years in a row. Big Ramon, Mexico by way of California. Last 2 years in a row, top 100 on the GQ leaderboard, our global list. And finally, SFPV, a.k.a. our buddy Colby, a.k.a. Cheese Music. Didn't make it to as many events last year, but 2024 could be his year, especially if they get that firepower here. The big podium again last year, second runners-up, third overall. Right now they're running the number 5 spot. And not too far back, right? We're just like a quarter of the way through if you think about it. They're on lap 418. Our leaders are on lap 444. Now about 25 laps, right? That's quick math on my head. Trying to save the good math when it comes to the final throws. Timmytron says, great new scenes, Doug. Yeah, we all collaborate. Timmytron's been talking with Doug for a number of years. Timmytron attended his first I.O., I believe in 2018. And saw a lot of the things that MultiGP had done, running 8 tracks simultaneously at that first International Open. All the different formats, took that back to Australia, built on it. Saw we were using certain tools and expanded on them, and he's been sharing what he's learned back with us. Circle has gone full circle. And Timmytron, wait until you see the break count. Wait until you see it. Say hello as well to AKFPV. There are only so many events that you can attend. AK normally wouldn't miss a Mayhem, but he had a big season of whoop racing all over the continent. Whoop racing. Got to see him a couple weeks ago up in the Northeast. I'm going to see AK on the MultiGP Champions Race in Sharjah, United Emirates, making the trip. Exciting times, of course. Visit with all these pilots. You'll be hearing a lot more about that Champions Race. MultiGP, super excited. Want to talk about the trip coming full circle. World's richest drone race was in Dubai back in 2016. The winner got $1 million. Then they had another $1 million divvied up to top local pilot, top captain, top everything. They handed out, well, over $2 million. Banny UK, a young lad from the UK, England, the winner, was on Team X-Blades Racing, and I think there was like 20 pilots per team. And they had a bet going into it that they would split. No matter what your contribution was, you wore the jersey, you got a split of the money. And when they got it, they all got a good chunk of change. But in the record books, Banny UK making the big bucks on that one. A lot of us watching what limited live stream there was from afar going, would have been nice to go to the UAE for a drone race. Well, it took a little bit, and now MultiGP is going in 2 weeks' time and taking the champions. An invite extended to all of the MultiGP champions from over the years. Some of the Freedom Spec champions from over the years, the Street League champions from over the years, the DRL champions from over the years. And down the list at other major events for a roster of 16 pilots, and then we have another almost 16 pilots that are backup pilots and support pilots. It's going to be a spec. It's a unique spec, a course designed by Mondo. Would there be any other? A 533 spec drone built specifically for the MultiGP Champions Race. The course is almost built. There is a 200-foot dive tower. We saw some photos of that. We're going to be racing the top 16. MCK will be there. The reigning two-time MultiGP champion. A lot of pilots you think should be there, but they have other commitments and big commitments as well. It is going to be a wild one. It'll be streamed on the MultiGP YouTube channel. Now, we are stoked for that big trip in 2 weeks' time. We'll be talking about it. If you're not connected with us as well, make sure you like and subscribe. Get those notifications here on the MultiGP YouTube channel. That's where we'll be live from Sharjah in 2 weeks' time. If you're not a member of our drone racing community, find MultiGP Drone Racing. Connect with our business page. That's where our official updates are. And then also join our community as well. Get a lot of updates, a lot of excitement. I think Mr. Rick James a couple of times in the chat has said, how do I get invited to Mayhem? Well, Mayhem is an open spot. The participating teams, there's usually eight positions. Participating teams all have a first right of refusal to a certain point. And then from there, it's just the next team to register. So the best way to do it is create a team. Get 8, 9, maybe 10 pilots. Come up with a team name. Get some sponsors. Purchase your pilot ticket to your team tickets, and you're in. The other way you could do it is in the MultiGP drone racing community. Post up that you are down to fly in Mayhem. You're looking for a team. And there's probably a team that has an open spot. That's another way to get an invite. Otherwise, just come on down. Hang out with us. We race for 12 hours, and then we get a little rest after the New Beer's Eve celebration tonight. And then back into it tomorrow. Individual racing as we have the Street League Nationals tomorrow. The Street League Texas Nationals tomorrow. More drone racing, individual racing here on this track. Exciting times. Because what's this year I like it. I think we did the same thing last year. Last year we had a Freedom Spec, so at least you're not flying the same drone. Even though some of the Freedom Spec drones that were reserved for Sunday, I'm sure were tagged in at some point due to damaged aircraft on the main track. But Street League racing tomorrow. Once again, we do want to thank Quad Doc sponsoring our lunch. It has arrived, Quad Doc. That Uber Eats order came in just right. Pilots, you're feeling hungry? Teams, partners, supporters? You guys, if you're feeling hungry, come on over and get a slice of za. Pizza. Yeah, have a slice. Courtesy of Quad Doc. Yeah, have a slice of pizza. Come on down. Yeah, there's lots to go around. A couple of different flavors. And it's not name brand pizza. It's from Marco's Pizza. Marco's Deluxe Pizzas. They're gourmet pizzas, courtesy of Quad Doc. Quad Doc sponsoring our lunch. One of our drone dads. This is the 5th year in a row Quad Doc has sponsored the lunch. Thank you, Quad Doc. Sponsoring lunches, saving lives, doctoring quads. We're 90 seconds away from the 5-hour mark. Mr. Rick James says, Street League is my favorite. Well, come on down tomorrow. Entries are open. "60 seconds away from hour number 6 complete. 7 hours to go. Another minute. "956RC says, tell J-Box to eat some pizza from Dad." Yeah, it's a good reminder from all the drone dads. Make sure you eat some pizza. This is a marathon. "30 seconds away from a big time marker. Have some pizza. Oh. And there we are. Five hours in, 7 hours to go. That's 419 minutes, 54 seconds. We are just warming up at the big marker. White Goats still leading as they have for the last 60 to 70 laps. They're on lap 467. They have a 13-lap lead over Flight Club in second. Flight Club working on lap 453. Wrecked has dropped down into third, and they are 3 laps back from Flight Club, who's in second in the number 3 spot. Bayland Area Racing running fourth, looking for that top 3. They have done some work in the last little bit. They're now 12 laps back. That number was as high as 16 a while ago. They're now just 12 laps back, gaining a little bit of ground. Looking at them lap times, I'm looking at some 28s, some 27s, another 28, and a 29. They do have some digits to work with, as they have now found 4 laps closer to wrecked. Who are there in third, Bay Area in fourth. HD0 working on lap number 387. They had a couple hot laps a couple ago. 27 and a 28 on lap 383, 384, 385. Mamba working on lap 305 now as they cross on to lap 305, and Wildcard working on lap 261. We're not at the midway point. Caution, caution, caution. Finish up the lap that you're on. Caution. Bay Area Racing, you're done. Mamba, you're done. Caution called. Finish up the lap that you're on. Flight Club. Wildcard, done. HD0, done. I think someone went by the goalie. White Goat, done. I'm going to start the 5 minutes. 5 minutes to retrieve your quads, and we're going to be back here on the MultiGP YouTube. We're going to be back here on the MultiGP YouTube channel right after a few words from our great partners of Mayhem Crazy 8. Back after this. 90 seconds into our caution, and 3 minutes, 15 seconds still to go. Let's see, what were we talking about there? So I believe that's the first caution called for Mamba. They were having some video issues. Can confirm, but we were seeing it on the screen, but we believe that once all the down drones are off, that's going to improve. So we're kind of looking into the video issue. I see on the forum here that there were some video complaints, so they are going to play it back. We'll assess from there. On top of that, Bay Area Racing is challenging what I said, because I said caution, Bay Area Racing, you're done. They did another lap. They're saying when I called the caution in the lap crossing. So right now, the numbers on the screen are the lap count. I haven't adjusted anything because I said I think. I've now lodged it, and it is being reviewed. So we will find out. So I hit a button, the flag comes up. Now what you're going to see on the screen is a delay because we're using the multiple networks. So that's only a little bit of a precursor. When they play it back, they're actually going to hear me say caution, see where the quad is. Now Bay Area did the extra lap. Now is it that wrong? Because they weren't sure, it's not that wrong. Because if you're not sure, do the lap. We would hate for you to not be sure, be wrong, and penalize yourself the lap. Right now, there's been no changes to the screen. It's 4:42, including both laps or the real lap. That is under review behind the scenes. We'll get an update once we find that official. It's not when the flag comes up. It's not when I hit a button. It's when I say the word caution, and that is, we'll go to the tape. And there's no harm, no foul. Everything's good there. Yes, please.
It's just a tiny bit of powdered creamer in it. I'm not sure how hot it is. Is that okay?
Awesome. Yep, thank you. 75 seconds remaining in the caution. For those watching at home throughout the day, you're going to hear me say breaks through the breaks. The last time we stopped during the timeout, you're going to hear me say all those things because I don't say the word caution until it is real. It's very distracting. Of course, you're under goggles, and obviously I'm sitting here for 12 hours. Pilots are sitting here for 14 hours over the course of the day. You're going to tune out Scully. Even when you go to a pro race, you're going to tune me out. You're going to maybe listen for pertinent information if you feel that I'm saying something of importance. Some people have got the AirPods in. And so if you hear me, I'm in sentence. I'm like, well, the last time we called a caution. Obviously, that's rather distracting. And be like, was that a real caution or not? And so that's why I use the word break. 25 seconds, pilots. 25 seconds. So when I'm talking breaks and timeouts, I'm referring to cautions. And I do my absolute best not to say the C word unless it's real. And we're at 10 seconds. Course is clear. Quads are rolling out. I'll extend it by 2 seconds. And I'm going to extend it a little bit because I only gave you... I didn't give all the markers there. So this is me for not giving all the markers. Now we're good. I'm going to start this one in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. It has been an exciting morning. It's now the afternoon, 12:35 local. We're about an hour away from the midway point. There's been some tight racing, and this is kind of what you see at Mayhem, a little bit of separation. But unlike other years, you're really going to see it tighten up again, I think a few times, because those gaps are not much. There's a look in the pits for our 2023 defending champions Flight Club. The Milkman flying right now. He's on the left of the screen. Can we pan to the left there, Dougie? Just to the left. There you go. And he just landed. And we just took off. There's Dubicki now flying. See the on-deck pilot, goggles down, watching, on the controls, following along. We see that at every drone race, not just team racing. Well, we got our statisticians going to work here today, gone back through all of the breaks, the timeouts called over the course of not only the 2024 Mayhem, but also the 2023, the 2022, the 2021, and the 2020 Mayhem. And Mamba have been to 5 of now the 8. And of all of the Mayhems, they have called the fewest amount of breaks over the course of all the teams. That is their record. They were having some strenuous video problems. One of the pilots said, you know, probably if we just call a timeout on this one and video will clear up. And looks like he was right. Not sure what was crashed out there that was causing issues, but unless we've just rebuilt, got a brand new VTX in it, I'm not sure. But things have cleaned up. It did cost them one of their timeouts, but they still hold the record of the fewest timeouts called over the course of Mayhem Team Racing. Which one was that? They too are trying to defend a title here in 2024. They were the best dressed in 2020 and 2021. Will they get that third coveted prize, best dressed to the ball? And another stat for Mamba, they tell me, we haven't been able to verify this just due to legalities, etc. But all data pointing to per pilot, per team, per capita, Mamba has the most combined time slept over everyone else. I told you they had a drone mom on the team, right? Like, everyone go to bed. We got a big day tomorrow. We were here working on stuff at the track last night. I think it was like 1:30. I was taking a little cough medicine there to, well, I was done. There was nothing else that I could do last night, just hanging out. So a little cough medicine, a little nightcap, and watching Dougie and Adrian just kind of hit the buttons. 1:15, Shannon Broussard posted the picture up, and J-Box liked it. I mean, well, I just wanted to be asleep at this point. I'm like, what is J-Box? J-Box has to race tomorrow. I just got to hang out. I can do that on minimal sleep. I mean, that's a drone race, but you know, also like the picture, Tim Barnhart, the heart of a barn. He was the first one in the morning. No surprises there. Early riser. Turning into a beautiful day. Wind picking up a little bit, closer to 20 miles an hour from that earlier 15 we were enjoying, but the sun definitely out, shining. We've climbed to 74 degrees of our possible 77 for the day. So many buttons to push here. But for our friends in Australia and Canada, that's 23 Celsius right now. And our wind is 32 kilometers an hour here at the moment. Our statistician's going to work here. Looking at the amount of experience on each and every one of our teams. Mamba getting that award too. Highest combined age of all pilots together. We're seeing some more improvement here. More Mamba stats coming in. Mamba is the team most likely to fly private to this event or otherwise. Also, most likely to raise their pinky while drinking. They're sophisticated. They are here. They're on lap 321. Well, we're seeing some gaining there for Bay Area Racing. Still in fourth. But now they are 6 laps back from wrecked. That was the good news. Another stack coming in. It's all about White Goat. Combined pilot team members. Most combined penitentiary time of all the teams right there. We were talking earlier about the headset, the fun that we have over the 12 hours hanging out. And as I was saying, Bay Area Racing and worked themselves up to about 5 laps back. And that was the good news. It's now 6 laps back. After a review of the tape, it was an extra lap recorded. After review of the tape on Bay Area Racing, that adjustment has now been made. And they are 6 laps back behind Rex, still in 4th. That's some big movement. Remember, they were 16 laps. They've gained 10 laps in the last hour. Still in 4th, pushing for the top 3. Rec it's dropped a little bit now, 8 laps back from 2nd and 3rd. Flight Club still 13 laps off of White Goat in 2nd. White Goat leading the charge. At 7:28 p.m., we may have our first ever 3-time Mayhem Team Race champions. The Goats. They're able to keep it up. But you look at your top 4 teams, White Goat is now, I believe, led the most. If not the most, second most. Rec is right up there, leading the most or second most as well. Flight Club has had a turn at the lead, and they're closest to the lead. Right now, those 12 laps. Remember I said 13 a second ago? It's now 12 laps back. And Bay Area Racing was on the same lap, back on lap 50 as all these, so we're now 10 times out, and we're about to get on to lap 500 here with the Goats. They have gained a little bit of ground. It's starting to tighten it up. We are about 37 minutes away from the midway point. Halftime is 37 minutes from now. Well, the celebrations happening in the White Goat tent, not only holding that 12-lap lead, The Goats just crossed over lap 500. Now working on lap 502. Now 503. 500 laps recorded. Now this is where it gets freaky. Remember Hyper FPV and I were talking, and he said, well, the number's right on the screen. I'm like, it could change. They're at lap number 502. In 34 minutes, we're at the exact midway point. With the timeouts and everything else, you could double it up. That'd be like, what, 550, 560 at the midway point? Hyper's pick was 1112 when we were talking about it. That was the pace when we started talking about how many laps do you think we're going to do? And I'm like, no, you're crazy. I'm going with what Lucky said, which was one more lap than Flight Club did last year. I did 1467. Coming up on the midway point, we may have a banger. We may have a right on the money. Oh, Hyper's in the chat. Halftime approaching. How are you feeling about your bet? That's right, Hyper. I didn't even see your comment. You know I was thinking about it. Because at the midway point, it should be easy math. Hyper, I feel terrible about my bet. And I'm feeling really good about yours. He was betting on live time. Live time was right. Gorgeous view of our pit row. Those tents here. We're at Dallas Drone Racing. When you get lost, you got an Uber, you're trying to order something from Uber Eats, you just search Dallas Drone Racing. It's got the marker right to where we are, permanent fields. Dallas Drone Racing is a Tier 1 chapter of MultiGP, providing race events to the public in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. They strive to make drone sports a reality for everyone. Find out a little bit more, DallasDroneRacing.com, or just go to multigp.com, hit chapters, find a chapter near you if you're in the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area, and hook yourself up with Dallas Drone Racing. Great group of people here. Always a pleasure to hang out with them. Leg Grill says Hyper just changed the restaurant. Yeah, it was gonna be at it was gonna be at Pre-IO Applebee's. I wonder what the new restaurant's gonna be. Texas Steakhouse, Texas Roadhouse. Is that what it is there? The main strip in Muncie. Everyone in the pits, if you're looking for some pizza, Chris Thomas is walking down pit row. Wave over to him. He'll bring you some. Still warm and absolutely delicious. Thanks again to Quad Doc supplying lunch for the 5th year in a row. We're looking to make some changes, of course, each and every Mayhem. We come back for Mayhem number 9. So one of the ideas floating around is we kind of make it like Spirit Airlines. If no team would be awarded any timeouts, but you can buy them, you can upgrade. No protests allowed. Unless you buy them, you can buy a protest. But your protest is all online. You do not get to speak to an actual person. And if by chance you run into an actual person, they're going to pretend they don't understand what you're saying. Mayhem Crazy number 9, June 7th, 2025, Carrollton, Texas, brought to you by Spirit Airlines. Nice warm sunshine behind us on the berm. Our wind is starting to settle down for a little bit. Fortunately, we haven't seen those gusts that they said may be coming. We're 28 minutes away from the midway point. We were just talking about Mayhem, number 9. And right now, 9 is our number. White Goat leading Flight Club by 9. It was 9 laps ahead of Wrecked. Bay Area Racing still working on that deficit. They're now just 5 laps back from our top 3. (21 to 22 laps separating our top 4. Once again, our thanks to Quad Dog sponsoring the lunch here for the 5th time for all the pilots. I'm not sure where he found the pizza place, but it is delectable. Marco's Pizza. Oh, apparently Master Mayhem, Shannon Broussard, was able to source the pizza. Great choice. Great choice. Brennan G asking, are the team pilots listed anywhere? So they are. During our next time out, we're actually going to go through our 7 teams. But you can go to the MultiGP Facebook page, scroll down, and you'll be able to see them. Now there is another place you could go. That is the MultiGP page, the website, multigp.com. You can click events, Mayhem Crazy 8. All the rosters are there except one, I think, is messed up. Let me just double check. This would be the last place I would look, I think. Unless it's fixed. I think one of them... Did he fix it? Which one was it? It was the goats one. I think he fixed it. It is fixed. Yeah, you can go to multigp.com, click the races, click the drop down there, Mayhem Crazy 8, and there is our roster list. If you don't feel like clicking, we'll do the clicking for you. We'll introduce you to the 8 teams during our next time out. Nate Lewis says the wildcard team is wrong. It has been updated. Nate Lewis, it has been updated. You're not wrong. It was wrong for the longest time, all the way up till last night even. I have I work off my own Google sheet that has all my information on it, and I had to manually type off the photos, and to where I know where the actual roster is. There's a look. Thank you, Dougie. It has been updated. As a graphic designer myself, I know the pain. Using a template and everything looks right, you forgot the one step. So we swapped the picture, you got the logo, and then we forgot all the individual pilots. A little bit of a... It wasn't me, I'm saying. I just know the pain. Caution, caution, caution. Caution, caution, caution. Finish up the lap that you're on. I haven't hit the button yet, so everyone can finish. Caution is up. And again, if you're flying, get to the line. And this caution is going to go to race administration. And we will give you your 5 minutes. And not sure if we're going to be starting right on the 5. We are doing a repair. Looks like a quad may have hit one of the guy wires on that gate to the left-hand side of the screen there. Of course, the rulebook states if a gate goes down, you fly over the gate like it was there. I'm sure everyone did that. It kind of looked at like that from my perspective. And even though 2 teams brought it to my attention, race administration will take that caution. Well, by popular request, we are going to bring you the teams competing in Mayhem, starting with our leaders, White Goat, looking for their 3rd Mayhem Team Race Championship. That is Lundy, Davo, Fire Serpent, Yawsome, Dreams, Mr. Chows, Heads Up FPV, Chetmac, Lehman, and NM Grower. Your 2-time Mayhem champions, your leaders here in 2024, going for that 3-peat, the first ever Mayhem 3-peat. Well, all the accolades and all those statistics, I didn't even know were tracked. That is Team Mamba. There's 2Dog RC, team captain, along with Reaper, Seg FPV, Jimmy Proton, Flyboy 2009, Loft, Underdog, Rue, and Smitty. Flying, profiling, and styling, Team Mamba. Right now, they're running in the number 6 spot of our field. Next up, HD0. There's Joe Mama, along with Cube, Wild Type, ADK, Kujatron, Johnny Fly, TK FPV, Talama, and FPV Sim. Team HD0. Currently running in the number 5 spot, working on lap 435 when we come back from green. Well, they've been up near the top. They've worked their way down, and now they're working their way back up again. Bay Area Racing. Team captain JFK, along with Ferry, Miwo FPV, SFPV, Din, Z-Stone, Red 5, Morbid FPV, and Big Ramon. Bay Area Racing with us here this afternoon. Now the wild card team. They're wild cards. They're in it to win it, though. We got Oscar the Grouch. That's our team captain, along with Pernicious, Land Squid, Hiroki, Ishi, Desert Rat, Snack Pack, Spicy Mechanic, and The Shadow. It's kind of interesting. Will Cody there. We had him on the old printout on the other team and this one. We have 2 handles for him, Spicy Mechanic or The Shadow. Not sure if we're just trying to decide on a name. I would vote for The Shadow. It's dark. Let's go to your team that led a bunch. They are within striking distance to reclaim that lead. It's Wrecked. Team captain Screecher hitting that podium in the World Cup in 2023 at International Open. Along with the fastest on the team, fastest on the track as well, 23.704, Mr. Proximo, our second runner-up, 3rd overall at our podium, the MultiGP Championship in 2023. Along with Flyaway, FPV, Catapult, Cool Whip, Jordal, Taxu, J-Box, and Static. And finally, your reigning Mayhem Team Race champion. They were lucky 7 winners. Looking to go back-to-back here, crazy 8. With team captain Craven FPV, along with the Milkman, Tomate FPV, AK Drones, Dubicki, Ethan FPV, Myopic, and Amari. 25 seconds to clear the field, and of course, we will be in a holding pattern until the course repair is complete. 15 seconds. And verifying that the course is clear. Looks like it is. 2 pilots at the end going the long way around. Technically is fair. We allow it as long as it's not on the course and we could fly. No penalties in play. And so with that, we are now going to drop into that holding pattern for that course repair. It looks like almost an entire gate rebuild happening on the far side of our field, as looks like our winds still maintaining 16 mile an hour, but those gusts are a little bit stronger at 36 miles an hour. And we have, believe it or not, this wind doesn't make it feel like it, but we've reached our daytime high at 78 degrees. Oh no, we're going to 78. We're at 75. We haven't reached our daytime high yet, so could get a little warmer. The racing is going to heat up a bit more as we take a pause to rebuild. No matter what they throw at us, we will rebuild and resume with, well, looks to be the second half of Mayhem. We'll be back with you in just a few. Just a little note, if you can make sure that you don't have any garbage or anything that'll blow around, napkins, pizza boxes, etc. Wind picking up a little bit. And it'd be a lot easier to just throw it in the bin now, as opposed to us trying to find it on the track later. Thank you. I am starting a 2-minute timer, and it's going to be a pretty tight, close to tight 2-minute timer. Took me a little bit longer to get back to my seat, so I'm going to start at 20 seconds unless anyone objects. No? 20 seconds, pilots, 20 seconds. Ten seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. We're underway, and in just over 5 minutes from now, we'll be officially at the midway point. Well, they were calling for it, and that was the 35-mile-an-hour winds. We're not there yet, but we are definitely getting there. We're hunkering down as we approach the midway points. And it's adding to the degree of difficulty here for the pilots, for those that really can't appreciate what is going on. So, especially those who have been watching this here for the last almost 6 hours, you're like, we get it, they're flying drones, but let's just really break it down. First and foremost, the drone, it doesn't fly itself. It doesn't have return to home. It doesn't have auto landing. It's every input that it requires to fly this is coming from the pilot. It doesn't auto level. It doesn't do any of that. So they are taking this object and flying in that 3D space every axis, right? So that takes a lot. As you make a turn, you're actually using 2 sticks. You're yawing, so I like to call that like fishtailing. So you're yawing a little bit. So, and then you're gonna dip, which is called the roll, just to make that turn. And you have to control the right throttle. You can't go at that full. You got to lay off the throttle, pull out the throttle, level out. And so there's a lot that goes into that. Now factor in the wind. When you've flown this, you've put in each pilot probably of the 500. There's 10 on a team. Let's just take those numbers. White Goat on lap 533. There's 10 pilots on the team. It's 53 pilots if every pilot was going. Just imagine you've flown this 53 times. Now the wind changes. It changed directions earlier this morning. It's still maintaining the same direction. It's supposed to be coming from the south, but it feels like it's more northerly right now. But you went through this gate 53 times. The 54th time, you have to turn a little tighter because the wind is pushing you further. You have to make that assessment. And if that isn't difficult enough, even though we have the guy wire, the Cajun strap on all these gates, one of the gates is torsioning and twisting, and so the opening is about half of what it was before. And so you really break it down and you think about it, just the awe that you see, what it takes to go into just flying this course, doing a lap on this course. And now we're at 534, now on to 35 for White Goat. Treacherous conditions. But they may change. Just JFPV asking, drone doesn't level itself, just angle? No, we're in full acro mode. This is not an opportunity for angle mode, etc. Not going to be able to go. Especially we are looking at some of those turns that they're going inverted. We are 30 seconds away from the midway point. Gasardo FPV saying 533. Yeah, White Goat's got the 533. 533 laps recorded. Ten seconds away for him. And there it is on the screen. 360 minutes in, 360 minutes to go. We are at the 50% mark, halfway through. And here is your running order. Still White Goat, the last 150 laps or more. They're on 538 right now. Then we drop 7 laps back to Flight Club, still running second within striking distance of 7 laps, working on 531. Wrecked is working on 522. They are 9 laps, still back behind Flight Club. That gap has remained the same for the last 30 or 40 laps as it were right now. Then we go just 6 laps back. Bay Area Racing in 4th behind Wreck. Still maintaining that 6-lap buffer. Last time we looked 10 minutes ago. Last time we looked before that 20 minutes ago. And it's been 6 laps. Waiting for that moment to do a big jump. It was 16. They're able to find 10. Just waiting for that moment to get a gain of another 6 more and work themselves into a podium position. Watching Flight Club at that midway section, carousel over the hurdle. A little bit of an announcer jinx or a wind jinx as they hit a flag, but they're able to bounce back, get back on their way. They're on lap 533. That's 5:33 recorded for Flight Club now. Still number 2 spot, 6 laps back off of our leader. So a little bit of a gain there as well. We've been under green for 30 minutes, 55 seconds. Just past midway point. 5 hours, 48 minutes still to go. 348 minutes. Those following along up top. Mark Dunovan asking, are the teams using the same transmit protocol, ELRS? What about the VTX protocol? Well, I'd say a vast majority are using pit switches on their VTXs, but this is very much like a traditional drone race. Every team gets assigned one channel. That's why the pit stops are very important. Killing the video transmitter on one and launching the other, same as crash out on the field. You go down, power it off, and so your next pilot can catch up, fly the course to where you went down, so that part counts, and then finish the lap. As for control, again, just like a traditional drone race, you see a mix of everything here in that flight line, just whatever works. Whatever gives you the ability to switch quads faster. As sometimes, and I'm pretty sure we've seen it a few times here with Wrecked, same pilot flying quads back to back to back to back and not losing any time on that pit change. Landing one, launching the next. And for those of us just joining here, we can talk. We've talked a little bit about the format. Of course, we run under green. Every team can call 3 timeouts. During a timeout, that's when we can retrieve the downed drones. I think we've touched on that a fair bit over the course of this event. The only difference is when we get to the last 15 minutes of the race, it'll be sudden death with no breaks, barring any safety reason that we would stop the race. But the idea there, last 15 minutes, totally under sudden death scenarios. We launch off the table, and so even though we're doing this enduro style, every time we come back from a timeout or a break, then we launch from the table. So we do have false start rules in play, just like our traditional open class racing. In a situation like that, every pilot would get 1 warning, and then it'd be a 1 lap penalty for that. A big one, and we've only awarded this once this year. Normally, this is the one that we are awarding like crazy. I'm sitting over here just banging on those penalties. Landing in the wrong pit, that's a 2 lap penalty. And when you're looking at how close our top 4 are together right now at the midway point, landing in the wrong pit, 2 laps, that'd be pretty detrimental. And we do have remote officials watching each and every one of our channels. Anything gets flagged by our remote officials or team captains, they're logged in a form and queuing system to be reviewed remotely. And miss gates and flags, it's a 1 lap penalty. Being on the wrong channel, this is not the most ideal event for video powering up, but if we catch you on the wrong channel, it's a 1 lap penalty as well. Well, looking at those gaps and separations, a little tighter here, a little wider there. White Goat now on to lap 572. 9 laps ahead of Flight Club. So that keeps changing a little bit. 9 laps between first and second. Flight Club in the number 2 spot. Then we go to Wrecked in third. They are 5 laps back. And Bay Area Racing still in fourth. And they are now 12 laps back. They'd narrowed that deficit down to 5 not too long ago, but looks like they may have just had a crash a lap or 2 ago. They were missing there at the line for a lap, so that's just another lap on the board there. There's a better one, 27.7. There's a look on the bottom of your screen of Team HD0 going to work for us right now, working on lap 480. They're almost in the 500 club. 19 laps to go to 500 for HD0. Look in the Mamba pit. Oh, it's wildcard pit. There we go. Been waiting to bust out the shorts. We're there. You see the pilot in the bottom center. You see the quad in the top right, trying to turtle mode his craft, recover his craft remotely. Looks like he was able to get it up. And back up we go. Wildcard having some fun. Last pilot was up in the skies, had some really rough video. And so in this situation, we flag it, we notice it. and we try and assess the situation. But in a situation like this, next pilot goes up. He's now gone to 3 of the 4 corners of the course. Now that's almost the farthest from the ground stations, and the next pilot's clean. And so the quick assessment of that would be, we got some video issues on the previous pilot's quad. And unfortunately, watching that HD 0 near 0 latency, high resolution feed, we got to witness that crash. Hardcore right there. Getting Hiroki up. Hiroki for the wild cards, just stoked to have a race in his near backyard. And the track is his. How about that, man? We've seen some pretty fast pilots doing that trick. It's almost like a little tail whip through the gate. Helps you get through the gate fast on a tight line and then scrub that speed from that double down to the next gate. He's got that dialed in, but of course you're looking at 300 plus laps for the team. Hiroki looks like he's done a bunch of them. He's got this course on lock. Bottom center of the screen, wrecked. They are 6 laps back, still holding that 6. 6 laps is not that much. And this one still remains all white goat. Mr. Chouse back up in the air. 2021 sport class champion. Here he is at a major. From sport to mayhem, maybe to the top of the podium. Can you imagine the celebration tonight back at the GOAT Airbnb? We've had mayhem champions. We've had two-time mayhem champions, them being one of them. Can you imagine getting the first three-peat? You see this field of pilots, a lot of stacked teams. The racing was super tight at the start. We're now at the midway point. It's going to start tightening up. And it'll be quite interesting to see what happens when we get to the checkered. As we get heads up FPV up to the skies here for White Goat. Working on lap 587, now 589. So I talked about looking at those times, including the pit stop, and that was pretty quick. It didn't even flag on my screen. 46 seconds, because that was one down, the next one up. And a good sighting lap. So that wind is picking up, and they're saying this is about to be the toughest winds we'll see all day, which is a little bit of a precursor to tell us it might die down a little bit closer to dinner time. We got another 5.5 hours till that podium celebration. 9-6 RC, so let's go Team Wrecked. They're within the thick of things, 7 laps back from second. And just 15 laps from first. we continue to set those records, we may be looking at the longest time under green without a break here. 54 minutes since our last one. I love these mid-race investigations into timing data. And numbers remain the same here. We're past the midway point, just under 5.5 hours remaining. White Goat leading by 10, Flight Club in second. They are, well, look at that change. 3 laps ahead of Wrecked. Wrecked is now gaining some ground. It's about 3.5 laps. Flight Club in second over Wrecked. And looking at Wrecked to Bay Area Racing, you're looking at just under 14 laps, so they're now back at that base deficit. Looking to do a little damage there. The 2024 Mayhem Crazy 8. Our thanks to iFlight, dedicated to creating enjoyable and immersive flights for everyone by going above and beyond what you think drones can do. You can visit them online, shop.iflight.com for more information. We also want to thank our friends at T-Motor, the safer propulsion system located in Nanchang, the hero city of China. T-Motor products have been used widely in film and television, agriculture, logistics, emergency rescue, and of course, racing. T-Motor is committed to becoming the safest power system supplier, providing customers with both regular and high-end customized products. Available on the World Wide Web, uav-en.tmotor.com. You know what? Just Google T-Motor. Find out more about them. One of our great partners here, the 2024 Mayhem Crazy 8. Looks like an epic crash there for Wildcard. And there's your head-to-head Wrecked versus Flight Club. This is still the battle for the two. They're 10 laps off of our leaders, White Goat. But they're now within about 4 laps. Flight Club, 4 laps ahead of Wrecked. Wrecked just gained about 2 laps. We got Screecher in the skies for Wrecked. And Tomate in the skies for Flight Club. You see Tomate on the camera feed. Red hat on the left-hand side. On the gas, going fast. Watching Screecher top left-hand side. Wrecked is trying to find some ground, but when the pilot you're racing against is pounding with similar pace, there's one to watch. Here comes Flight Club. They're going to stay out for one more. On board with Screecher there. That quad in front of him is just lap traffic. It would have been exciting if it was Tamate trying to make a pass, but we're going to drop Screecher, pick up J-Box. Screecher with a couple 26s and a 27 in his session. They're trying to find those 4 laps. You got to do it a little bit at a time. Remember, every lap is about 24, 26 seconds. So if you can do it 3 seconds faster or 4 seconds faster, that means every 9 laps you gain 1. You got to do 4. You should be able to do it in 36 laps, but that's 36 laps going faster. You can see why these changes don't, these positions and lap deficits don't seem to change that much when you look at the greater scheme of things, but that 4-lap deficit when we went side by side with them is now about a 3.5 second deficit, or 3.5 lap deficit. It's 97 seconds. That's the deficit. Wrecked behind Flight Club. If we have a switch up in our second and third place spot here, just past midway point. Now we're doing a little defense here with Flight Club as they launch the Milkman. His rookie year hitting that podium in sport class, working his way up into pro to hit podiums again. Now looking for a 2024 Mayhem podium with his team. They're in prime position in second, 9.5 laps back off of the lead at the midway point. When I did that quick math, 4 seconds a lap, and you start looking at it, you keep that pace, it's going to take 36 laps. Seems like a lot when the greater scale right now is 622 laps done by our leader. And the final total could be 1,100, could be 1,400, could be 1,600. We don't know. A lot of variables at play. One thing we do know, it's going to be another 5 hours, 17 minutes, pure mayhem. And we are watching some of the best pilots racing in the sport. And one of the most tightly contested podiums here in Mayhem. You're looking at those positions under 10 laps between first, second, third. Of course, this year it is kind of a spec. We've got the RPM threshold limits set in all the quads, and all the pilots are racing the identical prop from our friends at GemFan, sponsoring the 2024 Mayhem Crazy 8. GemFan offers advanced equipment, professional design, precision manufacturing, perfect quality assurance systems, and timely after-sales service to all of their customers. Check out their website for hot deals on propellers, gates, and much, much more. There's a new website, gfprops.com, and hit that hot sales link. We've heard of drone race sponsors. We've heard of drone race propeller sponsors. What if you have 8 to 10 pilots on 7 teams racing for 12 hours? How many propellers does it take? I saw some questions in the chat about how many lipos burned, but how many propellers does it take? Well, they earmarked a couple from the factory 5,000 sets of props were handed out across the 7 teams. I think we're going to be okay. I think we'll be all right. I mean, if it's me, I just bend it back. But obviously flying at this level, put a freshie on if she's got a little ding. Makes sense. We're talking about drone dads a couple hours ago. Say hello to Jake Cameron's dad, Don Capobray, cheering on the Bay Area. We got a check-in here from Quad Doc, and he says, what did I miss? Well, Quad Doc, last time we saw you till now, a lot of laps recorded, but not seeing too many changes, unless you really want to get in the minutiae of it. I think the big story here, that second, third, Flight Club and Wrecked. I think last time we saw Quad Doc in the chat, it was a 5-lap deficit. About 5 minutes ago, it was a 4-lap deficit, and now Wrecked is reeled in Flight Club to a 3-lap deficit. And aside from that, no real changes. White Goat leading this thing for the last 200 plus laps, and they lead the field by 10 laps. It's the only endurance race of its kind, the largest in the world. Mayhem, dawn till dusk. This is the 8th edition of Mayhem. Looking at that history, the first Mayhem back in 2017. Sela FPV, the winning team. Southeast Louisiana FPV, the top team. And that was before pit switches, and there were a lot of things different on that one. The track was elevated. The gates were up high. And so during the race, you could use retrievers to go under the gates to pick up the downed drones. We've learned a lot since then. Yes, that was a terrible idea then. It's a terrible idea now. But it was exciting. I always think back to the team race where we kind of replicated the same thing at International Open for the first International Open experience, and we had the elevated gates and the retrievers, but we wanted to be even safer than the first edition of Mayhem, and so we provided helmets and vests to all the retrievers. And my favorite memory from that, as scary as it was watching the first-person view feeds as we would on a drone race, and the retrieving was happening during the race. We had the helmets and vests because we were at the Academy of Model Aeronautics. They owed the insurance. And during the race, we used the man lift, and IB Crazy was in the bucket trying to get a quad that was stuck in the vinyl mesh, like in the side of the gate, as the other quads are racing like right by him. And I remember seeing him on an FPV feed, kind of smiling as this drone was flying right at his head. 2017 was a great year. No one died. That would be if I told that story to my dad. But did he die? I'm like, no, he did not. He did not. He lived to tell the tale. In 2018, a little bit closer to what we see now. Pyro Drone, the winner then. 2019, just outside of New Orleans. And similar, more closer to the format that we're running now. We've made a few little modifications over the course. A few years, it was 12 hours when we were green. And now we've trimmed it up a little bit, and it's 12 hours when we first hit that start button. And regardless, a ton of packs, ton of props, 32 to 5,000, 3,200 to 5,000 of them will probably go through over the course of the event. There's a little look-see at the bottom of your live stream there of the RF landscape here. That's a little throwback there to Timmytron with his big setup. Timmytron, the CMRC, Canberra Multi-Rotor Club chapter, newest Tier 3 chapter in the MultiGP community. Built OBS scene showing the RF Explorer. This RF Explorer, though, that we're using is the new one. It's computer built right in. I'm jealous. Dougie's got all the toys. So you're looking at some averages. Now, right now, if you look at the third from the left, that'd be race band 3. We're actually not using that channel. And, yeah, fair bit of noise on that channel. It was kind of clean when we checked things when we arrived, but over practice yesterday, whatever that is, that's making it look almost like a drone played into the space. Aside from that, it looks pretty clean. So, question in the chat there, what happens to the quads left out in the field? The pack's not burning up. What about all the receivers? Well, we've touched on that a few times. We'll answer your question. Welcome to the show, Just G, FPV. Excited to have you. So this is non-stop endurance race drone racing. One pilot flies, lands, the next one takes off. And your question, very valid. What if someone crashes out on the track? Well, every quad has a pit switch in it or some way to deactivate the video transmitter. Now, some have actually worked in the ability to completely power off the entire quad, which may be handy in a situation, like you say, when things are burning up. But most of the time when a quad goes down, turning off the video transmitter, that's really the thing that's going to pull the heat on a quad that's just kind of sitting there on the line. And so we can go until we get a break. Now, every one of these teams gets 3 timeouts. They can call them whenever they choose them. But we have been going for an hour and 17 minutes, 40 seconds since the last time that we took a break. That's literally nonstop drone racing. That it may not be a record, but that is going to be closest to one of the longest sessions. It's the longest session we've had today, I believe. I think we went an hour and 5 or maybe an hour and 15. I can't remember off the top of my head, but we've been going an hour and now 18 minutes. I think that's the longest we've gone under green. I think a year past, we did over 2 hours nonstop without taking a break. Things are working. Of course, those drones are down. They're powered off. I'm actually looking out straight behind this camera here, and I can count 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm not doing this for show. I'm over 25, 30. I'm over 30 drones that I can see out on the track. And Proximom in the chat came up with the term Easter hunt for drone pilots. When a break is called, you're going to see everyone rush out. And because we've been going for now an hour and 19 minutes nonstop, and as I've said, just what I can see, 25, there's way more than that down drones. It is going to be almost like if you see a public transit, like a train stop, at rush hour, everyone gets off and they run to their cars. Otherwise, they'll be stuck in the parking lot. You're going to see that on drone retrieval because when we take the time out, whichever team calls it, it's only 5 minutes to get off the track. And as long as we're not doing a course repair or something like that, we start again right at the 5-minute mark. Now, we can extend it. We have extended it for extraneous situations. And so that's wild. And caution, caution, caution. Speak of the devil, caution. Bay Area Racing, you are done. Bay Area Racing. Okay, they're done for sure this time. Everyone else still to finish. Flight Club done. Mamba done. We're going into a caution. Flight Club done. White Coat and Wrecked done. Wildcard done. Looks like everyone's done. Your 5 minutes commence. And there's the great shot. Shout out to the boys in the truck, Dougie and Adrian. 4 minutes, 51 seconds to collect what is easily 40 quads. Easily 40 quads on the pitch. Again, that was a long session. Officially, an hour, 20 minutes, and 52 seconds. I think that's our longest consecutive amount running. That caution was called by race administration because of a gate. We were losing a double. Hey, Claire, where did you get that coffee? Did it come from the hotel? Where did you... Is there more?
Team Mamba has a Keurig.
Oh, Team Mamba. That's why we're all Team Mamba fans. I would love one. You didn't need to do it right now. It's a nice mug. I thought you guys jacked it from the hotel. Normally, we would throw to commercial, but again, an hour and 20 minutes. There's easily 50 quads. And it's the Easter hunt for drone pilots. It would be a sacrilege to not bring you the drone hunt right now. So far, 3 lipos have been turned in over the course of the day. Let's see, that's a 6S, That's a success. One's a R-Line 1550. The other one's an R-Line 1400. This one has a unicorn on it. It's a R-Line 1400. We got another R-Line 1400 coming in. It says RQ on the XT60. Ryan Cube. There we are. Ryan Quillett, Cube. That's the 5 minutes. You get? 533 1380. All right, I'm going to start a clock here. 1 minute, we're going green. Shout out to our ground crew, Harmjoy.
Team Mama says lax for coffee.
Thanks. It should say there, Timmy Tron. I want you to look in the bottom left right there. That's your boy, Scully. Huh? How about your caution count on the live stream? This is going to be so good in 2025 when we come back for Mayhem something 9. Shannon, what's the something going to be? Something 9. Well, we had the Lucky 7, the Crazy 8. How about Final 9? That one, huh? Nice send-off. Okay, so I said I was going to do a minute. That surpassed, so I'm going to do 30 seconds. Unless there's an objection. 30 seconds. Appreciate your patience. Oh, we're getting suggestions coming in on the chat. Way better idea. First idea, the Naughty 9. Not bad. What if we, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. So what we need to do is work with the FCC. Get a 9th channel. Get approved for that low band. Get a low band team. Let's work with Carl, HD0. Let's have a low band HD0 channel. And it'll be the blank 9. And so far, it's, well, we have a second entry. Mayan Hawk says the nifty 9. Not bad. Not bad. All right, there's a third one. The not bad 9. The naughty 9, the nifty 9, the not bad 9. Nitro 9. Oh, that one is definitely in the running. Laws FPV. Nitro 9. Question from Stark there. How many timeouts potentially are left, at least with the team side, as admin reserves the power to call as many. Even before the race starts, we call them. Let me do a quick tally for you in my head. 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 13. 13 out of a 13 potential out of a total 21 remaining. There's a good entry from FM Stark, the Never Stop 9. Not bad. Clive FPV going with the Divine 9. Marshall FPV with the Gnarly 9. We're going to get there. We will get there. Lucky with the Nerdy 9. That one has a lot of weight, a lot of potential. Two Dog RC, the Naked 9 for the win. I don't think he's walked down our flight line lately. Come on, man. The Naked 9. Do it all line of sight. 4 hours, 49 minutes left to go. White Goat leading by about 8 laps. 8 laps. That means we've seen some changes in the last little bit. Now it's closer to 7 laps. Wrecked in third. Now, I think when we took the break, they were 4 laps behind. They're now under 3 laps behind. About 2.5 laps is where we're at.
Is there a mystery there? Why are we all...
More suggestions coming in. The Nimble 9 from AA. And just catching up here on the chat. Got some more suggestions there for Mayhem number 9. We got the Fine 9, the No Mom 9, the Cloud 9. Cloud 9. I think I actually heard that suggestion earlier, about a week or two ago. Quad 9. I like that. It's a little bit of a take on Cloud 9. Or the Nightly 9. And they go 7P to 7A. Hey, we might. That means we'd be able to sleep on Saturday morning. I like it. Davis FPV says, how come no one has said 69? Because it's the 9th edition, not the 69th edition. There was another good one. See if you can stay awake 9. That's a good one. Night shift 9. The 9 to 5. The flying 9. Fly to 9. Mayhem 9. Mayhem number 9. Kind of like Love Potion number 9. Mayhem number 9. Maybe that's just the name after all this. We're getting a little crazy. FM Starks is the Willy Nilly 9. Oh. And he actually has it spelt out. The Will He Nil He 9. I see what you're doing. The Nocturnal 9. That's a good one, Quad Doc. Mayhem to the 9s. I like that one. For the Podium Awards, we're in tuxes. The Nightmare 9 by Land Squid. I like it. Land Squid's on site and participating in the chat. And Tim Barnhart, he's got the heart the size of a barn. He says 24 hours of Mayhem 9. Whoa, my ear's blowing up. No, I'm hearing. Barnhart, I think your idea was denied. The Nocturia 9. I like it. The 9 individual races of 9 Mayhem 9. I like it. Speaking of 9, White Goat still leading by 9. Over Flight Club. And Flight Club still leads Wrecked by 3. And Bay Area Racing now, it's about 24 laps back with 4.5 hours still to go. Remember, for 9 laps, what did I figure out? 4 seconds a lap. It was only 36 laps. Little engine that could. HD0 working on lap 569. Mamba on 456.7. And Wildcard just crossed onto 397. A little more wind picking up here. I was working behind the scenes on some fun stuff. Question came up in the chat there. It was brought to our attention. There was a fast lap record that was showing that was a little too fast, and it was an ongoing problem. One team has one quad that is causing a ton of misreads on their channel, double reads, and so the software has been correcting it. I've been correcting it. DVRs have been correcting it. And so then I thought, what? Not the worst. Why don't I just go through and fix some of these, the minimum lap time corrections that the software automatically does. And that way the fast laps would be correct as they're shown. And that's why you probably thought my camera was frozen as I was reading and clicking and adjusting. Sometimes I would click the button and it would take a 16 and a 17 second lap time and make it the official 33 second lap time. Other times I would delete a 6 and a 7 and those are gone, which at the end of the day, it's going to fix your fast lap count. But the problem is then the team's lap count would go down. So then I have to manually adjust the lap count because the individual readings wouldn't line up. So I was making sure every time I hit it that it would make the right count would be represented. And I think that is caught up with peace and love. 700 laps recorded for your leaders, White Goat. A 700 club with 4.5 hours to go. 7.5 hours in, 4.5 hours remaining. And still with that 9-lap lead. And it's all about the nines. I know we're coming up with Mayhem number 9. But you got White Goat 9 laps ahead of Flight Club, who's now... Oh, no. Flight Club is now just 2 laps ahead of Wrecked, as Wrecked got onto 691. We may be going back down to a 2-for battle. Mid-race battle for that podium position could be happening here very soon. Bay Area Racing is still within reach. We're going to have to find a gear right soon. We got more of those suggestions coming in. The Mambo number 9. Now, if we can work in a theme, I really, really like that one. I like it. 4.5 minutes still to go. Missy Coiner asking, is Proximo still racing? Well, we haven't seen him in a little bit, but you got to remember this is a 12-hour endurance race, and I'm privy to a little bit of information from different teams, but I mean, it's fair to say they are shifting the pilots up as the strategy of flying your best pilots from sun up to sundown doesn't always play out. I mean, we've looked at these rosters beforehand going into this event and going, that's a team that's going to win. And sometimes they don't even podium. And it really, there's so many different strategies that come into it. So I'm sure he's on break. I just wanted to have a conversation there with the team captain, and the team captain went to the store. I mean, you got to work it like a job, keep collecting those laps. Some strategies kind of like put your fast group out for a bunch, pound some laps, catch up, put your next group out, just keep the lap count going, not at the pace. There's that strategy. Some will go with your fast and your slow, but we've seen sometimes there's a little bit, you put a faster pilot and a slower pilot racing back-to-back with each other, you may end up causing more problems than not. And that strategy can change as you go, right? There's, I'm a big fan of sports psychology. But a lot goes into it, too. Knowing what your team can do, and especially as you start seeing those numbers, you analyze them a little bit, seeing who you're chasing, who you're battling with. Are you pushing for the lead? Are you pushing for that podium position? What are they doing? And what are their pilots' laps right now that they're flying? And so you can mathematically strategize to, like, put your slower pilots in there. And what's happening? You hear that you're looking at the screen. They all have the scoring screen in their pits, or you're hearing the commentary. Oh, they're 9 laps back. Now they're 14 laps back. Now they're 16 laps back. Well, if you're the person who's ahead of that, you're going to be like, why am I gassing my fast pilots right now? I have the buffer. I don't need to push. Let's switch up the group. Now you've switched up the group. Now your best pilots have gone to the store, and what does the other team do? All right, bring the heat. Now the game is on. The chess match is going on. I mean, in simplistic forms, it's a 12-hour drone race. But when you look at all these things, the charging strategy, which pilot to use when, that you may have a fast pilot, not so good on the pit changes, right? These team captains, we used to kind of take it as a joke. We used to kind of take it as, well, this way we don't have to talk to all 64 pilots. Back when there was 8 on a team, we'll just talk to 1. And then seeing the computers, we're seeing one team at one team race. There was a big protest because you're only allowed 10 people, including your support personnel. And they had someone sitting in the bleachers running the computer doing the tally and stuff. It is more serious than you could even imagine. And the more layers that you peel off, you can't even appreciate what is going on. And the reward for everyone, producers, competitors, and even spectators. I mean, that's why people watch NASCAR. You think it's just a redneck sport, everyone turning left. But at the end of the day, there's so much that goes into that. And once you understand the finite detail, that's when you truly become a fan. We're excited to have each and one of you fans with us here this afternoon at the Mayhem Crazy 8 here on the MultiGP YouTube channel. Let's see here. Well, those watching the screen here, you're going to see some numbers change as I am dropping 2 laps off of Flight Club and 2 laps. You think that'd be good news for Wrecked? That gives them the same lap count, you'd think, but not so much, as both teams getting 2 lap pit landing violations. Just verifying, yep, the 2 went in for Flight Club and the 2 went in for Wrecked. So no changes there as they're working out on their positions. I guess the good news for them, or the good news is going to go by way of Bay Area Racing. That's now going to open up their deficit a little bit, but they're now like 28 laps back from third. And good news as well for White Goat. They have something that's being reviewed right now. They think they should have an extra lap. Whether they get it or not, second and third each got 2 lap penalties, so that now pushes White Goat 12 and a half laps ahead of the field now. Yes, sir. Great day for a drone race. They fly overhead. And I believe what you see on the screen is now official, all caught up on the replays, the adjustments, and the penalties to the best of my knowledge. And I did make an adjustment. Team captain, a White Goat, came over, questioned the start after the last break. Thought they missed a lap. I looked at the data, and I'm like, the data says that you either took off late or you were late coming in on your pit. But we did flag it for a review, and review is good in favor of White Goat. So they did get that extra lap, not the extra lap, the lap that they did that was missed during the opening lap after the start from the last break. So as they are on the screen, I believe we're all caught up on our race administration. Shout out again to the entire team. Lead Girl, our remote reviewer. We're going to work on some technology over the next little bit, get her even a little more set up, but she's in fine form. Records our stream on multiple replay systems and is able to pull up the stuff that we're queuing for review, making the decision. So it is properly logged, and she has an entire team of remote officials who are watching, I believe, our judges stream. Do we still have the bandwidth, the push for the judges stream? They're either watching the live. Yep, they're watching their own exclusive DVR feed, and they too are assisting with Michelle. So our Lead Girl, for those that don't know who Lead Girl is, that's Michelle. But yeah, on the phone there, I actually want to call in because it's just a little too much to type to verify the last bit. And she says, yep, I've talked with the entire team. So they have a whole panel that is reviewing stuff right now. Everyone is a part and we are gracious for their service and being a part. Super exciting to have the support, the knowledge from afar, helping us officiating this carnage. You got to think back to all those races that we have stopped, and we've done DVR reviews. We're like, hold on, we can't start until we know this, and yada, yada, yada. And with technology and some great people behind it, we're doing great things. Bring you this package. And I think, man, I'm back on Team Scully number of laps here. I think the pace that we are on, that wind has now dissipated. It's under 15 miles an hour. It was peaking over 20, but it has died down. The sun is kind of behind the clouds. Once again, I'm in a coat freezing my butt off when I shouldn't be, but we are not complaining. It is a great afternoon for drone racing, and we have another 4 hours, 15 minutes still to go. Well, of course, Double A with us since the very beginning, part of that conversation. He says, hey, everyone, take a look at that, the lap pace being set. It was down a little bit. Now it's going back up by way of White Goat. Right now, on pace. I lost it. It's going to come back, right? They're on lap 749 now, and the pace is 1146. 1146. So that's a little bit more than when we talked about it about a quarter of the way through. So that is increasing. Good catch by Double A. Props off asking, how many packs will each individual racer get in over the day? That's a lot. Well, let's just do some guesstimation here, okay? So let's just go with live times pace. That White Goat's going to do 1147. They're going to do 1147 packs. You know what? I should do this in a spreadsheet, maybe. That'll be better. Okay, so they're going to do 1147, hypothetically. Okay, and their average lap time is 37.7. Now, that kind of factors in the brakes as well. Let's just drop that a little bit. Their fastest is a 23. Let's just split the difference there. Let's say their average lap is 33. And pack is 2 minutes plus, but you're not going to do that. You're probably going to do 3 laps per battery. And so I didn't really need the 33-second lap time. So let's go 1147 divided by 3 equals 1147 divided by 3. That's 382 lipos. Let's factor in a couple crashed. So let's now we got to factor in some crashes. So we're gonna say 5% of the laps are gonna be crashes. Is that a good number? I think so. So we're gonna go 382 packs plus we got to launch a new one. So, yeah, I think 5%. It's a little generous. Times. This isn't my normal laptop. 0.05. So that's another 19 packs, including crashes. 19 crashes for team. But then when you take off, you're also going to make up a lap of your pack. So I think that's fair. So we're going to call it 401 batteries per team. The average number of pilots per team is 9. Most of them have 9. A few have 8. One has 10. And so my guess, my estimation, would be 45 packs per pilot. It's just an estimation. Props off says 5% would be really low if I was piloting. Hey, to be fair, to be fair. And we tell you that story to show you this one. Wrecked and Flight Club are now on the same lap. Thank you, Marshall FPV, bringing our attention to it as we bring you the side-by-side Cool Whip versus Amari. There's Wrecked onto lap 742, and there's Flight Club onto 742. They're separated by 3.2 seconds. And this could be the moment that many have been waiting for, and that is a position change. Will Amari, the superstar sim pilot, make a pass? You saw a little chase cam there. It is getting close. Now it's about 5 seconds. That was some other lap traffic that we were getting by. Wrecked still leading by 5, but you got to remember, for the closer to the last 100-plus laps, they were not on the same lap. But here we are in the mid-700s, what could be over the midway points. And this is now seeing if we're going to have a switch up at our giddy up. Here comes Wrecked in for a pit. And here comes Flight Club in for a pit. So they're pitting on the same lap. Wrecked gets up with Screecher, and Flight Club gets up with AK. Well, we're seeing a little offense. Left-hand side, Screecher trying to put on a clinic and a demonstration. Looks like he's 3 gates ahead. He gets on to your next lap, 7:45. There's AK for Flight Club on to 7:45 as well. 8.4 seconds separating them. So you can see that Screecher has already changed that same lap buffer. We're still on the same lap, but now we're a quarter of a lap apart. A good 8 seconds. Now we're going to, remember the 3 laps that we talked about? We just landed with Screecher. Now we got Taxu up in the air for Wrecked. And AK stays out 1 more lap than Screecher did. Looking at the pace here, looks like AK a little faster than Taxu. And so, on this battery for AK, we may see something happen. Wrecked now onto 7:47. Counting your... Well, it was 11 seconds, now 9 seconds. Now we're going to launch a new pilot for Flight Club. Who are they sending? How about Dubicki? Potato is in the air. 9.5 seconds now. You notice the pit stops are a little different there. We're going to stay out 1 more here with Taxu. That is all right. One other thing, while we're really appreciating this here, we can really see the OSDs. Look under Taxu's name, the top left. Look beside to the left, Dubicki's. That M8. That is in the code. All these quads are flying it. We need to see M8 because that means they are running the right firmware that is limiting our RPM limit. Down goes Taxu. Up goes Cool Whip. Down goes Cool Whip, and the story may have just changed with that crash right there. Now, when Cool Whip went down, Rex still had a 17-second lead in this battle for second over Flight Club. But you can also see that Dubicki was just cleaning up those laps. Had a nice 27 not too long ago. 26s, 27s. It's kind of what we're shooting for. And now we are close again. 1 second separating Wrecked and Flight Club. Screecher back in the air for Wrecked. Milkman in the air for Flight Club. And they are side by side. And there's where those pit times kind of come into play. Now Flight Club just went from a second back to 14 seconds back. Wreck, look at it the other way. Wrecked now 14 seconds to the good. They go on to lap 7:52. Yeah, doing a little bit of a switch up there. Flight Club now up into the number 2 spot. Now, Wrecked back in the 2 spots. They're 4 seconds apart, both working on lap 7:54. Master of Mayhem, Shannon Broussard, was in my ear. He's like, is that not a deficit or an advance? And I was like looking at lap times, trying to figure out who had the worst pit. There was a 39 versus a 44, and it was Wrecked with the not so good pit time. The pit time and the lap time combined, and that opened the door for Flight Club to slide up into second for the first time in a while. And then another pit stop for Flight Club, moving Wrecked up into the number 1 spot. They're only separated by 2.4 seconds. We are 8 hours in, just under 4 hours remaining on the master race clock. And Wrecked is now up into second by Flight Club in that battle for the 1-2. Everyone's saying, what about the GOATs? Well, think back to lucky number 7, Mayhem. Did I talk about Flight Club for the last 3 hours of the race? Not really. They won by 207 laps. We are here to see the race and watch the battles. And just like if you watch motocross, Supercross, you are going to hear about the battles, and that is what we're watching. 1.4 seconds, Flight Club over Wrecked. Wrecked getting by Flight Club now onto lap 757. The GOATs, yeah, they're doing well, guys. They're almost 18 laps ahead of the field. What does that mean? Doesn't sound like much. That's 7 minutes, 25 seconds, okay? So we can chill. They can just keep doing their laps. They're doing their thing. Not too long ago, they posted the fastest lap on the track. Heads Up FPV was in the sky for them, a 23.4. But again, after 8 hours, we finally have another battle. Well, I mean, 7 hours we had tight grouping. Starting to loosen up a little bit. And now it's Wrecked and Flight Club all over again, separated by 8.4 seconds. Flight Club had a little bit of time up in that number 2 spot. Call it 2 laps. And now trying to catch up here. And we talked about it earlier, that strategy, right? Like, keep that pressure on until someone makes a mistake. Hopefully that mistake is great enough, and then you can push yourself forward, just like the GOATs right now. They are just pounding laps. Now, when I say pounding laps, got one of the top 5 lap times, like 3 laps ago. And I believe that was for Mr. Chouse. Mr. Chouse is ripping it right now. He's got a 28 the last time around. Prior to that, a 26 and a 23. So what I'm thinking that's telling me is we either had Heads Up out there and Chouse on a fast pit, or Mr. Chouse is following Heads Up FPV's lead. Regardless, they just went on to lap number 777. That is a lead of about almost 18 laps over our battle for second, third, Flight Club versus Wrecked. Separated by 3.4 seconds. Caution, caution, caution. Everybody caution. Finish up the lap that you're on and work your way into the pit. That is a caution. Third and final caution for Wrecked. I think I just saw Mambo come in. You're done. Flight Club come in. You're done. Bay Area Racing come in and done. White Goat in and done. Everyone down. And the Easter hunt for drones goes on. 5 minutes on the clock. We were green for an hour. Nope. A lot of math here. Last caution. Nope. Second last caution. Yeah, an hour and 4 minutes that time since our last break. 1 hour and 4 minutes since our last caution. Do you want me to tee? Here's a great look where we're going to be in 2 weeks' time. The MultiGP Champions Race in Sharjah, United Emirates. Taking that short flight into Dubai and that caravan ride down to Sharjah. The course is almost complete 2 weeks before the event, including that 200-foot dive tower. The pilots are all confirmed, 16 of the world's best, all champions in their own right, taken from the ranks of the MultiGP Drone Racing League, the Television's Drone Racing League, along with Street League, Freedom Spec, and major races as well. Jam-packed roster. We're stoked to get into it. We'll be bringing all the action here on the MultiGP YouTube channel, doing a lot of cool things over there. We're running spec drones. Yeah, MultiGP Spec Racer, the Sharjah Racer by 533. All the lights. Going to be a show, one of the first shows ever designed specifically for spectators in mind. I know there's been a lot of events, a lot of leagues, organizations, shows, and that is the goal. This one is not about what is on the screen. It's what you experience in the seats. And we are stoked to roll to Sharjah. Great little look at it, to look at the Sharjah Racer as well. I'm sure many of you have noticed over the course of the day all the great promotional materials that we've seen here on the live stream, including we have a bunch of the team profiles as well. A shout out to our marketing guru, Henry. He's in the chat as well. He is our designer, putting all that great work together, that extra sizzle that we have been waiting for. And stoked to have him on our team now. I think celebrating his 1 year anniversary with MultiGP. You know what happens when you do 1 year? You get the MultiGP mug. Hold on, it's not official yet. This is your 1 year gift, Henry. Thank you for watching, all your work this year, your support of the organization, your great design work. You are a great friend and fan, giving us a great feedback. And so we are going to we're going to DHL this overseas. Your MultiGP mug is coming. Thank you, Henry. Celebrating 1 year with MultiGP. You notice that new rebranding of the website? Yeah, it's more than just a list of races and a link to PDFs, helping us tell the story, helping, of course, the goal of MultiGP, by pilots, for pilots. We are 3 minutes 45 into this, 1 minute and 10 before we're green. We're by pilots, for pilots, and of course, even though we're talking about these big races like Sharjah, and we're here in Dallas with Mayhem, it all starts in the backyard and the field with your local MultiGP chapter. Look at our GQ leaderboard, our global qualifying list. 50 seconds, pilots, 50 seconds. You start in a field and qualify globally against that field of pilots and make it to the MultiGP championship. From the backyard to the top of the podium. And that is how we grow the sport of drone racing since 2015. And 2024 going to be one for the ages. 30 seconds remaining, pilots, 30 seconds. Couple pilots looking a little gassed there. Not going to say names, teams, or otherwise. It's only been 8 hours. It's now time to go into overtime and overdrive. Pilots, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. There's the go tone. Love seeing all the kudos coming in on the chat. I talked earlier about design. I do graphic design, a lot of projects. I spend a lot of time, in fact, email and anything Adobe is what's on my computer pretty much 24/7, and there's a lot that goes into design, and usually the only feedback you get from your cast, your crew, even your clients and your end clients are the typos and the errors, and it's great to see the love and support for Henry. He's been doing an excellent job again the last year coming in on the chat. We got to meet him in person at the MultiGP Championship. He scheduled his wedding over IO, so it took us, just like anything, when it's a strike against the king, it takes about 6 months. And so we forgave him for booking his wedding over IO, or his honeymoon over IO. Totally understand why he didn't take his honeymoon at IO. No, we're not here to judge. With peace and love. Peace and love. Well, back into it we go. And now we're looking at some separation. There were some issues there for Wrecked. That's why they used their third and final timeout. They were, they were in second for the longest time. Then they traded places back and forth with Flight Club in second, third, and now they're in third, 3.5 laps back. 3.5 laps back. But a lot can change over the next 4 hours. Just remember the first hour, how insane that was. Then the second hour, we saw still, it was a four-way battle for first in the first hour. The second hour, it was a four-way battle, or three-way battle for second, third, fourth. But even though there was that three-way battle for second, third, fourth, everyone in that 2-hour time frame that was first, second, third, and fourth had taken a turn in the leader's position. That was hour 1 into hour 2. Now we're seeing a little bit of spacing out. Hour 3, hour 4, hour 5, hour 6, hour 7, hour 8. Now we're in the present. And it's still a close race. No blowout as of yet, even though I know that White Goat is trying to set things up for one. They are on it. As soon as one thing doesn't look right, they're filling out that protest form. They're talking to the people they need to, and they're making sure that that score is right, because a lot on the line. Not only the 2024 championship here at Mayhem Crazy 8, the first ever three-peat. But there is no time to take a knee no matter what song is playing. It is time to get on the gas and going fast and get this one wrapped. Because you're only looking at 17 laps with the rest of the field just as hungry. Everyone with a chance of their piece of the history book, a dance with Dynasty. Flight Club looking to be back-to-back. Now, we talked about the past winners, the Mayhem team race. I talked about Heart of America, winners in 2019 and 2021. They're our first ever two-time winners. I remember the first one. I remember the second one. Big moments for HOA. And White Goat, they too are two-time winners back in 2020 and 2022. Flight Club not only going for their turn to be a two-time Mayhem champion, but on top of that, if Flight Club wins this at the end of the day, they would be the first ever back-to-back Mayhem Crazy 8 champions. Wrecked, they are a new team on the scene. Looking for their first, and that could be a huge start to their dance with Dynasty. Bay Area Racing, we've talked about them. They've been third, they've been second. That elusive win still could happen here tonight. HD0 Mamba wildcard, just trying to get the most laps accumulated, best representation. But anything is possible. Again, we've seen teams just not able to get anything done. With 4 hours to go, got to remember, 4 hours into this thing, it was a different story. And that could change again and again. 3 hours, 45 minutes remaining. Well, we're excited to have each and every one of you with us. 7 teams competing at Mayhem Crazy 8s. Right now working on lap 465, team wildcard. There's a look, right? We're keeping up with some lap traffic. Oscar the Grouch, team captain, is leading the charge for your wildcard team right here. Love to see it right there. Oscar the Grouch making the trip here from North Carolina. Also got on the team Pernicious, also Land Squid from Jacksonville, North Carolina. Land Squid participating in the chat. Like that. Instead of, yeah, it's like we're hanging out, even though we're merely 60 feet apart. Also, Hiroki is with us back again. We saw him 2 years ago, top 10 in sport from San Antonio, Texas. Making the trip from Illinois, we also have Ishi, Desert Rat from here in Texas, along with Snack Pack and The Shadow, comprising Team Wildcard. And look at these smooth laps right now for Oscar the Grouch. How about them lap times? 36, 39, pretty smooth. You got to remember, this is a team that kind of got thrown together, right? A few of them were a mini team, and then a few others were individuals, and so they became the Wildcard team. And from what we've seen on those cameras in the pits, they're having a good time. And I mean, question came in on the chat: how many packs will a individual pilot do? You got to think minimum 30. My average on the super fast team 45, and my math not always the best. Let's be honest. There's Desert Rat. There's a staple. An Army of One going launch dive. He's coming up on some lap traffic. And that is your team wild card right now. Number 7 position on lap 468. Having fun here at Mayhem Crazy 8. My buddy Hyper is getting some props in the chat as well. He's part of our team of remote officials down at the home of all the drone racing championships, the No Quarter Ranch in Citrus Springs, Florida, along with Lead Girl, Lead Boy. There are remote officials. They sit back on that big leather couch, watching the race, making the notes. And as I describe that, I can already hear Matt yelling at the screen. What's up, Lead Boy? Yes, sir. Miss you, boo. Gonna see you soon. What is it, June 20th? I.O. is just around the corner when the band gets back together. So Lead Boy was a drummer, isn't that right, Dougie? He was a drummer. Lead Boy is a drummer. And I have at home, because I have a whole family of musicians, I have one of those electric drum sets. Like, it's electronic. You hook it up to a PA. Sounds like the real deal. I have that. And, well, Matt has that as well. And just JFPV, my son Marshall, got his introduction to actual drone racing. He's been to drone races, but actually started racing at I.O. 2023. He is jamming on the guitar. He's in guitar lessons. He's in music club. He's in band. It's like music, 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 drone racing, drone racing, drone racing. Minecraft, Minecraft, Minecraft. He's in everything. He's got the guitar. So the Tiny Whip tent used to be a karaoke party. We got a drummer. We got a guitarist. We're going to put a band together. Oh, my gosh. Between sets, we got a DJ, Cheese Music, SFPV. The Tiny Whip Party is going to be off the chain this year. I'm stoked. Lead Boy's sleeping. All right. Lead Girl, hit record. We can play it back a little later. The plan is coming together. We're ticking away. Wrecked now. Back to 3 laps behind Flight Club. That's when we get out of our idea. Get out of our. Hyper says it's his idea. All right. Listen, I'm not trying to be a manager. I have enough going on. I just want to be the promoter. That's all I want to be. Just on the bottom right-hand side of our screen, we got a look there at the number of breaks that we have remaining. That is updated in real time. This is what I love about live streaming. Oh no, I broke it. Stand by, Dougie, I'm fixing it. I broke it trying to fix it. There. Now it looks pretty. It was all your boy Scully right there. White Goat's done 811 laps. They're in the 800 club. Flight Club is just 2 laps away from the 800 club. They're working on lap 797, now on to 798. So 2 laps and a hair. They're in the 800 club. And then 3.5 laps back, wrecked in third. Bay Area Racing now with the move up the ladder again. I stopped counting at 27 laps behind. Now I'm doing the math again, and that number, when I gave up counting, it's now changed. We're at 23. They are gaining ground again. And so we are now setting the stage for a grinder. When we get to sudden death, those last 15 minutes. Unfortunately, this is the real time. This is a live broadcast right now on the MultiGP YouTube channel. You're not playing back something from yesterday, tomorrow. You cannot scrub ahead. If you do want to fast forward in time, set an alarm. Come back at 7:11 Central. That's 8:11 Eastern. And that is when we'll be in sudden death. That'll be the final throw. All right? That's the only way you're going to fast forward this. I remember watching a drone race once, and it went all day. I mean, this is obviously every drone race goes all day. But they opened up with the qualifying first thing in the morning.
I think we had a 45 on Rex. I think it was a missed lap.
Okay. Who's your team captain?
What's up?
Are you the team captain?
No, I'm not.
So if your team captain fills out the form, then they can DVR review it. Your Rex, your laps. Bruce is 45 right there. Yeah. 791. I'll fill it out for you.
Hey, thanks so much.
Just going to fill out some paperwork here. $30. Submitting team. Alright. Lap and submitted like that through the internet. Problem came in. I've now delegated. I like it. And soon the problem will be solved. Well, we're going to go to the team in the number 6 spot working on lap number 540. It is Team Mamba off to the left-hand side of your screen. Team captain, 2Dog RC. Also part of our MultiGP team as our event manager handling all of the logistics has really been a part of the I.O. experience. I mean, planning every tent, table, chair, track, you name it. Pilot badges. The king of logistics managing our events for us. And working it for his team here today as well. Finished top 30, the Sport Class Championship 2023. And right now on that channel, that's Reaper in the air right now for Team Mamba. He's been working his way up. Before there was a sport, he finished mid-range in sport at the 2018 MultiGP Championship. Next year, 2019, finished 5th in sport. Here he is, representing the Keystone State and Team Mamba in fine form. As we bring one down, let's bring up another. It's Rue. Rue is in the air for Mamba as well. Also from the Keystone State of Pennsylvania. Finished top 60 in pro. It was a big moment in 2022. I think we had 3 female pilots making it into our top 64 in pro in 2022. Rue, I believe, the highest seed of them that year. Along with the rest of Team Mamba. Smitty also from the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, along with Jimmy Proton, along with Loft from Louisiana, Seg FPV making the trip up from California. And we talked about the drone dads today, Underdog, Steven Steckenrider, and Flyboy 2009, Caden Steckenrider, comprising your Team Mamba. Talked about that top 64 finish in 2022 for Rue. Flyboy 2009, 2021, top 12 in sport. Comes back 2022, 2023, the top 64 in pro both years as well. And holding his own here with the fields. That is Team Mamba right now working on lap number 543 in the number 6 position. They're going through the rosters. Yeah, Team HOA, 2-time Mayhem winners. All those pilots are spread all around. We're going through our teams here in this next section, introducing you to some of them, featuring the pilots in this section, this heat, as it were. You can also go to multigp.com, hit the events tab and the Mayhem icon. And there you can see all the rosters. And if you checked earlier, there was one that was a little wonky, but it has been corrected. You can see all the team rosters as we're presenting them here in our live stream. You want to see who's who, where. You can also Google it. If you want to see the 2023 roster, 2022 roster, I believe most of those rosters are still archived for posterity on multigp.com. If you want to do the old who traded who, I talked about the equivalency to FMX following the battles the pit strategy, F1 and NASCAR. Now we're looking at Major League Baseball, National Football, and the NBA as well on who's on what team now. Again, so many layers to really appreciate the Mayhem, this crazy 8th edition. Keep seeing that Drones in School logo on the bottom right-hand side of our screen. Our thanks to them, great partners. So the Mayhem Team Race and all things MultiGP. MultiGP STEM Alliance is a big part of our future of rotor sport. And Drones in School, the paramount part of our STEM program. Drones in School is about design, engineering, racing, and teamwork. Drones in School is an educational program like you've never seen before. It is a one-of-a-kind opportunity for students to experience the excitement of being on an actual racing team while also applying their classroom learning to real life. Can I give you the elevator speech on Drones in School? Because I'm a big fan. First, it's run by a guy named Tad. Like, how awesome is that? Tad, cool dude. A lot of fun to hang out with at the Drones in School Championship. So it's a program, I guess on the top down, it's a program. Schools or teachers sign themselves or buy into this program, right? So now they get the kit. It's the Drones in School kit. It's the book, all the stuff behind the scenes. So these teachers can run a Drones in School program. So whether it's part of a science learning or it's an after-school thing, it depends. Is it a club? I don't know. It's on the teacher. We're not there for that. But they get the Drones in School program. They get their interested teens, students. It's actually under teens, too, preteen. It's elementary school through high school. They create a drone club. With that drone club, depending on the number of students, one school at the championship had 2 teams. So these 8 students here, these 8 students there, they create a drone team. They learn everything. Like, if we had this education growing up, or even these pilots competing here today, it is you can't buy this experience. You can from Drones in School, but this is absolutely impossible. All the different arms. Obviously, science, technology, engineering, and math, right? We're building drones, we're flying drones. There's a lot that goes into that. But no, there's so much more in the Drones in School program. You create a team. You got to come up with a team name. You got to come up with a team logo. Then you got to design your drone. You got to understand about drones, design your drones. You have certain students that are working on that part of the project. Then, now you have a drone team, you got to get sponsors. You got to build your sponsorship presentation. You got to do all this study on why should someone sponsor your team. And then you got your pilots. They're learning how to fly in sims. Then they take the drone that your team built and eventually work your way to the Drones in School Championship where your team races. But it's not just racing. You may have 2 pilots that are racing team pilots. You also may have 2 pilots that are capture the flag pilots. That's an equal competition. And at the tail end, it's all marked, graded, prizes, rewards, and you're learning marketing, sales, sports, sportsmanship, all the things aviation, the science, technology, engineering, and math, all the stuff that goes into it. It's a heck of a program. You can go to multigp.com, click on the STEM Alliance to learn a little bit more, or go directly to dronesinschool.com, a great part of the MultiGP STEM Alliance. MultiGP STEM Alliance is in partnership with Drones in School, MultiGP, and the Collegiate Drone Racing Association. We're excited. Next weekend is the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. We're going back to Purdue, where it all started, I think, back in 2017. They had 2 in Purdue. They had 2 at in North Dakota, 2 online during the COVID period. Then they went to Georgia. And this year we're going back to Purdue for the, whatever that was, 5th or 6th, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20. The 7th, time flies, 7th Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. You're going to see the action brought here on the MultiGP YouTube channel. I will be there. I'm going back to Purdue. Be bringing all the action to you. Stoked for that. You're going to see some staples. Some pilots you're seeing competing here today will be at that. That is next weekend. And I believe for the enthusiasts, we'll have some qualifying sent somewhere you want to follow along. And, of course, the brackets, the 1 or 2, yet to be determined, weather permitting, will be broadcast here on the MultiGP YouTube channel. You know that our marketing guru, Henry, will be posting all about it. You'll see all that as soon as we figure things out. Hyper says collegiate track is pretty good this year. I think they have a little more license now that we're outside on a field. I know we were last year, but I'm excited to see it in person. 8 hours, 40 minutes since we went green. 3 hours, 20 minutes until the checkered. And White Goat's lead has dropped just a little bit. 12 laps over Flight Club. Flight Club solid in second. Last year's champions right now looking to be maid of honor, second place. But no one looks at the maid of honor other than the best man. Always, it's got to be your special day. Get the win. Got to find 12 laps over the next 3 hours, 20 minutes. That's not the worst. Not going to be hard either. Let's see what happens. They're going to keep pushing on. The great momentum, great pace here. Wreck still sitting third. They keep dancing around with Flight Club. Second, third. Wrecked has held second longer than any other team here today. They're now dropped into the third, but look at that difference. Flight Club is on 8:26. Wrecked is on 8:22. That's a difference of 4. About 3 laps and, well, about 3.5 laps right now, separating second and third. Bay Area Racing, I talked about, well, they were 27 or more laps back a good 45 minutes ago. We last looked at their digits. They were 24 laps back. Now they are 21 laps back. They're picking away at that. See if they can get another podium or better. They are 21 laps now. Yeah, just over 20 laps away from the top 3. And under 40. We're talking 37, 38 laps away from the lead. Their elusive win of Mayhem still is within the cards. 3 hours and 18 minutes. That's a lifetime. So how many laps can you do in 3 hours, 18 minutes? Now, we know the variable are the timeouts, maybe weather. 3 hours and 18 minutes. So we went green at 7:25, so that would be 11:38. Our leaders are White Goat. At 11:38 this morning, again, if following along, that is the same amount of time left. So the amount of time into the amount of time left, they had done 386 laps. Okay, that's a big stat right now, especially those that are trying to guess the overall laps. There's 3 hours and 20 left. Let's call it that for easy numbers. In 3 hours and 20 from the start, White Goat had done 386 laps. They got 842. So, 386, 842. If we look at that, remember a lot of variables, that's 1,228. In our Birds Barbecue bet, me and Hyper on the lap count, that 1,228 is... I'd be over. I would lose. Hyper would be under at 1,112. And now I'm going to start trying to drive it home with me. There's lots of variables. A lot of things can change in the next 3 hours, 16 minutes, 33 seconds. That's what that big 196 means at the top. Also want to thank another one of our major sponsors, premier sponsor of MultiGP Drone Racing. That is Superior One Roofing. Why have just a regular roof when you can have a superior one? Locations in Florida and here in Dallas, Texas. Your premier local roofing contractor with 40 years of experience and thousands of roofing projects under their belt. Now, there are lots of roofing companies. We understand that. But imagine what can be done with a drone in terms of roofing. How about an estimate? Someone on the ground, maybe they pop a ladder up there. They're like, yeah, and you know the estimate's not going to be bang on, like any contractor's estimate. But what if the roof contractor flew the drone up over your roof and did an exact measurement from the top down using something, I don't know, let's call it orthomosaic mapping. The new to the inch, how much roof surface you have, the condition that it is. But you're like, oh, there was a guy who swang by with a little tiny drone. He said he could do it. Could he? But you live by an airport. What about a professional pilot? Well, Superior One Roofing has been a supporter of drone racing since the very beginning. There are literally dozens of current and former racing drone pilots that are part of the Superior One Roofing team. They will get you handled. Your estimate is going to be bang on. And with that 40 years of experience, the one name you can trust, SuperiorOneRoofing.com. We love drone racing. They love drone racing. And they want to help you using drone pilots to love your roof. SuperiorOneRoofing.com. Still talking about our numbers. Hyper says, I should have gone lower with my number. I was ambitious. Yes. I was on the hype. I went all hype. I'm like, well, come on. I was thinking of all the delays that we have had over these events. I'm like, that number, it could be higher if we're efficient. It is going to be so stupidly close to Hyper's number. It's not even funny. I mean, Hyper and Lifetime's number. Hyper wants to thank his new sponsor, Lifetime Scoring Engine. Three hours, 13 minutes still to go. Lots of timeouts available. We've been green for 43 minutes of non-stop racing. I know from time to time we have them on the screen, but if you are so into what is that count, you can actually view it. multigp.live/cautions. multigp.live/cautions. You want to see the live count as it is calculated. I've got a system for them timeouts in play here. Buttons and timestamps and calculations. While we're fixing the internet. We hope you're enjoying our live broadcast here from Mayhem Crazy 8. Of course, it's thanks to all of the great partners that we've been bragging about and will continue to brag about here today. You also see in the bottom right-hand corner of our screen. But also all the great work by our broadcast team, Adrian Schwartzman, who's broadcast, I think, every single Mayhem team race. Along with our boy in the truck, Dougie Kling, diver down. There is a lot. Caution, caution, caution. Everybody caution. Wrecked and wildcard definitely done. White goat definitely done. We are under caution. Finish up the lap that you're on. I think we're going after a goalie here, aren't we? Flight Club done. HD0 done. It looks like our remote officials are going to have to verify. Bay Area Racing done. We're under caution. And I don't know if I need to fill out the form, but I think Wrecked went for an extra lap. I am so confident that I am going to delete the last lap for Wrecked. However, we will review it, and we will give it back if my recollection is wrong. 5 minutes starting now for a quad retrieval. Yo, Shannon? No. Send a form, Michelle, verify Wrecked and the caution.
There's the unsafe battery for Jay.
Thank you. 45 seconds in, lots of time for a retrieval. That last caution called by Mamba. 309.36. 309.36. That is the second caution for Mamba. Our statistician went in the archives there, calculated that Mamba, of all the teams, this is their 5th Mayhem. They had called the fewest amount of cautions, but right now they have a bunch. Got our caution count. Wrecked has used all 3. So Rec has cautioned out. They've used their 3. They're right now sitting in 3rd. 2 minutes in, 3 minutes to go until we're green again. Then Wildcard and now Mamba, they've used 2 of their 3 with 1 more caution remaining. Flight Club, Bay Area Racing, and HD0 have only called 1 caution. They all have 1 remaining. Sorry, they have 2 remaining. And finally, White Goat has 3 remaining. Race Control has called 4. Well, technically fewer than that, but video issues, if confirmed, we collect those. So we have 4 cautions. That is the live caution leaderboard, the bottom left-hand side. And this time around, 3 minutes in, 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes to go. We were green for 48 minutes, 47 seconds between cautions. Looks like our lost and found is a little empty right now. The only thing turned in is a squishy lipo. I know Just Jay, my son, is watching from afar. He's like, hey, man, any of those lipos, bring them home. So far, they've all been retrieved other than this one, which is a little squishy. It's an R-Line 1400. I'm not sure you'll ever fly it again, but it is not going to make a good gift for my son. I don't think TSA is going to allow that one on a plane. R-Line 1400 150C. It is a 6S, obviously. It is over here, a little squishy. Maybe you want it as a practice pack. Don't charge it in your house. It's over here for your retrieving. 50 seconds, 5-0. Okay. And squishy battery has been retrieved, reclaimed, back to its rightful owner. So right now on my table, the only thing I have is Henry's MultiGP mug for his 1 year of service with the organization. 30 seconds, pilots, 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone, less than 5. Living the dream every day in every way. White Goat 9 laps ahead. That lead is getting smaller. Flight Club in second. 9 laps off of our leader. And now 6 laps ahead of third. Wrecked is getting closer. Those gaps not too long ago were like 9 to 15. Now we're under 10. Bay Area Racing in 5th. 19 laps. So they've broken the 20. They were as far as beyond 27 laps. Now they're under 20. Away from the top 3. With just over 3 hours to go. 183 minutes. That's 3 hours, 3 minutes, 42 seconds. What an adventure this week has been. One thing that I've learned is I am not a good user of technology. I like to pretend to be one of the smartest people in the room. I'm a little humble. I wouldn't say I'm the smartest, but I like to pretend I'm with the elite. But I have made so many 1D10T errors this week. Let's talk about the first one. We have what we're calling Crazy April. Kicks off with the Mayhem Crazy 8. Next weekend, we go to Purdue for the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Then we're home for 2 days. We get on planes. We go to the UAE for the Sharjah drone race. Then we're back a couple more days. Then we go to Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the Ice Storm to round out April. Then the GQ season is upon us, and it'll be a fun summer lining up for the International Open in June. Crazy month. So I get a great idea. I'm like, you know what? If I'm running 4 events, doing my thing, what I should do to kick off this month is I should invest in all new equipment. And so you'll see it a little bit later on. But instead of jonesing for equipment when I roll up, I want to roll up with everything. And now, because technology is what it is, I have 4 portable monitors. My entire dream setup from the 2023 champs at the No Quarter Ranch. I took a picture of it, and I'm like, I want this every single event. And so I've replicated it. 4 monitors. One's a DVR. The other one is my countdown clock here and my judges protest. The other one is like, it's just a mass browser, but it has all my information, sponsors, team rosters, etc. Over to this side, I have the live stream. So that's how I'm looking over here to talk to everyone in the chat. And then below that, I have the live time scoring computer. Multitudes of events. I'm not the one hitting the live time, but I am seeing it in real time. I can make corrections. I also invested in gear so that we can have the DVR and the timing computer anywhere else on the property, and I can still control it remotely. Good chunk of money. It's kind of like my wish list from Champs into April. I'm like, let's do it. Now, obviously, being in Canada, there's duties, customs, shipping delays. I get the great idea. I'm going to send everything to Mayhem. I'll unbox it all, debut it at Mayhem, living the dream. So excited. Like a kid on, like your first Amazon order, and they shipped it in 3 orders. I'm like, great. First 2 orders come in. It's the little stuff. It's the long connectors, adapters. It's not the screens. The screens is really the highlight of the whole deal. I get them shipped to Dallas Drone Racing, the head office, Jay McKibben's house. It's 11 o'clock at night when I place the order. Had a busy week last week. And so I'm like, what's Jay's address? I used to do all the graphic design for MultiGP for a good couple of years. Used to do the gate orders. I'm like, I know Jay's address. I'm going to pull up a gate order. Pull up a gate order. Who knew that it was an old one? I use an address that Jay hasn't lived at in 5 years. My dream Amazon shipments, split in 3, are sent to some stranger's place. So I'm doing the tracking, and 2 are delivered. I'm like, hey, Jay, 2 are delivered. If you can put those inside, I'll get them on the weekend. Jay's like, no, nothing happened. Jay's a good guy, great sense of humor, but he's not going to joke around like, haha, I was joking, I got them. No, they did not arrive. I'm like, eventually, really quickly, I'm like, you haven't moved, have you? He's like, yeah, 5 years ago. All this stuff is at a stranger's house. Now, in Canada, this isn't the worst. We would get on our dog sled, we would go over. It's on the porch, we'd take it. Knock on the door, it might even be in the front step. In Canada, we're cool like that. In Texas, you don't go on the property to even knock on the door, if you know what I'm talking about. So, because this is now a good chunk of investment, it's gone, in my mind. So, Jay tells his lovely wife, he's like, you would not believe what Scully did. He's an idiot. She's like, oh, he sent it to Dorothy, whatever her name is. Jay didn't know this, but his wife had kept in touch with this lady for 5 years. The new owner of the house. Call him up. Yep, shipments were there. It's a win. So I'm like, yay, it is a Mayhem miracle. Everything's going to be all right. Now the 3rd and final shipment. Jay, it's tracking. It's going to be delivered noon. All of a sudden, I get an email from Amazon. You need a one-time passcode. Well, Dorothy's an older lady. She's not going to figure this out. She has to be home. So a stranger has to be home, meet the Amazon guy, give a one-time code. Do what now? Well, luckily, I was able to track the shipment while I was driving to the airport in real time in the Amazon app. Amazon, I cannot brag on Amazon enough. I could see the driver, and then it was like 7 stops away, 6 stops away. Jay was here setting up the track. I'm like, Jay, it's coming. He went to his old address, met the Amazon driver, and now I have my dream set up. It is a Mayhem miracle. Thank you to Jay McKibben and Dorothy as well for the use of her property. That was the start. Of course, there's more. Just under 3 hours to go. 2 hours, 57 minutes left on the clock. And we're looking at a 6-lap deficit. Flight Club trying to reel in White Goat. Looking at 10 laps now. Flight Club Direct. And Bay Area Racing still chipping away on 3rd. They are now 16 laps back. They've gained 2 since we've gone green since the last break. So I said I've learned I'm not the best user of technology. Was that use of technology? No. How about this morning? Well, last night we were here setting up late. We had some internet issues, so we were wiring a whole bunch of things. So we were here till 1:30 in the morning. Our plan was to be back here at 5 a.m. 1:30 to 5 a.m. That's not much sleep. And so I got the great idea. I told the team that I just spent an almost all-nighter with. I'm like, guys, listen. You guys go ahead. I want to sleep till 5. I don't want to wake up before 5. You leave at 5. Make sure I'm up. I'll Uber over. Everything will be fine. They're like, no, you're going to be late. You have all your stuff to set up. I'm like, it's fine. Guys, I got this. It's Uber. What could go wrong? Well, someone should have said, you know what's going to go wrong. 5 a.m., wake up. even shaved today. What a great day. Singing a song, come out of the shower, order the Uber. He's a little far away, not the worst. 15-minute wait, sure. He arrives, no problem. Get in. You know what? I got a couple emails I want to address. I'm sitting in the back of the car. I'm going to a field I've only been to 8 times in my life. I don't live here. And I see a sign, Sandy Lake Road. I'm like, this is good. All of a sudden, he stops a car. His Uber thing's going off. He's ready to hit the slider. I'm like, whoa, whoa, where are we? We are down a back road. What had happened was when I put in the address, I realized this when I had to correct it. I put in 2304 Sandy Lake Road, which is the address of Dallas Drone Racing. But Uber, the app, thought I wanted 2404 because that's an address. 2304 isn't an address in Uber. And I was half eyes open. Remember, I've only had 3.5 hours sleep. Yeah, 3.5 hours sleep. I had a cat nap. I'm back out for today. So I hit the button, and so I thought I was hitting 2304, and I hit 2404, and he delivered me all the way out there. Luckily, I was able to add this stop. We figured it out. I made it here. I was set up and waiting for everyone else. It was all smooth at the end, but I should not be allowed to order my own Uber anymore. Should not. That could have been bad. It was a nice feeling staring at a black screen saying, I'm ready. Those most worried. For those about to rock, we salute you. But again, a second Mayhem miracle. I've got 2 of them. There is one Mayhem miracle remaining. And as we look at this roster right now, we look at these lap separations, by the time the night is done, there could be a Mayhem miracle. Even though White Goat still holds the field by 6, look at second, look at third, look at fourth. Maybe they get a Mayhem miracle and overtake them in the next 2 hours, 54 minutes. The story is far from being over. And don't even get me going about our Uber Eats or DoorDash. Yes, sir. Living the dream every day in every way. I want to thank our friends at Radio Master, answering the calls of hobbyists around the globe. They are dedicated to the continuous evolution of the hobby and keeping open hardware standards and open source platforms affordable and accessible to everyone. RadioMasterRC.com. They're one of our proud prize sponsors here of the 2024 Mayhem Crazy 8. And anyone who has been following along my journey, I have quads. I can fly FPV, acro, can't solder. I can fly. I fly a floater drone every day, and that has really helped my FPV skills along the way. Of course, I've talked a lot over today. Just Jay, my son, who is becoming a heck of a talent, is doing 10-second laps on the GQ track in Velocidrome, if you can believe it. He's got the talent for the flying. I do not. And he has slowly acquired my collection of drones. And what a collection of drones we have. The original MultiGP Spec Racer. The Immersion RC, pretty much Vortex series, the 250, the 280. I can't even remember them all. All powered, and talk about tiny whoops. Tiny whoops at the yin yang. Tiny trainers, got those. All with my old school Tyrannus X9D. I like it. It's big, but it has taken a beating. It's now been refurbed like 4 times, and we're about ready to get a new radio. And the one that we have our eyes on, Radio Master, them big box radios. See them at every single race, and I can't wait to join the rest of the elite pilots with Radio Master, and our thanks to them for their support. Also a staple, major drone races, hooking up the pilot dinners. Just Jay and I snuck in on the pilot dinner at I.O., and this year we're going to be there legit. Pilots of Fly Radio Master getting some great food at I.O. We're signing up for that. Just waiting for her. Got it. Don't forget we got to do that drawing that image I sent on Facebook. I don't know if she's still here. I love you watching. A great side-by-side once again featured on our live stream. That is your battle for 1 and 2. White Goat on the left. That's Mr. Chouse in the air for White Goat. Flight Club on your right. That's the Milkman. They are separated by just 6 laps now. About 15 minutes ago, it was 12 laps. Now they're holding them to just under 6. That's a gain of about a lap in the last 2-3 minutes. If this was individual racing 3 minutes apart, you'd definitely appreciate where they are on the track. Obviously, we got lap separation here, but when we see this screen, just before we go off it, Dougie, the thing to really appreciate, at least what I'm following, now when it's individual racing, they're only 2-minute races, if that, right? At World Cup, it's like 45 seconds sometimes. You're watching this, you know, when it's individual, it'd be like, okay, who's ahead of who? That's who to watch. But not with Mayhem team racing. Really the thing to appreciate, you look at that lap difference up there, 883 to 887, right? That's a difference of just under 6 when it's all said and done. You want to see, does the underdog catch up? Instead of individual where it's where they are on the track, the thing to appreciate is the pace. AK on the right, heads up FPV on the left. Who's got the faster pace? This is kind of fun right here. Caution, caution, caution. Everybody caution. Flight Club at HD0, you are done. Flight Club HD0, done. We are under a caution. White Goat done. Bay Area Racing done. We're under a caution. HD0 done. Wrecked done. Looks like just one to finish up. It'll be wild card. Just to finish up that last thought, sometimes I do go squirrel. I apologize. Just a lot of things going on, conversation, screens, and otherwise. Wild card, you're done. Everyone down. 5 minutes is going to start. That last caution charge to Mamba. That is their third and final caution. Tim Barnhart's on it. Thank you. Do a loop. Great to hang out with Do a Loop. He's living that Texas dream. Every day is a Walmart special. Gonna be CEO of Walmart one day. Do a loop, a big part of the safety third chapter in Pennsylvania back in the day. Joined us in 2018 when we're doing those regional finals. And pretty much the entire setup day, Do a Loop, your buddy Scully, and the RC Addict, Seth PV, building a track, having fun, lots of jokes. Then he joined the MultiGP team, helping us with production. Worked his way up, was part of MultiGP corporate, was making a lot of the big calls, and then he got a phone call. They're like, hey, get out of Pennsylvania. We want to take you places. On that Walmart credit card, working his way up. New York, now in Dallas. Still loving the live streams, checking in all the time, and excited to have him with us. Let's also not forget That jersey, a nice reminder. Team captain at Team USA in Korea. I wish we had time to tell that story, but it just was Heads Up FPV and Vanover and Pavel partying in a room. Barnhart and Scully walking in going, come on, man. We're great chaperones. What were you thinking? Caution counts are on the screen. We're 2.5 minutes in, 2.5 minutes still to go, and we'll be back right after a couple words from our partners of the 2024 Mayhem Crazy 8. There's going to be a fun trip. Excited for that. Long flight. I'm going to be sitting there. Let me fly the plane. We got to get to Sharjah for the Champions Race. I've seen some of the behind-the-scenes footage, some of the interview stuff. Great piece by our founder and CEO, Chris Thomas, about what Sharjah is. Hey, 20 seconds, pilots. I did give you a countdown. 16, 14, 13, 12. We're at 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. My favorite countdown was at I.O. And I think it was Jaws. And we got to like 20 seconds, and he was on the far side of the track. And I did the countdown. I'm trying to watch the clock and watch him. And I mean run and dive into the end zone across the line at the end of the timer. It can happen. It just about happened there. And I didn't feel bad. I mean, I did a minute. I did 40 seconds, 30 seconds, 20. 20, they started to move it. And no penalties in play there. And we are underway. A little bit of a shorter session there the last time. Looked like it was 28 minutes under green since the last time we took a break.
no signal when you're on the live stream.
Just over 2.5 minutes, or 2.5 hours to go. 2.5 hours to go. Is 2024. Mayhem Crazy 8 setting the stage for Mayhem number 9. April 2025. Is it the naughty 9? Is it the nifty 9? We're going to have to wait to find out. Of course, the storylines, there are many. Who's going to be back in 2025 to defend their 2024 championship? Will it be White Goat defending their dynasty? 3-time Mayhem champions. There are winners here tonight. Will it be Flight Club defending their back-to-back championship, if there are winners here tonight, going for their 3rd championship? Will it be Wrecked? Will they be our defending champions? Looking to go in the history books with HOA and White Goat as a 2-time Mayhem Team Race champion. Will it be Bay Area Racing trying to defend a championship? Will we see HD0 trying to defend a podium finish? Sometimes it starts with a podium. Look at White Goat, podium back in 2018. 2 years later, they're your winners in 2020. Start with a piece of the podium and climb your way up the box. How about Mamba? Love to see them on the podium. And Wild Card. Well, if you've been with us a little bit, you heard my story of the Amazon delivery. It had a happy ending. I got all my stuff. And this is FPV Cribs right here. We go back to the 2023 MultiGP Championship at the No Quarter Ranch, Citrus Springs, Florida. We set up a race control there, up on a stage. and I had just the right setup. And so since Champs of 2023, it was my dream to build this so I can have it everywhere we go. I talked about April. We're just going bang, bang, event, event, event. And I want to take a lot of the confusion, the frustration of trying to set things up. And so, thanks to Amazon delivering to Dorothy's house and Jay picking it up, you check out this setup. Can you slide right in here, Adrian? Can you see what's on the screen or no? Let's take a look at what I'm looking at all day. First, this is everyone here on the live stream. If you can zoom right in. There we go. Nice move on the gimbal. So this is a live stream. This is exactly what you guys are seeing it. I'm seeing it about 2 seconds faster because I'm here. And when I'm scrolling the chat, it's all right there. Next, live time scoring. This event, I'm running the race controls, but other events, someone else is, and I remote in. This is a setup here. The inside the trailer is actually the timing box, but I am able to see it and control it right here in real time over Ethernet cables. Amazon purchase as well. Over to the right, you can see these are all tiny portable monitors. That's the actual DVR, right? So let's see, we're looking right in the middle here. Let's just play back. Did that guy just miss a gate? Let's scroll back. We're doing it in real time. I also have the connection so that at an event like Ice Storm where we have someone on DVR, someone on timing, I can still assist. I can still watch in real time no matter where I am in the building. Down here, there's a lot that goes into the stats, etc. You see this little portable monitor. All this stuff fits in 2 laptop bags. And here's my countdown timer when we go into break. This is my connection. I'm seeing all the reporting from our remote officials, etc. And then I have my main desktop. This is where I'm getting a lot of my background stuff that I'm talking about, aside from my Amazon stories. This is, I have all my penalties and team members, etc., all set right there. So anywhere and everywhere I go, when we go to the Collegiate Drone Race Championship next weekend, when we go to Sharjah 2 weeks from now, when we come back and go to Ice Storm, this will be my setup. So when I'm away from home, I'm at home at my dream race control. It was a Mayhem miracle. 2 of the Mayhem miracles burnt up on me, and 1 we're going to reserve for whoever climbs out on top of this one. And great cable management there, of course. Nice and pretty. I remember the first MultiGP Championship, 2016. We were at the Academy of Model Aeronautics. We were setting up a live stream, and the issue there and the issue constantly is we need monitors. We need more monitors, spectators, judges. We like one out there for the flight line director so they can just see who's powered on. Everything I need. I like more screens so I can see everything at once and consume it as we're sitting here for... It's already been 9.5 hours, if you can believe it. Time is just flying by. And we all remember Todd Wall. He was our first president. I think he's the first official president of MultiGP. He was also one of the co-hosts with me on the FPV Live YouTube channel, bringing us all the drone races. And we're like, dude, we need monitors for this big race, which was the 2016 MultiGP Championship. Was a big part of how we got to where we are today. So many things at that event alone shaped drone racing. And we didn't have enough monitors. Todd Wall literally went to his mom's house on the way to the event and took her TV. Like literally the old tube TV. We had to like reinforce the table that it was sitting on. And that's how we did it. And I remember thinking, man, it would be so nice to just have monitors. And now, thanks to technology, what I should have done is just gone to Walmart and get all ONN brand is what I should have done. Probably would have saved a little bit, but this is great. We're able to do a lot of things. So we have the remote officials. Before that, we got phones and Discord and paper and trying to stay on top of things. Now with the system we have set up, talking about those FPV cribs, let's go to Baylands for a little bit. There's their pit row. Adrian Schwartzman running our mobile camera. Not that I use a gimbal every day, but I think we have a three axes setting wrong there. I got a little bit of roll. Yeah, we got to turn off the roll. Can we speed ramp this? Pilots up at the front, crew in the back, party up front. Bigger party in the back, charging those lipos, keeping those quads in. Looks like we're about to see a pit change right now. We about to see this live. Bay Area Racing has a pilot up. And we're about to see one. We're spotting the landing, saying hi to our fans at home. Over to the scoring screen here. Looks like we might be due for a pit in another lap. I think we might have another lap here. Believe it's me, Woe, flying. So we talked earlier about having your next pilot ready to go. Hopefully they have 2 quads. See that strategy there? We got 3 pilots goggled down, quadded up, ready to launch one. So you're watching bottom center. That's the pit. Now divert your eyes middle left. We missed it already. They already did the pit stop. They launched Big Ramon that fast. There's Miwo. He just came back from flying. Big Ramon. Now looks like he's sitting in the center there of their flight line, and he's flying. Miwo's getting his next quad ready. Looks like we have 3 on-deck pilots ready to fly. So when we come into pit, the first one isn't ready. Boom, the next one. We also got some management of laps, some analytics. The number right now is 9. 9 laps, first to second. 9 laps, second to third. And the number from third to fourth, we're sub 10. We're not even 9. We're not even 8. We're not even 7. We're 6 laps wrecked over Bay Area Racing. Remember an hour and a half ago? It was over 27. I stopped counting. I'm like, numbers are too high. Denied. Won't do it. And now Bay Area Racing is changing the game. Quick math, 9, 18, and 6 is 24. 24 laps separating your top 4 teams. Not much. Still 2 hours, 27 minutes to go, 147 minutes. That's about 245 laps, according to the scoring computer. It's constantly analyzing every single pass. Every time we take a break, it's looking at that clock. It's averaging things out. The more, just like anything else, the more data you put in there, the more laps recorded, the more accurate it's going to be. So we're speculating on what that final count is right now. It's still saying White Goat's going to get it. It's saying 11:55. But there's things that it is not counting on. It's not counting on the shift changes that you're seeing, the pilot strategy, the pit strategy. It's also not counting out that last remaining Mayhem miracle that we have yet to experience here this week. And I'm not calling it yet. But 27 laps behind third to 6 laps behind, now 5 laps behind. Bay Area Racing is pushing for podium or win. That's a huge gain. A huge gain. 21 laps over the last hour. That is about 3 seconds a lap. How did I get to that math? We did the math. It was like 4 seconds a lap difference. 36 laps would get you about 10, right? So you got to double that, add a little bit. Carry the 1, running out of fingers, but yes, guy. After 9.5 hours, Has it ever been this close? I would say no, never. Maybe with one or two teams, usually second and third or third and fourth. I remember the one we were talking about fifth, sixth. In my ear, they were saying, why are you talking about fifth and sixth? I'm like, because everything else is done. As long as no one crashes, it's over. Why? Like, we might as well. We want to watch drone racing. The greatest thing about FPV racing, we watch first-person view. You always cheer on the underdog in sports. It just kind of happens. Maybe it's just because I'm Canadian and our hockey team's the Toronto Maple Leafs and we haven't won since '67. And it's Canada's sport. Maybe that's why cheering on the underdog is my thing. But in FPV, you get on the number 2 and you're like, chase them down, chase them down. You cheer them on. Henry agrees. This is the closest Mayhem ever. The master of Mayhem himself, Shannon Broussard, called it in the first 10 minutes. I said, easy, buddy. It's 10 minutes in. An hour in. He's like, this is the closest it's ever been. I'm like, maybe. I mean, you'd have to look back. 9 hours, 35 minutes into this thing, there is no way we've had 4 teams within 34 laps. Remember my math? That's not very long. That's like doing my 4-second per lap thing. That's 30 minutes. Using the details I have in front of me, that's 16 minutes. In 16 minutes at the pace that Bay Area Racing is on, if they're able to keep chipping away the same amount per lap, they could be number 1. Wrecked has been second so long. They've been now in third for a good 45 minutes or so. They are clawing their way up. Flight Club still pushing back to the front. And White Goat, they have found a gear as well. Remember we were talking about how close it was. White Goat's now added a lap. They are now 6.5, almost 7 laps ahead of the field. Still with 2 hours, 23 minutes to go. Anything can happen. Another fast pit stop there for Bay Area Racing. Got Z Stone up. We did not see much static from the up to the down. I think that was Me Woe into Z Stone. Not losing much time. We touched on it earlier. Those first Mayhems, those first endurance team races, the F3 Expo, the Georgia Dome, International Open. Most of the teams at the first Sebring, you land, someone is out there yanking XT60 connectors. There was no pit switch. We have come so far. I remember the first team race at Sebring, one team had a strategy, and that was put your batteries on as loose as you can. You crash, your battery will eject, you can launch another one, you don't have to wait till a break. It worked. That team won. They did that at the standby. We're doing some administration here behind the scenes thanks to the chat helping themselves out. Questions coming in about the RPM limit and answers coming in. I think we need to make Hyper FPV one of our mods of the MultiGP YouTube channel. He is on it. Questions about the RPM limit. It is 24K. And question about the firmware. It is a custom firmware. What you should see on every FPV feed is that M8. That's by our custom firmware, and that ensures that everyone is limited to 24K. We got lots of people checking in. If you're just joining us, this is the Mayhem Crazy 8 2024 edition. This is the world's largest and only enduro-style team race. One pilot flies, does their laps, lands, and the next one takes off non-stop for 12 hours, dawn till dusk. The only time we take a break, just like in football, how they have timeouts. Each of the teams have 3 timeouts that they may call. They're so choosing. And we run for a while. I think the longest time we've run nonstop is about an hour and 20 minutes here today. Since our last break, it's been 37 minutes, 50 seconds, almost 40 minutes. Which means we may be about due. It's been about every 40 minutes or so. Last little bit. Yeah, definitely. Just at some point, it's not important to me either. Well, actually, what you can do is just explain it to me. That would be ideal right now. I don't think they sell anything but light effects. You heard those ringing and dinging. That's White Goat Flight Club, Erect, and Bay Area Racing all crossing over together. Lap traffic separated by laps. And earlier when we had just the 2 drones side by side, I'm like, the thing to really appreciate here is because they're not on the same lap. You're not trying to look at a pass. You're looking for the pace. And what a pace it has been over the course here today. Simple digits, White Goat still leading by 10 over Flight Club. Flight Club in second. Wrecked now moving a few back. They're 23 laps back in third. Then you drop 4 laps back. Wasn't it 6 moments ago? 4 laps back for Bay Area Racing in fourth. HD0 is about to cross onto 800. They got 7 laps to go until they're in the 800 club. Mamba 640 laps so far, and then Wildcard 573. That's the team. Just kind of came as a small team and significantly grew. Doing those 30 to 40 to 50 individual packs on this track. A lot of kudos coming in about the track. Fun to fly, they say. It's available in Velocidrone, the official sim of MultiGP. If you don't have a Velocidrone license as of yet, go to velocidrone.com. You can pay with your credit card. You can pay with your PayPal. I think you can even do a ACH. Instantly get your download link to your email, your license code. As soon as you log in, put in your password, you are good to go. We just upgraded our Velocidrone. Got the micro drone pack, so just JFPV can fly the sim with whoops. And talk about a great upgrade. It was £4. That was like $3.50 US. $3.50. It was great. We were at the We Bleed Northeast Tiny Whoop Championships, and E-Doc, another Canadian, was there with us from Western Canada. And he was telling me that my son, Marshall, just JFPV, would join the lobbies in Velocidrone, and he would join the Canadian lobby and fly what they're flying. And the Canadians spend a lot of time in the winter flying whoops in real life and in the sim. So EDOC says, can I sponsor just JFPV a license? I'm like, no, man, I'm the big spender, bud. I got this. I'm a good dad. I'm like, ooh, how much is this going to cost me? £4. Like, that sounds heavy. A micro pack, yeah. $3.50 US, about $6 Canadian. Well worth it. They also got the, thank you, sir. We also got the, we got the micro and the macro, the big one. I can't even remember the name of it. That's the kind of day it is. Mega, there we go. The mega size pack. Remember in 2020, we did the virtual international open with the micro quads, the mega quads, the 5-inch quads. We did team racing. May have even done a chapter organizer race, replicating the international open experience in the sim. Velocidrone, a lot of fun. You go to those leaderboards, I tell you what, Scully's doing pretty good. 10 seconds on the GQ track. Come on. Of course, it is just JFPV. He, like, slaughtered. I want to talk about International Open on the way home. We got the gaming PC going in the truck, running off the inverter. Just Jay's right into drones. He's building drones with Seg FPV at International Open. He's excited to fly his heads-up FPV drone when he gets home again in the backyard. And I'm like, well, you got to practice in the sim. We had left the state of Indiana. We were halfway through the state of Michigan, and just JFPV had shattered all my personal best times on my favorite tracks. Now, my favorite track's a rookie track from the 2018 International Open in Velocidrone. We hadn't even gotten back to Canada. It's a young man's game, it seems. In about 3 minutes, we'll be at a critical time point. 10 hours in, 2 hours to go. 2 minutes from now. Got viewers from across the world. A lot of Chileans are watching, cheering on their boy, Tomate FPV. We got the translate going on the chat, and all having a great time. This 12-hour endurance drone race. They're telling me all of Costa Rica is watching. The entire country cheering on Craven FPV and Myopic FPV. There you see him in the flight line waving to all the fans back home. A truly international event. This 2024 Mayhem Crazy 8. I think we're about due to see a Team Canada. I know Paco's going to make it happen. Paco's been with us all day long in the chat. He's been to a few Mayhems, a few MultiGP champs as well, a couple IOs. Trying to get the band back together.
That's the goal.
50 seconds, 5-0. Mountain Dew Kid, I love it. In 30 seconds, we're in the final throws with 2 hours to go. I almost want to do the countdown, but I don't want to mess anyone up. There she is. 2 hours to go. We hit that start button 10 hours ago, and we're down to the final 2 hours. It's a crazy year, crazy 8. Let's do your running order top to bottom. White Goat, your leaders for the last 700 laps, maybe, on lap 978. Then we drop 9 laps back still. Flight Club in the number 2 spot, your reigning Mayhem Team Race Champions, just 9 laps back. Then we drop back to 3rd. That's wrecked. They are 24 laps back in 3rd, away from 2nd. And Bay Area Racing at one point 27 laps back from 3rd and 4th. They are now under 3 laps away from the top 3 with 2 hours to go. HD0 is on lap 806, Mamba on lap 650, and Wildcard on lap 583. Well, we talked about setting those goals, that teamwork, making the dream work a reality, putting each pilot up, trying to look down the line, bidding pilot versus other teams' pilots, not burning a pilot out, having them out too long, and also maintaining that fleet and that constant charging churn of those lipos. It's setting those goals. Every goal, every lap, there's a little goal. Well, we want to do this one a little faster. This one, just get the lap and pit clean. Don't crash, don't weaken. Now we're talking to the long-term goals. We have 4 teams that are within reach of podium or the win. This is not decided. This is far from over. 2 hours. I mean, we've done 2 team races in that 2-hour time frame, and we've seen a bunch of position changes. That could happen here before the evening rolls upon us. HD0 just rolled up. They have 1 hour to go. They've set a goal. Now they are a bunch behind 4th. Right now they're solid in 5th. So they're like, how do we get through the rest of this afternoon? Now, things in front of us could happen that could play into our favor. Let's set a goal. And so HD0 has set a goal of 1,000 laps at the 2024 Mayhem Crazy 8. Is it possible? Yes. Live time right now on the pace, factoring in all of the breaks that we've taken, all the laps recorded. They're now predicting HD0 966. You heard some chat earlier today. We're doing that lap count. Me and my buddy Hyper going back and forth on numbers. He was betting on the live time numbers, and he's still beating me on that Price is Right. It's still pretty accurate. From 4 hours in to now 10 hours in, it is pretty much saying the same digits. So what does that tell us? Live time's pretty accurate. That means HD0 really needs to finish strong. Not only do they need to hit the other 157 laps to hit their pace that Live Time has them. In the next 2 hours, they're going to have to find another 33 laps in that time period. That is pushing hard to go the distance. Chat is blowing up right now for Bay Area Racing. They're the ones in 5th. They've been on the podium in that number 3 spot, that number 2 spot. Right now, not in a podium position, but only just under 3 laps back from that deficit of almost 30 laps 2 hours ago. They are pushing. Top 3. Wrecked. Had to turn in the lead. Was in 2nd for the longest time. They still have a chance for podium 2nd or better. They also got to hold back and not get passed by Bay Area Racing. That battle for 3rd, 4th is a thing. But with Wreck in 3rd, they're only 24 laps back off of Flight Club. That battle for 2nd could be a thing. And Flight Club, they could raise their pace up a little bit as we turn the heat up. Starting to cool down just a little bit here in Carrollton, Texas. We got up to 75. Now we're going the other way. It's 73 degrees. Cooling off as the racetrack heats up. With an hour and 55 minutes to go. Dave Connor in the chat says, close the gap, Wrecked. Y'all got this. Well, the goal has been set. Team HD0 is with us. They're in the number 5 spot, on pace to do now. Remember, moments ago I said 966. They got to find 37 laps to hit their 1,000-lap goal. They have found 2 laps in the last minute. That goal is reachable, and they are pushing for it. Team HD0. There is your dream team right there. Team captain Joe Carbone, you know him as Joe Mama, everyone's Facebook friend in the chat. He is your team captain here for the team. As we have, I can't tell the OSD who is up for them right now, but we are rocking hard with HD0, along with your team captain. You also got Cube. Been a big part of the development of HD0 as a technology and really pushing this team. He's the one who set that goal, came over, told me 1,000 for HD0. We hope to see it. Cube is the one that's in the air right now. There we go. Yeah, the OSD's off to the right-hand side. I got you. Cube is the one on the sticks right now, making the trip down from Michigan. Now Johnny Fly, his fellow Wolverine State pilot, up in the sticks. Former World Cup podium and a World Cup winner back in the day. Also, TK, Talama, FPV Sim, ADK, a wild type comprising Team HD0. And in the last minute, they found another lap. They're on pace for 969. They are on the gas. They are going fast. 1,000 is within their reach. And that is Team HD0 with us at Mayhem Crazy 8. It's now 2. It's now 2. Bay Area Racing 2 laps behind Rec. 3rd and 4th. Podium position. And caution, caution, caution. Everybody caution. Finish up the lap that you're on. We haven't shut anyone down yet. Wild card done, wreck done. White Goat done, HD0 done, Flight Club done. Again, we are under caution. Finish up the lap that you're on and bring it in. Mamba done, Bay Area Racing done. And I like that. Nice, clean pit stop by everyone. 5 minutes starts now for that drone retrieval. And that caution was called by Wild Card. That was their 3rd and final caution. I liked it. I hit the button that updated that count, and it was almost instantaneous. Well, I got to show you a few FPV cribs. We got to look at the Bay Area Racing pit, walk down the flight line. You got to see my setup here in race control, my dream setup, replicating what I got to work with at the No Quarter Ranch, Citrus Springs, Florida. Our home away from home, home of the MultiGP Championship, the Street League Championship, the Engineer and Hyper Racing Championship, which is almost a weekly occurrence. And if you ever want to be a paparazzi for drone racing on TV, just stake out the No Quarter Ranch. And if you start to see some guys that you normally see on TV going to the No Quarter Ranch, you know they're taping a show very soon. It's like the one stop for anyone overseas, whether they're flying in New York, West Coast, got to go to Florida first. Get those laps in at the No Quarter Ranch. I replicated my race control here in a total mobile setup. A big fan of it. A lot of technology in play. Gonna be fun flying home with all this. My stuff should fit in a backpack and a laptop bag and then all the extra gear. If you're enjoying our live stream, it's been a huge work in progress. A lot of late hours, a lot of technology in play. We have a unit by T-Mobile. We highly endorse it. It has brought you the last 3 Mayhem team races. If you get the right program, the right device, gives you 5G, unlimited, anywhere there's a T-Mobile signal. And it is really inexpensive. Really inexpensive. $50 a month, I believe, tax in. And that has gotten us through 3, now our 3rd Mayhem team race. Now, our concern, there's a lot of people rolling into town to watch the eclipse. We're at the midway point, 2.5 minutes in, 2.5 minutes still to go. The perfect eclipse point is in Austin, so a lot of people flying pretty much into the whole state of Texas and working their way up there. So the cell phone networks were a little tough when we were doing our testing. Now, we also do a judges stream. 1 judge per channel plus our reviews. And what they see is a little bit different from what you see here on the live stream. Thank you. Well, judges see an 8-way with the overlay, and that's it. Their own separate stream. And because of the taxing of our 2K live stream at 60 frames a second, we have that exclusive to T-Mobile. And everything else, a scoring computer talking to the cloud, generating the overlays, everything I'm looking at. That's all powered by, and the judges live stream is all powered by Starlink. 90 seconds, pilots, 90 seconds. Which I am a big endorsee of. But if you are a chapter, you're looking to do some live streaming, I would rank the T-Mobile #1. Way less expensive. Works almost everywhere. Unlimited data, faster speed, 5G. Again, that Starlink, it is a beast. I carry it in my car as I go away from areas during the day where there's no cell phone service. 60 seconds, pilots. So it has helped me out in numerous jams, doing real estate photography, DJing. I've been going to rodeos. The entire admin is run on my dish that I just keep in the trunk of my car. And here, bringing you the live streams, we're able to separate those feeds. So our YouTube channel gets 4K. Our judges are probably getting a 1080. 30 seconds, pilots, 30 seconds. Plus all the overlays, the scoring data going to the cloud. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's over 4,000 laps recorded at this race. 15 seconds. TSA loved looking at my scan of my Pelican. All right, pilots, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. Off to the races we go. Still a few timeouts on the board. Looks like Flight Club still has 2. Bay Area Racing has 2. HD0 has 2. And White Goat has 3 remaining. 2, 4, 6. That's 9 timeouts potentially that could be called in the next 90 minutes. You're saying, wait a minute. There's an hour and 46 minutes left. How could it be in the next 90 minutes? Math doesn't compute. The last 15 minutes is sudden death. We have an hour and 46 left. So there's 90 seconds when those timeouts could be called, and then we go into sudden death. Now, you know your leaders are holding on to those timeouts for strategy. We've seen a little bit of strategy with the timeouts over the day. Andrew Clooney says he hasn't missed a Mayhem in Carrollton until this one. Sorry you missed it. But Andrew, there's a chance to visit with us very, very soon. We invite each and every one of you to work your way up to Muncie, Indiana, June 12 to 16 for the world's largest drone racing party and freestyle festival. It is MultiGP International Open, and I believe it's the 8th edition. The craziest FPV drone racing party on the planet. Tickets are still available now at early bird ticket prices. You're going to save up to $25 off of your ticket. And what a ticket it is. 5 days of fun, racing, freestyle, partying in the Tiny Whoop tent. And I haven't seen it in print official, but I have it from the man himself, Mr. Jesse P. Jesse Perkins has made it official to me, at least, that he is going to be going to International Open to host the Wild After Party every night in the Tiny Whoop tent. And he's bringing the Cube van with the Lady Luck, all of the gates, and the cervezas for our after party. Let's talk about that racing and International Open. Of course, the feature marquee event, the World Cup. We'll take all the pilots in attendance. They'll be qualifying on multiple tracks, and we'll get that field of 300, our record number, 325 pilots, the first, second, third, right up to COVID, over 325 pilots every single year. Post-COVID, we're in the 200s. We're almost back to 300. 300-plus pilots down to 64 pilots from around the globe in a top 64 bracket, running 8 heats at a time until we get down to the final 8. Then some other crazy excitement at the end for the World Cup Championship. But you're like, Scully, come on. I'm not top 64. Can I still fly? How do I get in? It doesn't matter if you're going to rank 311th. You can still qualify on the World Cup. Just see how you rank against the field. You're just not going to get the invite to the Saturday night party. No harm, no foul. You get to be a spectator and see 64 of the fastest drone racers in the world competing in one of the most intense competitions. I've seen almost every World Cup, and I've loved every one of them. Of course, if you're the 311th pilot, if you're the 200th pilot, you could be the number 2 pilot. We slice and dice that field down into what we call camp groups. I'm going to say A, B, C, D. We give them names like Rotor Hazards and the Outlaws. 4 groups. It's like position 1 to 80, 81 to 160, whatever the numbers are based on our field. That is your group. Then every single day, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, at a certain time, we have a race for each and every one of those groups. So you are going in brackets. You're racing on one of the 8 tracks. There's 8 different tracks. It's like a theme park for drone pilots. You fly at one, qualify, don't qualify, put some laps, have some fun, get bored, go to another track. Do all the tracks. Go back to your favorite track. That's day 1, and do it all again on day 2. But at the end of every day, we do the camp races, where it's your similar seeded pilots based on the global qualifying list. We run bracket races. We run fun formats. And so you are in a race. You could be in a race every single night. You're already pre-qualified for it. We're right into brackets with your camp races. Some of them are live streamed. And over the course of the week, I and the team will go around and make sure we hit every one of those camp races. And we get to be a part of the world's craziest drone racing party. It is June 12th through 16th at the Academy of Model Aeronautics, Muncie, Indiana. Camp if you can. Get a great hotel and an Uber if you're close by, and join us. Can't make it Wednesday, come Thursday. Can't make it during the week, come Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It will be one, if you've never been, one you have to do in your lifetime. And if you've been before, you know that it gets better and better each and every year. The first year, best event in the history of drone racing. And we've built on that each and every year since. We're excited to see each and every one of you. Tickets are available now. Again, $25 off at multigp.com. 1 hour, 40 minutes remaining. We've crossed 1,000 laps with White Goat. They're on 1,004. Flight Club is now just 5.5 laps away from getting the 1,000-lap club as well. Wrecked is about 31 away from the 1,000 mark. And Bay Area Racing is 33. Those numbers, again, pretty close together with 1 hour and 40 minutes still to go here on the Master Race Clock. Our thanks to our local corporate and national partners bringing you this 2024 8th edition of Mayhem, a.k.a. Mayhem Crazy 8. I want to thank our friends at Team Black Sheep, team-blacksheep.com, Real Serious Toys. They have everything you need for drone racing. Of course, the name that leads the game in analog video transmitter systems, but also now owning the game pretty much with Control Link as well with their Tracer. Long-range system. Works great for racing as well. Make sure you have a reliable link with your quad. You see all the real serious toys, team-blacksheep.com. We also want to thank Superior One Roofing, our largest supporter of MultiGP. Why have just a regular roof when you can have a superior one? SuperiorOneRoofing.com. We also want to thank Foxeer, the leading professional drone parts supplier trusted by thousands of FPV pilots. Check out their high-quality parts and more at foxeer.com. Earlier today, talked about our friends at Drones in School. It's a great program. Students in elementary school or high school, they create a team. They come up with a team name. They build a drone. Then they train to fly the drone. They train to fix the drone. They then create a marketing package to sell sponsorship to their team. They do the logistics of their team. They get to the Drones in School Championship, and they race in the drone race and compete and capture the flag, learning all of science, technology, engineering, and math, plus marketing, sportsmanship, and much, much more. They're a part of our MultiGP STEM Alliance. Thank you, Drones in School, for your support of the 2024 Mayhem Crazy 8. We also want to thank GemFan. We counted 3,200 sets of propellers handed out over the course of this event. It is a spec race. We do have that custom firmware locking everyone to 24,000 RPM. We also got the spec prop from GemFan. Thanks to them. Great supporters, Mike and his family out at the event here in 2024. I also want to thank Beta FPV, dedicated to creating FPV drones and parts with superior quality by helping more people get into the FPV hobby and enjoy the joy of flying, speed, and exploration. BetaFPV.com. We also want to thank our friends at HD Zero. Feel the HD resolution with near zero latency. HD-Zero.com, where you can find out more. But of course, you can see Team HD Zero. They've set that goal, and they're getting closer to it, on pace to do 965 laps. They only need to find another 35 laps now on top of what they need to do to reach that goal here this evening. You see that HD resolution with near zero latency on their channel, of course, on their website, hd-zero.com. Talking about our friends at Radio Master. Can't wait to get my Boxster radio. We are shopping for it. I think we have one in an Amazon cart. We have one in a Rotor Geeks cart. We're about ready to pull the trigger. Answering the calls of hobbyists around the globe, we are dedicated to the continuous evolution of the hobby, keeping open hardware standards and open source platforms affordable and accessible to everyone. RadioMasterRC.com to find out more. And Radio Master, we're seeing more and more of them inside of our flight lines at all of the MultiGP majors. HQ Props, one of the most professional propeller manufacturers from China. HQ Props designed to give you maximum control and responsiveness at speed. Great customer satisfaction as well. HQProp.com. Now, one of my favorite companies, that's T-Motor. Not because I'm a big BMS Thomas fan and he did some great motors with them back in the day. Reason I love T-Motor, and not because I have T-Motors, I believe on my MultiGP 2018 Spec Racer, which is my old campaigner. That was my street league before there's a street league. You could crash that thing, it's coming back. Why do I love T-Motor? They came to the 2018 International Open, their entire crew. They didn't set up a booth. They set up their flags. They took their rental car and did laps for 5 days around the 325 acres, which is the Academy of Model Aeronautics, going by all 8 tracks at International Open with their marketing people just yelling out the window, T-Motor, T-Motor. I'm like, these might be the best marketers I've ever seen in the history of drone racing right there. Thank you to T-Motor. Proud to have them as partners of Mayhem Crazy 8. iFlight is with us again, dedicated to creating enjoyable and immersive flights for everyone by going above and beyond what you think drones can do. Shop.iflight.com. I'm looking at one of their Cinewhoops right now. That's the micro drone. It's ducted. It's a little larger than a tiny whoop, but it's ducted. You can put a GoPro on it, especially a stripped down one. I kind of don't want to strip my GoPro down, so I'm trying to go for a larger build so that you can fly that in those places where it's unsafe to fly a regular drone with unducted props, maybe with a little more speed. iFlight has some great gear. If you haven't checked them out, shop.iflight.com. And finally, our thanks to Dallas Drone Racing, a Tier 1 MultiGP chapter. Thank you to Jay McKibben, his wife as well, for helping me with my Amazon mess. Keeping in contact with the previous person who lived in the McKibben, or previous person that purchased the McKibben household. And, of course, thanks to Joe Cool, the entire Dallas Drone Racing team, reskinning our gates from last year, setting up the course. I know they're not with us here this afternoon. We're watching our live stream. We saw Jay checking in as well. Thank you, Jay, from the bottom of our hearts once again. We love to call Dallas Drone Racing home. I've lost count the number of times that I've come down Sandy Lake Park Road, but we know that we're home when we see those big stadium lights. And that smile, Jay McKibben, FPV, and the entire Dallas Drone Racing team. 93 minutes to go. Third bag is on Delta. I'm maxed out, bro. I'm maxed out. Starlink. Coming up on 91 minutes remaining. That's after being racing for 10 hours, 28 and a half minutes. Taking a look at Team Bay Area Racing, of course, they're the story of the number 4. They're in 4th, but they are only 4 laps back from top 3. They have been on the podium 3 times. This would be their 4th podium, and still with 91 minutes on the clock. I mean, not only just aiming for podium, seeing if they can go a little higher. We'll see what's happening. Right now, Ferry is on the sticks for the team. Last year finished top 40 in the pro class of MultiGP drone racing. And that's 3 top 40 finishes in a row for the pilot, who is our first ever over 40 champion at the International Open. On the left-hand side of your screen, you got JFK, our team captain, doing his thing. Now we go to the skies with one of my favorite pilots from the Bay Area. Not just the team, I mean the whole area. It's Dan. He was like the sport class champion at Champs before that was even a thing back in 2018. Remember that one, the snowstorm in Vegas? Finished up in the number 59 spot and Champs. The way we did the brackets, he hit his first podium as we did a next, a next, and a next. Comes back a year later and was 43rd overall. Now remember, that was back in the day of the Top 40 Next 40, 2019 it was, and that's when we went to Daytona Beach at the stadium. So Top 40, Next 40. Next 40 was essentially sport class at that time, and he comes in third on our podium. Then he goes into pro in our next 40, third on our podium again, and a year later, third on our podium. 3 years in a row. Was that 19, 20, 21, or 20, 21, 22? Getting those challenge coins and doing some big things for Team Baylands. Now we launch a new pilot. It's Big Ramon from Mexico by way of California, competing here in a major. He's been doing that leaderboard bash on our global qualifying list, our global qualifier list, GQ ranking system. Back in 2019, the first year of the GQ, he was, I want to say top 100 of sport. Then the next year, he was top 12 of sport. Then he broke into pro, and now he's going up and down that drone racing highway. And he's your next one here in the air. Also on the team, we got Morbid FPV. Also of California, Red 5, another one of our staples. Got a bunch of the MultiGP majors. Also a staple on this Bay Area racing team. Z Stone, part of the select team that they are running in the hot group, we have noticed. Along with Miwo FPV. And finally, Cheese Music, SFPV. Your favorite DJ on YouTube, your favorite course designer in Velocidrone as well, comprising Team Bay Area Racing. Earlier, about 2 hours ago, 27 laps back from third in fourth, and now they sit 3.5 laps back from third, still in fourth, but with an hour and 27 minutes still on the clock, things could change. If you're wrecked in third, you're not sitting comfortable. Even though Wrecked has a chance to better their podium position right now, they're in third, could be second, but you're looking at a total of about 26 laps that they'll have to make up in the next, I'll call it 87 minutes. Yeah, 87 minutes, 26 seconds. Pink Kaju just joining us. Welcome to the channel. You're watching the 2024 edition, the Mayhem Crazy 8. It's drone racing enduro style. One pilot takes off, does their laps, lands, and the next one takes off. Each team with upwards of 10 pilots competing over the course of the day. And we have done over 4,000 laps. Your leaders have done 1,032. Second has done 1,022. Wrecked is about to go on to lap 1,000 here in another 2 laps. We started at 7:25 a.m. Central, and our checkered flag will fly at 7:25 Central p.m. in an hour and 26 minutes from now. Well, a little bit of back channel chatter, 7:24, 7:25. Again, it's a close one. I think it was like mid-range of 7:24. The only thing I know is the countdown clock is what we go to. And then it's victory laps for everyone. That's 86 minutes and 6 seconds from now. And that is going to be, 7:24 and a bit. Let me see here. I was in a hurry to launch them. Yeah, I'll be able to get you a second here in a little bit. Okay, it just turned to 5:59. Yeah, it'll be 7:24:34. 7:24:34 or 7:24:33 will be when the tone goes and everyone finishes up their lap. It'll be a victory lap for whoever is sitting number 1. Signs are pointing to White Goat. There's still 10 laps to the good. Things could change. Wrecked now, 1,000 laps recorded. They're working on 1,002. It's been a little bit since we took a pause. Ideally, you want to see nonstop team racing, but eventually the teams, no matter what happens, drone racing, it's not if you're going to crash, it's when, what lap and where. If, when, and where is really the big question here, especially at Mayhem. And we've been under green for about 27 minutes since our last break. We're looking about 40 minutes. Usually we hear someone slide up to take a break. All of our teams are allowed to call 3 timeouts over the course of the event. We are about just over halfway through all of the potential ones until we get to the last 15 minutes when it's sudden death. All the tallying goes out the window. Taking a look at some of those timeouts, Mamba had the record of saving the most timeouts over the course of their 5 Mayhems in attendance. They called one about 12:30 this afternoon, and then in the 4 o'clock hour, they called 2 within about 20 minutes of each other. They went bam. Our statistician was calling them out from never using them. They're like, well, bang, bang, 2 o'clock. It was 2:14 and 2:37. They're like, that's it. We done. Wildcard team called theirs pretty early. About within the first hour, they called their first one, trying to reassess things. Then they waited another just over hour, called another one. And then they waited. Then they had video issues and signs pointing to one of their drones crashed out, which was interfering on their RF environment. And so they called one at about 3:30. That was about 2.5 hours ago, and they're out. No more timeouts for them. Wrecked burned through their 3 as well. Spaced them out a fair bit. They were our first one to, or they were our second one to call one. 9:30. That was after about going green for about 2 hours. They called one. Then they waited another 2 hours, called one just ahead of 11:30, and a couple more timeouts were called over the course of that, and then they waited till 3:30. Kind of interesting. Not sure if they timed those out, part of the strategy. It could just be a big coincidence, but their first one was 9:29. Their next one was 11:27. Their third one was at 3:28. Kind of interesting. Could be a huge coincidence. Flight Club only called one. They've now gained a lap. They're now 9 laps back from our leaders. They were our first to officially call one and have it count towards them. That was after our first hour and about 15 minutes. One of our longest runs of the day before taking a break. Quad Doc with all the great ideas. He's like, you should do an equipment loss survey when the race is over. It would be neat to see total equipment loss with RPM limit versus open class. Yeah, I'm sure we might be able to talk Two Dog into it. Who's now become the king of the survey and the pilot communication. I'm sure he has something built from last year to be able to replicate. I know I'm excited to see the MultiGP race report on multigp.com. One of the staples there is when Chris Thomas looks at the lap count and does a calculation on the pack count. And I mean, I know there's a lot of fans of math and science in the chat, but I mean, this guy goes all out. He looks at individual times, average lap times of the team, number of laps recorded, assessing the time that was in the timeout sessions. Gives you a pack count, and number was incredible the first time we did it in New Orleans. It was an insane amount. You'd actually be able to Google that. That was 2019 Mayhem. Find that race report, see those statistics. We got a noob watching. Got a number of noobs. He's asking, who is the pilot right now in the air for Wrecked? It looks like maybe Geo. It says GEO on the OSD. That's going to be Jordill, would be the question. Unless my timing is a little bit off. We've got a drone mom in the chat. Claire Canazaro says that was Screecher. She's watching. $76 minutes remaining. I'd say time goes by. You're having fun. Even when you're hosting a drone race. But TBH, to be honest, it has not felt like 10 hours, 43 minutes. We got Mama Joe in the chat. Talking about their dream team HD0. Saying, go Joe Mama. Cube has set the goal. And they are inching closer to it. Remember when they set the goal of 1,000? I said, well, right now, live time thinks they're going to do 966, find a gear. Well, they've found that gear. They're on pace to do their 966. They've got another 10. Caution, caution, caution. Everybody caution. White Goat done. Wrecked done. Flight Club done. Wildcard done. I'm making sure no one's going by the goalie. Mamba done. There's Bay Area Racing done. They're the ones who called the caution. As soon as their pilot went through, that is when the caution was called. And so they're going to try and use that lap to their advantage, keep climbing up our leaderboard. The 5-minute quad retrieval time has now commenced. And that caution going to Bay Area Racing. That is their second of two. Last time we called one with Bay Area Racing was at 10:17, and so that was just under 8 hours ago. In fact, it was 7 hours 53 minutes ago since Bay Area Racing called one of theirs. And so 5 minutes to retrieve our drones. If you're just joining us, welcome to it. It is Mayhem, and this is what we call, thanks to Proximama, this is what we call the Easter hunt for drone pilots. Speaking about Easter hunt, after the retrieval, we have a return to LiPo over here. It's called a Quad Gas 6. That's by Wrecked. It's probably from Team Wrecked. 1380 Ma, Quad Gas 6. It is over at the Lost and Found. You lost it. Someone found it. Come and get it. Well, you heard me talk about the great sponsors of the Mayhem Crazy number 8. We know them by name. We know them by heart. Our friends at TBS, Superior One Roofing, Fox here, Drones in School, GemFan, Beta FPV, HD0, Radio Master, HQ Prop, Team Motor, iFlight, and our hosts, Dallas Drone Racing. Our thanks to them. We want to thank each and every one of our fans following along on the MultiGP YouTube channel. But our biggest fans, each and every drone race, when we go all over the place, is in Melbourne, Florida. That is the Thomas family. Of course, our founder and CEO, Chris Thomas, on the road. And so, Stacy, along with Rachel, Savannah, Wyatt, watching every MultiGP live stream. We get that feedback, constructive criticism. We make a show for them, it seems. I'm just glad that someone's watching. And and Rachel is actually here today. She visited earlier at the race with Grandma. Got to meet Chris Thomas's mom. I think for a second time I've met her. Oh, it was Savannah. It was Savannah who's here. Right. Rachel is at home. Savannah is here. Savannah is visiting Grandma for the weekend. And so we're just past the midway point, 2 minutes, 14 seconds to go. So at the 2023 championship, the Thomas girls, Rachel and Savannah, decided to help sponsor, just like Dad does with Superior One Roofing and My Home Inspections. Decided to come up with some great companies to sponsor MultiGP drone racing like Dad. And if you watch the live stream at Champs, you'll remember such great companies as Taco Eaters and Snake Slappers. You got tacos, they'll eat them. And in the same plaza next door, the Snake Slappers. Got snakes? They'll get rid of them. They'll slap them right out of your yard. So Savannah's here with Dad and Grandma. Rachel's at home, of course, always wanting to support the organization. So just like Dad, she had some free time. She designed a new company, and I think we have it. I think we got a in-work logo. There you go. Party Pickles Planning. You want a party? We'll plan one. Pickle style. 866 Pickles. Well, there you go. Into event management, Dad. You got to be so proud. Dad organizes drone races, and now Rachel wants to get in the party planning. Pickle style. 50 seconds, 5-0, 50 seconds. We got 40 seconds. I'm going to give you a quick recap of cautions remaining. 36 seconds. White Goat still has 3. HT0 has 2. Bay Area Racing has 1. And Flight Club has 2. Yeah. Top 4 are all still with cautions. This is like watching the Super Bowl. It's a super drone. 20 seconds until we go into your next section. 20 seconds to go. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots, arm your quads. Let's go green on the tone. Less than 5. What was that lipo called? It was a Quad Fire? Quad Fire 6, was it? Quad Fire 6? No? The wrecked lipo has been retrieved. They're saying, well, we kind of wanted to leave it on the table, so you keep talking about it. Well, I'll talk about it right now. Wrecked is right now in a podium position, and they are using Quad Fire 6 lipos on their team. You want a podium? The world's largest, longest, and only enduro team race? That is what you need to do. Got a lot of drone racing fans, of course, talking about the Thomas household, Melbourne, Florida, watching every single live stream. We're proud to have them, part of the family. Obviously, not when we're streaming, part of the MultiGP family, of course. Quad Gas 6S, thank you, the Avail engineer. Quad Gas 6 is right now what it takes to be in a podium position. We also got another household that has watched the last few live streams on the MultiGP YouTube channel, the Scully household in Ontario, Canada. We got Josie, my youngest daughter, 5 years of age. Just JFPV. When he's not at the race, he's watching the race as well. And, of course, with my wife, Bobby, as well. And, of course, it didn't take much. Her son competing in his first competition, the We Bleed FPV Tiny Whoop Northeast Championship, for her to get hooked with the drone racing. So much of a fan, the text messages coming in all day. Checking in, of course, after I.O., Just JFPV, and my wife Bobby becoming Heads Up FPV fans, and my wife checking in says, oh, of course, Evan's team's winning. Yep, the goats are doing good. A lot of Heads Up FPV fans north of the border. I remember the comment from my youngest daughter watching that first drone race with her big brother racing. Text message coming in with her quote, talking about her brother, says, he's the best drone player ever. Yeah, pretty proud household. We are glad to bring you the drone racing action from dawn till dusk here at Mayhem Crazy 8. Again, if you are enjoying it, make sure that you are a subscriber of the MultiGP YouTube channel. We set a goal so many years ago, and just before our 2023 championship, we hit it, 10,000 subscribers. Yes, sir. Join the MultiGP Nation on YouTube, 10,000 plus strong. Get those notifications for when we go live. We're going live next weekend from Purdue University. Then we're live from the UAE the weekend after. Then we're live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin the weekend after that. And you know what? When I get home that next weekend, I got nothing on the books. So you know what? I'm just going to go live. You guys can watch me clean my laundry room. My task of the winter extends into the spring. It'll be our second edition of FPV Cribs. And it would be kind of interesting. There is a lot of drone stuff in my laundry room right now. Big plans, big plans. Yeah, Ken confirm, the Avail engineer says, yeah, Quad Gas 6. Yeah, Ken confirm. It had a fire logo, but it's called Quad Gas. That is what Wrecked is running right now. Looking at digits. Still 9 laps. White Goat over Flight Club. That is not many. Still with 64 minutes on the clock. Not many at all. I say that, but that has been the constant number over the course of the day. At least for this last almost 11 hours. Lucky 9. Flight Club and Wrecked crossing over together. They're separated by about 27 laps here at the moment, but trading places there for track position. Wrecked running third. Again, the 20-plus laps back from second. Currently holding a podium position, but continually being challenged by Bay Area Racing, who are just under 5 laps back. It was 4, now 5. They timed out their last brake call just right. They waited till their pilot got through and then called the timeout, so that means everyone else finished and they got their extra lap. It's kind of the perfect timing to do it. Planned it out. Now just waiting to put something together. We are in the final hour. 57 minutes remaining. Caution, caution, caution. Everybody, finish your lap that you're on. Wrecked, you are done. Caution called. White goat done. HD0 done. Bay Area Racing calling that caution. They're done. Flight Club done. Did I call Flightline done twice? Oh, jeez. 2 to finish up. Shannon, like I need help. Like I'm sitting in fucking sewer here. I've asked you, like I'm like, can I need you to submit something? I need something, submit something, submit something, submit something. And then now I need you to submit something else. Well, like I just need help. I need extra eyes. I need you to submit the fucking lap that I told Brett to fucking submit. And then I need you to submit fucking whatever team I just said I think did an extra lap. Which I don't even remember. I don't even fucking know anymore. Well, it's where like, and then I'm like, there's multiple people on the radio. I'm like, what did I just say? And like, you know, I don't know. Like, well, it was fucking useless. I'm talking to anyone who's listening. I'm like, what did I say to anyone who said? 5 minutes to retrieve starts now. 44 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. We're at the midway point, 2.5 minutes in, 2.5 minutes to go on that caution. That last one was called by Bay Area Racing. And, of course, there was a 1076, 1077, 1078. Nope. 1075, 1076, 1077. So I saw my good buddy Johnny 5 in the chat saying, well, what's going on? Scully's contemplating. A lot of things happening. You're in the final hour of Mayhem. So we have an issue with multiple quads on Bay Area Racing. It's been happening with one pilot we identified, now a second. and they're reading numerous times. So that's why their lap count seems a little wonky. And so we're reviewing and seeing that was a false trigger. It counted, that one didn't, so those even out. And then you'll hear a long pause where I'm not talking and the beeping wasn't happening. You'll see on the screen that their fast lap time is all whacked, right? 20.145 didn't happen. But that's like a 19 and a 7. It dropped the 7, added a 26. And so I'm going through, and every time I do that, there's over 4,000 laps here. It recalculates the whole race. Not as bad as it used to, but I see spinning wheel. And so Johnny 5 saw the look on my face. I'm like, oh my God, please come back, please come back. Okay, it did. Let's try that again on the next lap. And I mean, easily today, over a dozen adjustments that we've had to manually do on top of the scoring computer. We identified the issue 1 minute to go, pilots, 1 minute to go. We identified the issue about 2-3 hours ago. We thought we identified the pilot. I can't leave that one screen open, but all of a sudden we flagged it again. It was a different pilot. So the scoring computer has been blanking out. We've been reviewing, so we think the count is right. But then during the spinning wheel, even though I verified no one else missed laps, we also have a time coming in that Flight Club thinks they missed laps. And so we're submitting that for a review. 30 seconds, pilots, 30 seconds. So I believe that Bay Area Racing number's right. I believe Wrecked is right. I believe White Goat is right. HD0, Mambo, Wildcard. The one that I'm not sure is Flight Club, that they may have missed a lap. Now, the other thing, we're going to start in about 30 seconds. I'm going to reset this clock just a hair, 30 seconds. The other thing in that is, and I'm trying to get someone to submit for me because I can't do 19 things at once. So I can do 18. I believe that Flight Club, I think it was Flight Club, but there's just so much going on. Someone did an extra lap after caution was called. Bay Area Racing called it. Everyone else should have finished it. And so that has to be submitted for a review. So Flight Club is the question mark. I think everyone else is right. We're going to start this in 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. I love all the support on the sidelines. And it's going to come off like I'm addressing trolls, and I'm not, and I appreciate the feedback because at this time of the day, obviously not firing on all cylinders, but let's address the things coming in. First, could it be the encoder on that channel? No, because as I stated in there, it was one pilot, then it was more. So I go through the entire, I see every single lap pass. In live time, I go every lap and I show all, and it shows the double reads. Now, there are double reads for all teams when they go through the start-finish gate, then go around the hurdle. Sometimes does a double read. It's under the lap minimum. It blanks it. So what you normally see is either all clean or a pink line every few laps or so. With the problematic pilot, which now I think is plural on that team, I see white. And they have groups of pilots. That group of pilots is fine. Then we go to the next group, and I'm seeing pink, 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 pink. Like way more pinks than there should be. So that's the misreads and misreads and misreads. I'm not alerted to it here because live time's like, that's under the lap minimum, don't count it. Something's wrong, don't worry about it. And it's calculating, and it does a dang good job. From what I could see, 90%, 95, maybe 98% fixed. It's just those few. And what does it affect? Really, at the end of the day, it affects the fast lap time. And I'm done touching it. I think the lap count is right from what I've seen because it may count the under, like that 21 second, but then it blanks something else. So the math is right, and I don't want to see the spinning wheel anymore if we can avoid it. So not the encoder. Really believe it's multiple pilot gear on that channel. Sensitivity is the same. We're looking at the same data. The passing data has looked the same for everyone. I have set it up a little more sensitive because we were missing laps before in practice. So I think the timer and the hardware is good, especially when I see a sea of white. And then and when I say pink, I see pink, 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 then a group of white. And when there's a group of pilots, group A, all white, then we go to the second group, and then you'll see the first pilot does his 3 laps. So that's like 15 triggers and a whole bunch of pink, 14 pinks in there. And then that pilot is sitting, next pilot flies, and I see all white. So I can identify, I'm like, it's this pilot, I can tell you the local time. And so that was it, another stepped on. Again, when this is happening, and again, Johnny 5 saw me staring at the screen, I got the scoring screen right above it, in this instance, the live stream, and I'm looking, is anyone being stomped on? Is anyone complaining about video issues? Not at this time. So that trigger, and again, that trigger is only when a pilot, it's identifiable in the passing traffic. It's a pilot, and then in this instance, I'm saying now multiple pilots, because it'll go away. So not the worst. The main thing is the lap count. Fast lap on Bay Area Racing, not right. But at the same time, they've had some issues, and someone in the chat says, well, timing's been wonky today. Yes and no. It's wonky when you see it on the screen because we're using multiple internet. It has to go out Starlink to live time, down T-Mobile to the broadcast computer, and out. So who knows? There's a lot of traffic in the area. So that's why a pilot may be 60 feet from the timing gate when you see it. Also, you have the sensitivity, which creates a big bubble. And like I said earlier, it's a big bubble. We were missing laps in practice. The range was all over the way, so I'd rather get too many laps than too little. And so it'll already ding a little bit further than the gate than you'd expect, but that's how this is designed. I see the drone, I don't see the drone. The average, that was your lap time. So we don't think it's that. Really think it's the quads on that team. And I think, and again, I said it like I am responding, caution, 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 caution called, caution. Who called it? Flight Club? Everyone finish the lap that you're on. Wildcard done. Wreck done. So, yeah, that's kind of the story of where we are. More questions coming in. Thank you. White Coat done. Bay Area Racing done. HD0 done. Flight Club, who called the caution, done. And it looks like just one to finish up, Mamba. So I think that was a good finish on the race. And that was Flight Club's second of 3. They still have one more caution remaining. However, once we go to clear, again, we have one more to finish up. There are no cautions in the final 15 minutes, and that is 18 and a half minutes from now. So we go to sudden death. We've been reserving those cautions, or some of the teams have been reserving those cautions. But once we hit 14 minutes, 59 seconds, no cautions remain. Mamba done. And so everyone down. I'm going to double check with our remote team. And now we are going to start your 5 minutes for retrieval. Caution list has been updated. So White Goat still has 3 cautions to go. HD0 has 2 cautions to go. Flight Club has 1 caution to go. I'll see if I can direct that. 90 seconds in, 3.5 minutes to go. And again, it's late in the day. I had 3.5 hours sleep last night, and so I wanted to say in my response there, I was rambling stuff. It was going to come off like I was responding to trolls. I was not. I appreciated the feedback because, again, might be something that I didn't think of. I say things with authority, even when I'm not entirely sure sometimes. And so that was all with peace and love, Bay Area Racing. They came up with peace and love. And they're like, hey, man, we really don't think it's our quad. And I'm like, hey, what do you think? Could be another pilot that is spamming our channel. What I'm seeing in the data is that Ding and its a pilot in Bay Area Racing, it might not be our quad, might be another team's pilot that could be spamming on our channel. And with that, I Judge Judy say I agree. Inconclusive data. Because we have just 30 minutes, 45 seconds, Bay Area Racing hasn't complained that the video is unflyable. We will continue. And so I must then wrap up what I said. It was all with peace and love. And so I may have said it was a Bay Area Racing quad. It could have been, it could be another pilot that is causing the same thing, but there is double reading on that channel. I believe that's fair. Yes. Yes. I believe that is fair. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. The question from Team Captain JFK was, so the quads that you pulled, we can tag back in? And I said, yes, I believe that is fair. Their theory is very, very possible and plausible. One of the things that we've seen, we got a minute 46, lots of time on the clock. One of the things that we've seen, if you run your control line for your tracer or your ghost across your video transmitter, your VTX will go on 2 channels. That is a thing. That is not made up. We have seen it, replicated it, done lots of testing, and so forth. And so we are going to proceed. My biggest concern was that the lap count for the team in question was right. We all believe that it is. We do have a couple of questions going into for review. And so, again, it was all with peace and love. It came off a little accusatory. It was not. I appreciate the feedback. I saw another thing. Just over a minute, 67 seconds. Just over a minute. Timmy Tron said, did the gate get hit? The timer got hit? Nope, it is up there. It's one channel only. 55 seconds. I don't know. I think it's far right. 35 seconds. Is this our last section? Again, we go to sudden death. Sudden death at the 15-minute mark. 20 seconds, pilots, 20 seconds. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone in less than 5. Well, they're trying to start that party a little early. We saw the tassels off the backside of Heads Up FPV's quad. Of course, Team White Goat leading the field by about 12 laps here on that cold restart. Flight Club, that 12 laps back from our leader. They are a few ahead of Wrecked, running in third. And as the story has been for the last 6 hours, Wrecked and Bay Area Racing. Wrecked solid in third. Bay Area Racing still chiseling away at that deficit. They are 3 laps back. Let's not forget about HD0. They have a goal of 1,000 laps. They're on pace to be a little short of it, but they were able to say, live time, your numbers are wrong. We're running hotter than you're anticipating. They got up to a 975 lap pace, maybe on way to make it to 1,000, so don't count them out. Mamba working on lap 742, and Wildcard, 666 laps recorded, and working on lap 667. So a couple of things being reviewed by our remote officials here. And we'll be standing by, of course, for any timeouts. You got about 11 minutes to use them. Caution, caution, caution. Someone called caution. HD0, you missed it. You're done. White coat, you're done. Finish up the lap that you're on. Wildcard done. Mamba done. HD0 done. Bay Area Racing done. Those Flight Club done. And everyone down. Let's start that 5 minutes for retrieval. That was White Goat, right? Flight Club. Flight Club calling their third and final caution. 3 minutes in, 2 minutes ago. Yeah. So 2 cautions remaining for HD 0 and 3 remaining for White Goat. 90 seconds till we go green. And there is less than 4 minutes until we go to sudden death. I'm seeing in the pilot or the team captain submission that didn't hear some beepings and thought they missed some laps. When I was doing the lap editing, it was a spinning wheel. Behind the scenes, it was recording laps. So I was able to verify that there was no missed laps in there, like long laps. The clock seems to check out. I saw a spinning wheel, and when I saw a spinning wheel, you didn't hear the beeps. Just under a minute, 50 seconds. So no beeps for everybody was not the issue. We have 2 issues that we're looking at. First, the missed laps for Flight Club around lap 1076. They've been submitted to David Dukes, who's doing our review now. And the second last caution, 30 seconds, second last caution, did Flight Club do an extra lap after caution was called, is the second question. 20 seconds. And we go to sudden death in 3 minutes, 34 seconds. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone, less than 5. You think we're going to have any more cautions? White Coat has 3.
don't know at 7:09.
They're leading by... $16 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. $55 seconds remaining until sudden death.
So just one missed total.
Just one? Okay. 20 seconds until sudden death. 15 seconds until sudden death.
He said 56-23 was the missed route.
3, 2, 1. Mayhem Crazy number 8 is in sudden death. 15 minutes until it is a checkered flag. Were you guys going to call one? No, you're teasing me. I like it. I like your style, Kujatron. Just Jay loves our backpack, too. We'll have to get you to wave to Just Jay, yeah, or Torval. Yes, sir, number 1. Number 1 is what we are on, as we are now, I think, in the final throws. Shout out to David Dukes. Was a little lead girl had to, she'd already put in her 11 hours and 30 minutes. She passed the torch to David Dukes. I'm like, David Dukes, we're not even Facebook buds. I'd heard the name before, but David Dukes is now cleaning up our homework. And so in a few moments, I'm going to say that we are confident on our lap count. But you're like, well, what is the variable? Right now, it's a difference of 1 lap for Flight Club. It could be 1 lap less. That is the only question right now. So as we sit right now, there are 11 backs off of our leaders. White Goat with 13 and a half minutes to go. That could be 12. Now you look at Wrecked in third. Is there enough time? They're 30 laps back in 13 minutes. I mean, anything's possible. And it's go time for Bay Area Racing. They are now 1 lap back out of another podium finish behind Wrecked. How's HD0 doing? Well, they are having fun. Going to be around that 960 mark unless, we put a rocket in our drone. We drop in one of those Red Bull drones going up to 800 kilometers an hour or whatever the crazy number was. Hyper FPV says, I can't wait for that Bird's Barbecue Scully. The number I wrote down for Heads Up FPV as the final lap count for our winners is buried here. Thank you to this Dallas Wind. I almost have it memorized. 1102. So Hyper just under so far. 1112. 1112. So he looks to be under by about 48. That Bird's Barbecue happening for sure. Legit. That's already the one thing we know. The one thing we know for certain, Hyper is the closest on your over-under. Getting that Bird's Barbecue. Nice dinner before the International Open. The congratulations are already starting to come in for White Goats, but Flight Club said, no, do not start that celebration yet. We're saving our best for last. There is still a Mayhem miracle in our midst here on a Saturday night, April 6, 2024. Mayhem Crazy 8. Podium yet to be decided, especially taking a look at third and fourth. Wrecked has been holding it almost all afternoon long, and Bay Area Racing has gone from 27 laps back to 1.5. Still with 11 plus minutes on our master race clock. Wrecked onto lap 1100. If they do just 12 more, that's going to match Hyper's number. They are still going a little offense and defense as we look at your two, Bay Area Racing and Wrecked. Wrecked on the right-hand side. They are 1.5 laps ahead of Bay Area Racing on the left-hand side. Cool Whip up in the air right now for Wrecked. And I believe that's Miwo on the sticks here for Bay Area Racing. Not sure what just happened with Wrecked. Was that a pit or was that a crash? J-Box now up in the air. That is a big question. We're about to find out here. Even when there's 2 on, try and follow the action. Now it is within a lap. Bay Area Racing in fourth, now within a lap of the top 3. Currently that position held by Wrecked. 10.5 minutes remaining on that master race clock. And we're looking at big numbers right now. Team White Goat, Heads Up FPV back on the 6er ham. How about that work through the dive gate right there? Oh, no. Low side of the second double gate, and Heads Up goes down. Limon goes up. In the chat, they're talking. They're like, show Limon where to land. No, let's just get him through the gates. See if he can get a win for the Goats here in his home state of Texas.
No, my other thing got fucked.
Well, the story has been at Wrecked in Bay Area Racing. Wrecked now finding a gear. They're a lap and a half to the good. Just a heads up, they're on their way. They're still coming hot. They are not counted out. Everyone bringing the heat right now. Look at Wildcard. They're even throwing it down. That's Desert Rat, one of their fastest pilots, making a statement, leaving it all on the track. As we're under sudden death, it can be a big retrieval under the bright lights. During that podium presentation, it is a walk of fame here at Mayhem Crazy 8. One of the tightest finishes we've seen.